Since I was born, but now I am getting old. I gonna motan wa kuna koga book.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
And there it is. Here I am. Here I am. There it is. Thank you. Oh, so here I am. There it is. Thank you. That caught me off guard again. Why does it catch me off guard? I don't know, but it always catches me off guard. Good day to you. Also, Sunday or Wendy. So, or Sunday or Wendy. There is a survey in the comment section, by the way. I hope you are all participating in that survey as you're coming in. So participate in the survey. So now to the headlines we'll be contending with. So there's only really one thing dominating the headlines at the moment, and it is, of course, the Wole Soyinka interview with the Arise TV. Now, he had two interviews, one with Channels Television, one with Arise TV. But the Arise TV one is the one that seems to be generating the most controversy. So to that controversy, Soyinka can never be, pardon me, Soyinka can never be the man Chinua Achebe was. So there it is right there. Well, Soyinka can never be the man Chinua Achebe was. Soyinka and Chinua Achebe, they stand at the topmost of the Nigerian literary space. Even some will say the African literary space. They stand at the topmost of the Nigerian and even African literary space. But Soyinka stands that little step above Achebe, of course, for reasons you all know. But then, of course, Charlie Boy, not a man known for literariness, let's put it that way. Soyinka can never be the man Achebe was, a headline attributed to the self-acclaimed area father Charlie Boy. So a lot of things will be wrapping around the Soyinka space and the Chimamanda Adichie space. So yes, It has finally dawned on me that it can never be the man Chinua Achebe was. Charlie Boy takes a swipe at Wole Soyinka. So we'll read one and abandon the other. But as I said, a lot will be wrapping around the Wole Soyinka and the Chimamanda Adichie space. So too, Chimamanda, that her open letter, of course, that she wrote to the American President Joe Biden. So a lot of backlash and pushback against that. Dele Alake leading the front in that pushback. Chimamanda's piece is a sad reminder that the possession of brilliance and high intellect by an individual provides no immunity against prejudice, bias, and bigotry. So this is Tinubu's aide, Dele Alake. So Dele Alake has come into the media space with both barrels blazing, because it's just, in fact, not even both barrels. So because if I'm saying both barrels, then I'm thinking maybe a rifle or a pistol. No, is actually bringing an AK-47 to the game, because everybody gets shot. Chimamanda's piece is a sad reminder that the possession of brilliance and high intellect by an individual provides no immunity against prejudice, bias, and bigotry. So this is Tinubu's aide, Dele Alake. So we go there, but the backlash, like I said, swift and fast against the Chimamanda piece to Joe Biden. Chimamanda's epistle of garbage. Fani Kayode, of course, he will always be quick into that space. So he launches, but what does he say? Chimamanda's epistle of garbage. Fani Kayode, that's an opinion piece. So that is an opinion piece. Let's see. Actually, let me line this one up this way, and yeah. All right, so maybe we just leave it at those two. There's plenty to come from that space, by the way. But I know you will tire of it if I give you all of the readouts that are available, and I know you are up to speed anyway. But really, the readouts just to document what we will be talking about. What we will also be talking about, we're back to Tinubu again. Dati Baba Ahmed declines call for public debate with Soyinka. So now, a lot of people will say, of course, he will run away from Soyinka. Soyinka will floor him, etc., with his brilliance and his oratory and all of that. But Soyinka, as we knew him, is not Soyinka as he is now. So Soyinka is a hop, a skip, and a jump from 90. So it might not be the quickest at the sharpness of wit anymore. So I'm not quite sure. Maybe he will be able to floor somebody like Dati Baba Ahmed, because Dati Baba Ahmed is just is not an intellect. I think we can all concede that. But I think really it's just really, it doesn't want the smoke of that space, and it's out of respect for the status that Tinubu, not Tinubu, out of respect for the status that Soyinka occupies within the Nigerian space. That is really why Dati is declining. Dati Baba Ahmed declines call for public debate with Soyinka. So there it is right there. So he graciously concedes that victory to the elder statesman. But that is not to say that Dati was in fear of Tinubu. I will not concede that. But this now, a turn off for the book. So there's plenty already on Tinubu's plate as he comes in as the president. But add this on top of the plate. So add this as the cherry on the cake. So now, a lot of people are saying, how does the Nigerian space, especially the incoming administration, assuage the Southeast, who are still feeling bruised and abused by the process at the moment? So how does the space assuage the Southeast? And some of the ways that are the space a lot of people are suggesting can quickly assuage the Southeast is to quickly release Nnamdi Kanu and grant him a state pardon. So this seems to be the easy go-to, which a lot of people are suggesting, and is a very easy thing to do. And I think Malam Buhari is actually even deliberately keeping Nnamdi Kanu chained to the desk still at DSS, so that he can gift him to the incoming administration as a tool to assuage the space. So that's the plan. So give them Nnamdi Kanu to give them something else to talk about. But it looks as though that gift might not be one that is readily given. Indigbo's renewed call for unconditional release of Kanu unpatriotic. So who is resisting now the release of Nnamdi Kanu? It is the North. So the Northerners say no to the release of Umar Hiabon. Indigbo's renewed call for unconditional release of Kanu unpatriotic, a headline attributed to a northern group. So quite what is in play there, we'll find out shortly. This we find out shortly as well. Somewhat of good news, and in the course of time, as things start to settle down and simmer down, we will start to document somewhat the wins of the Buhari administration. What are his achievements? So certainly when we are documenting those achievements, this will be documented alongside it, although it was already 60-70% completed by Goodluck Jonathan. So what took them 8 years to finish it off is the question. Fashola reaffirms April for completion of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. So if we talk about infrastructure, then that Lagos-Ibadan Expressway is the one definition of infrastructure in Nigeria. Do you know that Lagos-Ibadan Expressway is the most trafficked road, not in Nigeria, but in Africa, because it is the conduit from the port, from the seaport to the rest of the country. And Nigeria is the largest economy in Africa. So the traffic then that comes from the port, it has to pass through that road to access the rest of the country. So if you're talking about infrastructure, the one thing that defines infrastructure in Nigeria is the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. So what they've been, by the way, they've been doing this road since Obasanjo, since 1999. Remember when Obasanjo gave it out as a PPP to some guy who couldn't raise the fund? So it looks as though that is not coming to completion. Let me not long-wind. Fashola reaffirms April for completion of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. So that's somewhat of good news. So a departure somewhat from, sometimes we like to pivot from our politics to touch base with human nature. And this now, when I read this, I just thought I had to share it with you guys. Nigerian medical doctors open up about the hazard of the job. So when I read this, you might well think that being a doctor is a prize job, but some of the things that this guy describes as the living experience of him as a medical doctor, you might want to recall from that space. So we look at that as well. Yes, actually, there are a couple more headlines, but I think that is sufficient to be going with, and then we'll see how the conversation evolves. So there it is. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button places you're coming in. Make sure you're subscribed already, because we're doing a survey. If you subscribe and click on like, then you're able to participate in that survey. So click on like and subscribe, please. And then, of course, the hyperlink that says StreamYard is your open invitation to the platform. If you want to come and engage in any of these talking points that has just been fleshed out, then click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. If you're a new voice or a new face, we're especially looking to see you, because we're looking to expand the conversation with new and dynamic and interesting voices like yours. So come join if you're a new voice to the space. If you're a female voice, of course, we're canvassing for that as well. pardon me, systems failure, which now seems to be the tradition with every session now. So, my obedient friends, I see you. Every time I come on, I seem to have a systems failure. I'm not suggesting anything, but I see you. Whoever you are, I see you. So I've lost my train of thought, but whatever it is that I was saying is exactly how I was intending to say it. And I suspect the sum total of everything that I was saying is like, share, and subscribe. If you haven't, so like, share, and subscribe, and then click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join us on the studio, and then the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee that is there and available, and you are invited to participate. So like, share, and subscribe is probably the sum total of everything that I was going to say. So before I take another musical break, let me play you this one clip. This clip is a build-up to the first readout. So have this clip at the back of your mind as I read out the first readout. But watch this.
This is of my support for Peter Obi. It's because I think that he will make a very good president. I'm an Igbo woman, and I am proud of him in the way that one is proud of a person who has achieved something and who also happens to be from one's place.
So there it is right there. Her words, not mine. Her words, not mine. She's giving you the reasons then why she is in support of Peter Obi. They will tell you that this was a deep fake as well, that it was cobbled together. Her words, not mine.
My support for Peter Obi is because I think that he will make a very good president. I'm an Igbo woman, and I am proud of him in the way that one is proud of a person who has achieved something and who also happens to be from one's place.
Oh, all right. So there is there it is right there. So there it is right there. So let's take another micro musical intermission. And then when I come back, let me play you another clip. This clip actually, this is a throwback in time, but this is a throwback in time, this clip, but it is not any less pertinent. In fact, it's more pertinent to contemporaneous times than anything else. But listen to these words and see how they are playing out here. Listen to him, the person making the comment as well.
To ensure that some of these incidents are avoided. But at the same time, the transition program is for the nation, but the major players in the transition program are the politicians themselves. So the politicians themselves will have to come and bury their differences. Will have to play politics the way it is, not politics of animosity, not politics of religious or ethnic, sentiments or anything, no matter how devastating to the unity and stability of the nation. Once it favors that individual politician, he is ready to exploit it at the expense and at the cost of the unity or stability of the nation. So what we have done is clear, it's simple, it's straightforward, and it's step by step. But I tell you, we know we are all Nigerians. The politicians themselves, it's a big challenge on them. They need a change of attitude, a change of mind for them to come and play responsible politics. And that's why, even as far as rotation is concerned, as far as power sharing is concerned, which is the main issue in the politics of this country, we took the pain to go into detail and divide this nation into 6. So the question of majority, the question of minority is absolutely immaterial. It's question of quality. It's question of the individual Nigerian who possesses the right leadership, who possesses the right quality. That is the issue. So the question of marginalization is completely out of it, is absolutely addressed. So there is no section of this country that will claim to be marginalized as far as the present system is concerned. So the issue of marginalization is out. The issue of sharing or involvement in power in this nation is out. And all these things, we took upon account of our past experiences as far as the political evolution of this nation is concerned. And we believe and we pray what we have done is something which is enduring, which will reinforce the peace, the stability, the unity and the understanding of this nation, and which will form the basis of a stronger, a sounder, democratic.
So there it is right there. So that was the infamous Sani Abacha. No words more relevant to contemporaneous. That was from the 80s, by the way, but he could have been saying it yesterday. Everything, the ethnicity, the religious, everything that has always been the fourth line of the Nigerian political space remains the fourth line of the Nigerian political space. So that was the late but not so great Sani Abacha speaking truth as a categorical truth about the Nigerian situation. So a categorical truth about the Nigerian situation. So let's go on very swiftly to the next readout. Where am I picking it up from? Let me pick it up from here. As ever, I'll be sharing the screen with you so you can read along as I read to you. So let me share the screen and then we'll launch into it. So let's do this. Or Sunday or Wendy. Actually, let's pick it from let's pick it from here. All right. So there it is. Soyinka can never be the man Achebe was. Charlie Boy, the self-proclaimed area father. Charles Okuta, better known as Charlie Boy, has taken a dig at Nobel laureate Professor Wole Soyinka over his recent outings in the media, saying he can never be the man Chinua Achebe was. Soyinka has, in the past few days, criticized the vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Yusuf Datti Baba Ahmed, and the Obedience, describing the movement as one of the most repulsive, off-putting concoctions he has ever encountered in any political arena, for which he was condemned and called many names. So here is Charlie Boy now joining in the abuse of Wole Soyinka. I think this is how they earn their banner in that space. This is how they earn their banner. So for the future now, they will say, where were you when the fight was going on? And then they can then reference their CV of what they did in that space. So what did you do during NSTARS? This is my picture during the march. So this is what is going on here. Charlie Boy, who supported Peter Obi of the Labour Party during the 2023 elections, joined the conversation by taking to Twitter on Saturday morning to say he has lost respect. He has for Soyinka. So he has lost respect he has for Soyinka. He tweeted, "The kind respect I had for this man was almost the kind of respect I had for my stainless father, the Socrates of the Supreme Court. It has finally dawned on me that Soyinka can never be the man Chinua Achebe was. Look at a man many Nigerians put on such a high pedestal, reducing himself to a boy for criminal politicians. What a effing shame." While some opinion holders have suggested that it would have been better for Soyinka to stay away from sharing his thoughts on partisan politics, as he has always done, others has hailed his stance. So there it is now. Boy is the latest invective now. I thought it was the respected Nobel laureate once upon a time, but the new moniker now being donned by Wole Soyinka is boy. The abuse, it just continues to reign in. I'm going to look for whoever sent me that audio clip from a Twitter space about some wayward youth abusing Soyinka. Resend it so I can play it to the audience. It's wild out there. It's wild on the main streets of social media. I can tell you that. It's just wild. But the wildness continues. Let's go to Chimamanda Adichie. So Chimamanda Adichie. Right. Chimamanda's piece is a sad reminder that the possession of brilliance and high intellect by an individual provides no immunity against prejudice, bias, and bigotry. Tinubu's aide, Dele Alake. So, of course, I played you the clip of Chimamanda, which sets the backdrop for this. Dele Alake, who is the special advisor on communications to President-elect Bola Tinubu, has reacted to the open letter Nigerian author Chimamanda Adichie wrote to the United States President Joe Biden, questioning his congratulatory message to President-elect Bola Tinubu, Chimamanda had in the letter described Nigeria's democracy as hollow, insisting the 2023 presidential election was flawed by a number of irregularities, and wondered why the American president would congratulate the president-elect. Her letter has elicited reactions from all and sundry. In his rebuttal to Chimamanda's letter, Alake insisted democracy in Nigeria is thriving, contrary to Chimamanda's claim. He described the celebrated author as an unrepentant ego jingoist. So I think we use similar invectives just when we last tackled this space. She is a supremacist. She is a supremacist. She's a tribal. She has never hidden the fact that she was a tribal supremacist, and that reflects often in her public commentaries. He described the celebrated author as an unrepentant ego jingoist who supported the Labour Party's presidential candidate Peter Obi just because he is Igbo. He also argued that Obi campaigned on the basis of religion and ethnicity and would never have won the elections. Alake stated that because Obi did not win the election does not make Nigeria's democracy hollow. His rebuttal reads, he noted an internationally acclaimed Nigerian novelist and essayist, Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, deserves a great deal of sympathy. Let's say that again. They noted an internationally acclaimed Nigerian novelist and essayist, Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, deserved a great deal of pity and sympathy for her so utterly biased piece titled Nigeria's Hollowed Democracy, published in the latest edition of The Atlantic magazine. It is a piece that does little credit to the image and reputation of a leading Nigerian thinker who ought to be a voice of truth and reason in a time when possessions run high, when passions rather. Oh, should I take that entirely all over again? No, let me not take it entirely over again. The noted international and acclaimed Nigerian novelist and essayist Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie deserves a great deal of pity and sympathy for her so utterly biased piece titled Nigeria's Hollowed Democracy, published in the latest edition of the Atlantic magazine. It is a piece that does little credit to the image and reputation of a leading Nigerian thinker who ought to be a voice of truth and reason in a time when passions run high and the truth is indistinguishable from falsehood. In a situation in which many people are heavily emotionally invested in an election, which unfortunately has not gone the way they expected. But that is the often difficult to anticipate way of elections in liberal democracies at varying levels of development. Chimamanda's piece is a sad reminder that the possession of brilliance and high intellect by an individual provides no immunity against prejudice, bias, and bigotry, albeit disguised in the deceptive garb of elevated and high-minded discourse. I'm not going to give you the fullness of it, because he wrote an epistle, as you can see. It's just an end. No, I'm certainly not reading all of this. I'll give you just two, three more paragraphs, and then we round it up. I'm not here to do a thesis on anything. It's just really... so I'll give you three more paragraphs. Chimamanda at least makes one honest admission in the write-up. Chimamanda at least made one honest admission in a write-up made up largely of rumors, hearsay, presumptuous conjectures, and outright falsehood. She supported Peter Obi, candidate of the Labour Party LP in Nigeria's February 25th, 2023 presidential election, and hoped he would win, as many polls had predicted. Peter Obi did not win. He came third in a closely fought election in which Bola Tinubu of the All Progressive Congress APC came first, and Atiku Abubakar of the main opposition, the People's Democratic Party PDP, came second. Chimamanda had pinned her hopes on a possible Obi victory, partly on predictions of flawed opinion polls, some of which were predicated on statistically negligible and thus unreliable sample sizes, and others on no discernible empirical basis whatsoever. Opinion polls do not win elections. After all, most opinion polls had predicted a Hillary Clinton victory in the 2016 presidential election in America. Donald Trump won, and that did not make America's democracy hollow. So this is the last paragraph I will give you. The writer can, of course, afford the luxury. The writer can, of course, afford the luxury of pronouncing Nigeria's democracy hollow from the distance of her foreign abode, or because her favored candidate Peter Obi fell short in the elections. She avers that Nigerians went out to vote in the morning of February the 25th with high hopes, mainly because of the promise by the electoral umpire, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to upload results of the exercise online from polling units in real time to emphasize transparency. The INEC has admitted that its system suffered unanticipated glitches on that day, which made it impossible for it to upload the polling unit results of the presidential election on its portal immediately as promised, but it began to do so once the technical hitches had been resolved. So he goes on to point by point talk through Chimamanda, but of course I'm not going to wade through all of this. So an essay rebuttal to Chimamanda. But then Chimamanda, of course, still under the spotlight. So now, another response to Chimamanda coming up, but you don't expect the elegance of language that we just got from Dele Alake. This one almost, I've not read it all, but this one almost guaranteed with certainty to be brutish. This one almost guaranteed with certainty to be brutish. So here it comes, Chimamanda's epistle of garbage. Femi Fani-Kayode booms. Chimamanda Adichie's Hello Democracy diatribe is a shitty little... I did tell you that I was going to go this way. So Chimamanda Adichie's Hello Democracy diatribe is a shitty little submission in a shitty little letter written by a shitty little diva. It was hardly worth my time to read, and ordinarily I would not have bothered. Like all fecal waste, it belongs in one place and one place alone, the bottom of a public toilet. We do not need any lessons from this overrated and egocentric new age diva. Neither do we need to respond to her self-serving, self-seeking, jaundiced, subjective, partial, primitive, tribal observations and impulsive ethno-religious sentiments. If anyone needs to know the lawlessness, if anyone needs to know that lawlessness has consequences, it is her candidate Peter and not the Nigerian people. And if anything is hollow, it is her well-manicured diva head and not our democracy. She's not in this league, and she would do well to stick to writing fairy tales. Running to foreign leaders to report your compatriots do not sit well with me, no matter what your Uncle Tom's credentials may be. If you do not have respect for your own people, and hold on. If you do not have respect for your own people and nation, and if you have to go cap in hand to foreigners for validation, then you are not worthy of being called a human being, let alone a Nigerian. I did tell you it was going to go downhill. Africa has come of age. We do not need to get a congratulatory note from any Western nation before we sleep well at night. This is not some Hollywood film script or fantasy fairy tale. So I don't think anything of substance will come out of this. It'll just be a barrage of abuse. This is about the destiny, future, and this is about the destiny, future, welfare, and fortune of 250 million Nigerians who deserve to have their place under the sun as a free, progressive, and independent nation, and not to be treated like some vassal state or an appendage of others. With this unpatriotic, hate-filled, and overrated little, what this unpatriotic, hate-filled, and overrated little diva has written is nothing but a long-winded, empty, tendentious, and boring epistle of dishonest garbage. It is a litany of unwholesome mendacities designed to undermine our democracy, impress her global audience, and incite her local obedient tribesmen against the Nigerian people and state. It is a reflection of a low self-esteem and inability to grasp the fact that no nation or people on earth are perfect in all their ways, and that the America she's reporting us to is also in many ways questionable and flawed and faced with many challenges. The little diva is not worthy of much of our attention. She deserves nothing from us except ridicule, scorn, and contempt. She should give us a break, spare the world her unsolicited counsel, disease from denigrating her nation from foreign land, stop reporting Nigeria to her slave masters, and as President Yoweri Museveni of Uganda would say, go and eat. No, I'm not going to say that word. So, but that's Fani Kayode, of course. You all know him, of course. It's just it's good copy. It's comedy copy, but it's good copy nevertheless. So the ridiculousness that was once is the spawn of greatness, but usually with spawns of greatness, they always end up in ridicule. So the ridicule that is Femi Fani Kayode. So that's Femi Fani Kayode. So let's pack that up right there and go on to the next one. So we pack that up right there and we go on to the next one. So let's go to this one. So now this is now the back and forth between the elegance that is Wole Soyinka and the Mauritanian that is Ali Yusuf Baba. So Dati Baba Ahmed declines call for public debate with the professor. The vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed, has declined the call to a public debate with Nigeria's renowned Nobel laureate, Professor Wole Soyinka. Excuse me. Baba Ahmed was under fire for his comments on Channels Television last month that it would be undemocratic to swear in Ahmed Bola Tinubu as Nigeria's president come the 29th of May 2023. In reaction to Baba Ahmed's comment, Soyinka described it as fascist. On Friday, Soyinka, in a statement titled Fascism on Course, challenged the Labour Party vice presidential candidate to a debate. But Baba Ahmed, in a statement on Saturday by the Obidati Media Office, said he could not take up Soyinka's offer of a public debate due to political and cultural reasons. Therefore, we state that the Labour Party's vice presidential candidate, Dr. Yusuf Dati Ali Baba, cannot take up Professor Soyinka's offer of a public debate, not out of cowardice, but for cultural and political reasons. Culturally, it's just not decent. Their age and accomplishment gaps taken into account. For Dati to sit opposite the 88-year-old global icon and point out his folly to his face, even if the older man called for it. And politically, there is no basis for such a challenge because Prof is not on the opposite ballot, the statement partly reads. So Very rare that I will ever concede anything to somebody like Dati Baba Ahmed, but I have to say that I concede this to him. It is nothing to say that that Soyinka will floor him in a debate, but it is just exactly as he said, the cultural propriety of it. It is just the optics wouldn't. Whether he goes on the stage and destroys Soyinka or he gets destroyed by Soyinka, he will come off that stage a loser. If he goes on that stage and embarrasses Soyinka, it is a cardinal sin that the country would never forgive him for. And if he goes on that stage and gets embarrassed by Soyinka, it is also a cardinal sin that the country would never forgive him for. There is no upside to Yusuf Ali Dati having a debate with Soyinka. So once and hopefully for the last time, I agree with a man from Mauritania. So the Mauritania talks sense, but then they say a broken clock tells the right time at least twice a day. So let's go on to the next one, and we go on to this one. So let's go to this one. So we go to the next one, and we go to this one. Indigbo's renewed call for unconditional release of Kanu unpatriotic. So now that gift, that olive branch that a lot of people thought would be the beginnings of the rebuilding of relationship between Nigeria and the Southeast, the North snatches it off the table. The olive branch that was going to be the beginnings of the rebuilding of relationship by the Nigerian state with the Northeast, the North snatches it off the table. Indigbo's renewed call for unconditional release of Kanu unpatriotic Northern Group. The coalition of northern groups, CNG, has described the renewed calls for the unconditional release of the leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, as unpatriotic. The spokesperson of the group, Abdulaziz Suleiman, in a statement issued on Saturday, therefore, called on federal authorities to disregard such unpatriotic calls and remain resolute in seeing the prosecution of Kanu to its logical conclusion so as not to set the wrong precedent of regional leaders interfering with the cause of justice. The Northern Group observed that the calls for Kanu's release without trial by Indigbo leaders and groups have grown louder since the February 25th presidential election and the consequent emergence of Asiwaju Bola Tinubu as president-elect. It therefore condemned the renewed calls for the undue termination of the trial of Kanu by Ohaneze and other Indigbo leaders and groups, describing it as insane, unreasonable, unwarranted, thoughtless, and unrealistic. The CNG also kicked against the renewed pressure from the Indigbo to secure the unconditional release of Kanu. It added, instead, the president should remain resolute in ensuring the diligent prosecution of Kanu, his sponsors, backers, and collaborators in the heinous crimes against the Nigerian state and innocent Nigerian citizens, in order to prevent a descent into anarchy at this day and age and to forestall mass killings, untold sufferings, and atrocities. The federal government must not accede to the current pressure by Ohaneze and its ilk to secure the unconditional release of the leader of a group that has been duly proscribed as terrorist. It also alerted the incoming administration on the danger of falling for the antics of the Indigbo. So a lot that I'm 50-50 about, but that last paragraph, it betrays then the prejudice of this. If they are saying that Nigeria, if we're saying there's a real ethnic divide within the Nigerian space, it plays out almost on a daily basis. We just see it, it's just everywhere. So that last paragraph right there, let me highlight it. So that speaks to all. You may well say, because the whole of the body of the thing speaks as though they were quite anxious that rule of law and the rule of law and order should be maintained. That was the bulk of the body of the piece. but the last paragraph, it betrays their prejudice. It also alerted the incoming administration on the dangers of falling for the antics of the Indigbo. So what has the Indigbo got to do with you insisting that Kanu should face the fullness of the wrath of the law? So that tells you then, so that's that divide line again, the southeast to the north. So that's that divide again. So there's just a real chasm in that nation. But we go on to the next. Let's go on to the next. So this somewhat of good news, somewhat. I say somewhat of good news, and I'm deliberately using that word somewhat because it is good news of some sort. Good news of some sort, you know. Fashola reaffirms April for the completion of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. So it's unbelievable. It's taken them since 1999, and we're what, in 2023 now. What, a good 24 years to build one stretch of road. The Minister of Works and Housing, Mr. Babajide Fashola, on Saturday reassured that the main carriageway of the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway will be completed ahead of schedule on April the 30th. So that will still be within this administration. I was just doing some calendar counting there. The Minister of Works and Housing, Mr. Babajide Fashola, on Saturday reassured that the main carriageway of the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway will be completed ahead of schedule on April the 30th. Fashola gave the assurance whilst inspecting the highway. He was accompanied on the trip by the special advisor to Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu on Works and Infrastructure, Mrs. Aramide Adeyoye, the Commissioner for Transportation, Dr. Frederick something or the other, and other engineers. The minister enumerated efforts to keep pace with the construction speed, in spite of challenges of high vehicular volume, impact of bad soil. I really detest when they are talking about bad soil in construction in Nigeria. So the soil in places like Thailand and all those sort of water-dense places, the soil is a lot more porous than ours. They build fantastic roads there. So don't talk about the soil. So you engineer it to take into account all of that. So what is this, all of this talk all this time about the soil and whatnot? The minister enumerated efforts to keep pace with construction speed in spite of challenges of high vehicular volume, impact of bad soil, reckless driving by impatient motorists, and other technical issues. He explained interventions to reduce impact of gridlock on motorists and commuters using traffic and other enforcement agencies from both Lagos State and Ogun State. Fashola also explained emergency measures of opening up some sections adopted by the Federal Comptroller of Works in Lagos State, Mr. Umar Bakare, to ease gridlock. So essentially, he's telling us that Lagos-Ibadan Expressway will be completed. Actually, is it this month? Oh, we're in April now, isn't it? So essentially, Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to be completed this month. So it's taking them 24 years to do that. So hopefully then the next project does not take that long. Let me give you this as a final readout. This is just a light-hearted one. These are the experiences of medical doctors in Nigeria. So let's see what the experiences have been like. So Nigerian medical doctors open up about the hazards of the job. So when I read this, I had a renewed respect for that space. So this is it says non-doctors can never fathom what it is like to work as a doctor. There is almost no point trying to explain. If you do a 9 to 5, you can't understand going to work on Saturday morning and not leaving until Monday night. 60 hours in total, a regular occurrence in medicine. So that's what this guy Neto opens up with. So Audrey, she comes in. It says, during HJ, I don't know what HJ is, I was assisting in a surgery. Next thing I heard, catch her. I was so confused. I didn't know who we were catching. I thought my patients I thought my patient was falling off the table until I felt arms around me. Apparently, I was the one falling. Hunger is a bastard. Medical doctors practicing in Nigeria have gone on Twitter to discuss the hazards of their job. The discussion began after reps proposed compulsory 5-year practice for Nigerian doctors before. I'm actually glad I'm reading this now. I didn't know it pivoted into this because I have one opinion on this. The discussion began after reps proposed compulsory 5-year practice for Nigerian doctors before they can travel abroad. A proposal medical students under the aegis of Nigerian Medical Students Association have opposed. So it's actually past the second reading, this proposal now, that medical doctors must be made to serve the country for 5 years before they can travel abroad. So you say, how are they able to enforce this? They can enforce this by not releasing their certificate for those 5 years. So they'll just give them some temporary pass to practice. And that, of course, they will not be accepted internationally. So that's a way to force them to stay in Nigeria. But is this a good idea or not? I would say it is a good idea. If the country trains you enough to be a medical doctor, the least they can expect is some service to that country before you run off. The discussion began after reps proposed compulsory 5-year practice for Nigerian doctors before they can travel abroad. A proposal medical students under the aegis of Nigerian Medical Students Association have opposed. Medical practitioners in Nigeria pointed out that those leaving the country to practice abroad are mostly doing so because of the unfavorable working conditions in Nigerian hospitals. They then shared individual experiences, with many talking about how they fainted after working 60 hours straight. So here is Neto opens up, and then the girl, Audrey, she comes in. So this is Jade now. Jade, pre-op nurse dived in and held me from behind. When I came to, I was covered in the blood on the floor. Exhaustion is no joke. They sent me back to HOR. My colleagues told me the surgeon was back at work at 7 a.m. Someone that left the hospital around 4:30 a.m. May God bless doctors. This is Princess. My first time assisting a surgery, I didn't even know I fainted until I woke up and saw myself on the floor, and they were trying to remove my scrubs. I literally just blanked out. So this is Gold or Olufadi Shakirat. I was heavily pregnant and on call for 24 hours. Had my bath the next morning in a call room and continued working the next day with Braxton Hicks contraction. So Braxton Hicks contraction, almost something related to pregnancy. This is Ugo C. Mba. It says, I collapsed on top of the woman I was assisting to perform a CS on 12 years ago. I was down with malaria, but there was no one else to assist. Until date, from the time I moved out of the theater, the surgeon never called to ask how I was. Very thankless job. This is a Dr. Reasoner. I passed out in A&E. No, patient relative, they hold me. This is Dr. Zeus. This was me today. 1 minute I they hold a retractor. Next minute they turn me. They had to go and bring a bottle of Coke for me. I was just grateful someone noticed before I got to the ground. I didn't get more than 20 minutes of bed rest, and they charged me for the Coke they used to resuscitate me. Now that one, they paid me pass. So those are the thankless experiences of the Nigerian doctor. Just flog them, just walk them like donkeys and grind them to the floor. Walk them like donkeys and grind them to the floor. So walk them like donkeys and grind them to the floor. Let me play you another, let me let the panel in. There's still plenty of room for anybody that wants to come in. Ajale Koko is here though. Ola joins us as well. Zita in the house, and Olusegun Olapade. I hope I got that right. Olusegun Olapade. So those are people here so far. If you want to come join in, then you're welcome to do that. Let me kick it off. Actually, I'll come to you, Zita, in a moment, but let me kick it off with Olusegun, who might well be a news voice to the space. Shegun, are you there? Shegun, sure, I'm here. All right. Ola, are you there? Is anybody there? Ola?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, brilliant, Ola. So let me kick it off with you then. Let me play you this clip, Ola, because I did open with the monologue that what's it called? Dele Alake, he has brought an AK-45 to the party. You saw just the scathing remarks, just the seething, cut down that she gave Chimamanda Adichie, but it wasn't only Chimamanda that suffered that. What this?
Of Nigeria. You are not the only medium that is in Nigeria. There are over 100 media houses in Nigeria. So how can you now arrogate to yourself as the spokesperson of the entire Nigerian media? They will confer that status on you. Nobody. You are to yourself for your selfish moves.
Against that background, Mr. Lake.
I have not finished. I have to make this point. It is important. Now, when you ask a question, you let me laugh. Town hall meeting anchors. The anchors of this state town hall and Arise town hall meetings, Ruben Abati is a member of the PDP. Have people gotten selective amnesia? How can, in good conscience, how do you expect Asiwaju of the APC candidate, to present himself to the guillotine, the PDP guillotine machine, anchored by a PDP member, Ruben Abati, to be interviewing Asiwaju? Who does that? Is that a free press? And then you have the temerity and the audacity and the hypocrisy to be saying that, oh, you are fighting for free press, when you yourself are the antithesis of a free press. Abati was deputy governorship candidate to the late Buruji Kashamu in Ogun State, PDP. And meanwhile, you are dragging Asiwaju, and you are trying to link him unsuccessfully, though, to a drug charge in Chicago, when Ruben Abati, your own anchor, was a deputy governorship candidate to a known and indicted and wanted, officially declared wanted drug person, Buruji Kashamu. Abati was his gubernatorial candidate. The deputy gubernatorial candidate. And he's your own anchor person. Where is the morality here? Where is the public? Where is the shame? How can Abati himself face Nigerians and be pontificating, huffing and puffing, moralizing, when he himself was involved in the $2.1 billion Dasuki Gate, the money meant for the arms purchase for our armed forces against Boko Haram? He was one of the partakers of that bazaar, and he was in the EFCC gulag. These are facts.
So there it is. If there's one fight that I'm looking forward to, it is certainly that fight. Ruben Abati versus Dele Alake. My money is on Dele Alake, Ola.
Yeah, well, your money is on Dele Alake. Well, I don't know for that, but I think either way you look at it, I think APC, they are masters of press manipulations. It is where they spread their propaganda to actually push Jonathan out. And as Yoruba will say, they will say Abenilori kò lè gbà kan mú idà kọjá lórí ọ̀dà. Someone that in the justice administration in the Yoruba Empire, whenever they want to carry out some kind of execution, they use sword to just behead people after passing judgment. So someone that used to carry out that act, you will never allow anybody to take sword across his head. No, because he knows the implication. Yeah, in as much we know that when it comes to press manipulation, APC are not clean. Then when we look at Ruben Abadi too, he is partisan too. So when they're having that war, it is difficult for us to say, okay, you are going to get justice. So Dedealake versus Ruben Labati, I think is fire for fire, and I think they will both on.
Because they are both large, highly educated, robust, colossal sort of individuals. So it's a fight amongst equals, and the grammar is going to be, and maybe we'll get a few things revealed in the course of this fight. So a reminder that I say a reminder. I wasn't even aware that Ruben Abati ran a ticket with Buruji Kasami, but I knew that he was indicted in the Dasuki Gate, and I know that when he was having an interview with Rotimi Amechi once, that I was telling him that they were sharing monies. He said, "You used to come to my office. Do you want to confess that you?" So, and he said, "No, let's not talk about that." So Ruben Abati is a shady character anyway. So is he going to get exposed now? So a lot of that I'm looking forward to. So a fight of the Titans.
Yes, they are going to entertain us when it's come to entertainment. Like I keep saying, you can never bet a dime on any politicians in Nigeria because it is almost very hard not to have something you can pin on any politician in Nigeria. So Alake and Abati will never be an exception. So yeah, I see things becoming too boring after the March 25th election. So it won't be a bad idea if the two learn any code, not as lawyers. You understand? If the two media giants, professionals, if they can come out to entertain us, but to me, I think the both senior guys they need to conduct themselves professionally, and they are supposed to be among those people that uphold the ethic of that profession. So to me, if you are even going to do fight to finish, base it on facts. Let be the factuals and let us learn. Because one thing I've understood over some time now is that our media, they are not out to educate our people properly, and some kind of education we have from some kind of professionals, maybe somewhere else, alternative media, not even the mainstream, like alternative media like YouTube, Facebook.
All right. Ola, let me take you to it's still with Dele Alake. I did say that he came with AK-47. So the opening salvo, the first rat-a-tat start of that AK-47 to Ruben Abati. So having done that, he then swings the gun to Chimamanda and Adichie and opens fire again. So what are you then making then of this now fight between no less unimaginable personalities, Dele Alake and Chimamanda? So what did they make of the response to Chimamanda by Dele Alake, which was quite scathing and cutting?
Personally, I have my opinion on Chimamanda, and to say, to me, from what I've heard or from what I've learned about the position of Chimamanda, I think her conduct so far is below expectation, very biased, and unlike the like of Wole Soyinka that used to stand in quote absolutely for the truth. This woman, I would say like Shino Achebe, she's now trying to be grossly biased, taking position without being solidly factual. People of our level, I'm expecting her to be more, to be more empirical in the way she's presenting herself. I learned about the letter that she wrote to Biden, and using the basis, how can you be using the basis of some kind of sampling, every bias sampling to now be pushing your agenda that, oh, because of this is what you are expecting, whatever that happened in Nigeria was not that straight, straight to your expectation, because some obedience, they've had this identity, the mentality that the only way the 2003 election conduct can be creditable, that you can say, okay, that this one is you want to say it was successful, it's only and only if Obi won that election. And this is unfortunate when you see the like of Adichie now trying to pitch his tent along the ethnic divides and just trying to push it. You see, when we have the likes of Ganifa Wemi, okay, Ganifa Wemi is not even the writer. When you have the like of Wole Soyinka, Wole Soyinka even stood against the federal government just to support Biafra. Now, if Wole Soyinka was supposed to take a position as a writer there, what was he supposed to do? Support his own people. And just because he went against the federal government, this guy, if I remember very well, now went to jail for 22 months. For 22 months. And someone here that is supposed to be the next generation of freedom fighter or the voice of the voice of the people in the country, she is now taking some kind of biased position, like the like of Chinua Achebe, because we can still remember the type of controversy that Chinua Achebe left before he died. And Charlie Boy used to be saying Wole Soyinka can never become Chinua Achebe. Yeah, perfectly. Wole Soyinka will never become Chinua Achebe because Wole Soyinka is not known to be ethnically biased. So there's no way it can be. This guy, whether you are Yoruba, whether you are Hausa, this guy doesn't care. This guy doesn't care. He doesn't care whosoever you are. He says it's
Ola, you were saying that Wole Soyinka is not known to be ethnically biased, and you were referencing to the past. So I'm not sure if you're looking at your screen, but that what you are seeing on your screen is the headline from October the 9th, 1969. So these people that are raging against Wole Soyinka now, calling him all manners of names, you can only really tell their age bracket, because certainly they don't know the history of the Nigerian space. So it says, this is the headline of Daily Times of Nigeria on Thursday, October the 9th, 1969. Wole Soyinka was just released after 22 months, which you referenced, Ola. Wole Soyinka was just released after 22 months of imprisonment. But what did he do to be imprisoned for 22 months? For advocating for Biafrans. So there it is. So that was Wole Soyinka, jailed for a year, more than a year and a few months, nearly a year and a half, for advocating for Biafrans. And this is now the man that they are calling Don King all over social media and calling for his death. But back to you, Ola.
You see, I think our system of education in Nigeria is below the standard, because, like, okay, I know that there's something like citizenship education and some of those things when you get to the higher institution. But then I think in our social studies and history, things like this are supposed to be well pronounced, and let people know about our past heroes and what they are fighting for, and people to see whatever they are doing as a gold standard, especially those people that set the standard high for people to follow, how to be patriotic, how to be good citizen, and not how to be ethically biased. So now, this Wole Soyinka that people are talking about now, I don't know how old some of the obedience that are trying to demoralize this guy. Because when we are talking of the fight for democracy, this democracy everybody is celebrating now. All these, the gods and goddesses they are trying to celebrate. Some of them were alive during the June 12th. And we cannot really pinpoint some of those people to even say what they did. But when you want to talk of Wole Soyinka today, you will see his activities during the June 12th. Now, as for others that are trying to become an angel overnight, they are becoming the orator, the person that are creating some gold standard of how you should run democracy in Nigeria. Ask, where were those people? What do they know? What do they know about military and the type of oppression? Did these people, can they say something about standing against the most brutish regime in Nigeria like Abacha? If they don't understand what Abacha meant, when you talk of the history of any junta in that country, you know, is Abacha was a government that we can classify alongside the Boko Haram, the Boko Haram we have today, the way the guy was using the state instrument to run after Nadeko and some other guys. So when people talk today, they never knew the type of risk that this guy went to. Do they know anything about the risk when this guy will now take the bush paths on Okada to escape to the Republic of Benin, just to escape the military junta because of his stance against social injustice? Now, these are the type of people that some people now wake up today and they want to demonize just because he says the truth. Now, look at the fact of what this man went against. How can someone arrogantly arrogate to himself the power to interpret the Constitution when you take a situation to court? And he's talking to what that man said, that what you are doing is not good for that country. It's just like a pass, because already you take something to an arbitrator already before the arbitrator will come with their findings. You already say no, it has to be this way. Anything other than this, then it's not the right way. Then why did you subject yourself? Why did you submit yourself to that arbitrator? And when you don't want to go your way, then don't waste your effort. Run to the street and tell people that, okay, it is either you or nothing. So this guy just came out to say, okay, that's it, because that's the conclusion of what he's saying. It's not the type of role model that you follow for this country. Because in the past, even when people were in disagreement with the government, they were just protesting and they were using every instrument of law available. And when it was not possible for them, the governments of the day, the government agencies were after them and they had to escape for their life. So these are the type of sacrifice that these people make for that country. Even this guy Femi Falana, you see using glasses today, and Gani Fawemi that started using glasses. It was as a result of fighting for freedom. When they put them in the dark room, even some of them they tear gas their eye. Some of them they almost lost their sight just because they are fighting for the country. And just one kids today that doesn't know what these people they've been through in the past, that they've not understood what these people stood for in the past up to now. They just form opinion just because this thing it is either our way. If it's not our way, then it is not credible. So funny. I don't know why some of us Nigerians we hate this country so much that we do not even seek for the progress of the country. All we want to do is to bring the country down just because we are not having our way. Why do you want to subject yourself to the Supreme Court if you want to go your way? So to me, I think if not because of the political situation of the country, I think the like of Adichie, naturally, of someone of that status, taking that kind of ridiculous status. Honestly, if social justice fighting, activism, if it is not meant for her, I think the best thing for her is to stay away and focus on his literary powers and just focus and make name for herself. But this was only he has taken. Honestly, I think that can actually diminish her over time. Because why did I say so? When the facts on ground are countering, are pointing otherwise to what he has said, so then you start losing your credibility. That is exactly what that great woman is doing to herself. That's my opinion about that. So no debates about whether Alake, she has given room to Alake to attack her. And should I say well deserved? I don't know. But then she needs to conduct herself better. That's my opinion about that.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Brilliant. Well put. So Ola, take us to this space then. people, the atmosphere in Nigeria, I'm not going to take you to Femi Fani-Kayode because it's pretty much along the same lines of Dele Alake, but in more rosy language. But let me take you to this space instead. So now, actually, let me leave Wole Soyinka alone for a moment. So now, a lot of people are saying that obviously the country is on tenterhooks at the moment, sitting on a keg of gunpowder. And there needs to be a pulling together of the country to assuage frayed nerves and all of that. And one of the easy go-tos, of course, as the incoming administration comes in, is to grant a state pardon to Nnamdi Kanu and then give him to the Southeast so they can build a conversation and a celebration around him to win them off the loss of the election. So that is a strategy that a lot of people feel makes sense. But a lot of people, that doesn't include the North. Ndigbo's renewed calls for unconditional release of Kanu unpatriotic. So it is the Northern group. And you know the veracity of that Northern group when it usually comes under coalition of Northern groups. So that is to say, that's the general view of the North. So what are you then making of this argument then that from the North, that Nnamdi Kanu should be made to face the full wrath of the law and it should not be used as a political token to assuage frayed nerves?
Well, honestly, I will still go back to my position on agitation. The thing is, I don't look at Kanu. I look at the principle behind what Kanu is fighting for. Without Kanu, for example, another person will even fight. Even our own Wole Soyinka we are even talking about, even stood for the same thing that Kanu is standing for, but the methodology, the approach is different. See, do we have social injustice in the country? We have it. We just have to face the fact. Making Kanu to face the consequence is not the best way to go, at least in my opinion. There is something that is pushing Kanu. Kanu is just the consequence. It's just a manifestation of the problem in the country. Kanu itself is not the problem. But what is driving Kanu is the problem. See, we need to talk as a country. We need to talk. If we do not talk, it's just a matter of time. Even if we manage to achieve something or that, the next administration, the problem will still be there and can always escalate. So, see, everybody needs to feel belong in the country. And as long as we are moving away from this, we are just postponing. We are postponing the crisis to the future days. And I think right now should be the time to sit and discuss about it. So what Kanu did that we are talking about, where if our people can find it difficult to give amnesty to the real crook in the name of whatever excuse, I don't think Kanu has done even anything up to those people.
It was calling for an insurrection against the state.
See, he may be calling for that, but the question is this: has that been executed? So whether he's calling,
he attempted to. He was arming a militia group, a sub-national group. He was arming them.
See. Okay, now let me push something across. It is well documented that towards 2015 elections, that the same APC you are looking at here, they brought some militia and stationed them in the bush, expecting that Jonathan will not hand over power. And now, when Jonathan now saw that, he said, "Okay, my ambition is not worth just a single life of a Nigerian," and the guy just quickly relinquished power and moved away. You understand? That guy could have tried to counter, and he just imagined the consequences, and the guy just decided to walk away. Now, the people that brought militia to our bush, they are in power today. And the same people they brought are the one now performing banditry across the country. This thing is in the public space, and nobody has come out to deny what we are talking about. So, has Kanu done anything even up to a quarter of what even the government in power, what they did to hijack power from these people. So to me, what we need to do, Kanu cannot be made a sacrificial lamb. If you do something wrong to Kanu today, another person even more brutal, even better strategically than Kanu, we see come to tomorrow until we resolve this problem.
Hello, woman. Please, can I interject?
Yeah, come in.
Good evening, woman.
Good evening, Rosie. Yeah.
Please, I have a question concerning this issue. Okay, I'm not. I just want to be neutral on this. Okay, now when one of these Boko Haram people, when they are captured, eventually they pardon them, right? They said they are turning
repentant.
They are repentant. Okay, now those are people that were laying ambush in the forest. They are taking so many lives. Now they will come out and they say they have repented. So, but I know Kanu. I mean, it said it was trying to do. I mean, something to instigate people against the state. But this hasn't been done. So why can't he be pardoned? And those people that went out, carried arms, and took a lot of lives, they are being pardoned.
All right. So that's an argument. But you have to understand that there's a political dimension to Kanu as well.
Okay.
Yeah. So and he was calling for that.
Am I allowed?
So that's an argument.
I'm allowed.
But you're allowed to
interject.
Yeah, you're allowed to interject, but you have to mute mute, not yourself, mute the YouTube that you are watching from, or because it's feeding back. So you can hear it directly from the studio, so you don't need it to. I can still hear myself. So mute that. Mute the YouTube. Not Bishop. Mute the YouTube, but unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. All right. All right. Back to you, Ola.
So to me, using Kanu as a service, no, that's not the way to go.
Hello?
To me, if you try that, it's like escalating the issue. So if you in the past free Asari Dokumbo, the only difference between, I'm not trying in any way to equate Mandela and Kanu, but then if you look at the similarity between what they were doing, the approach may be different, was that they were fighting against social injustice. Address the problem. Forget about the consequence. Kanu is the consequence. You can't be treating this consequence and you leave the root cause. That is what we need to address. Then, if you fix the root cause, and some people later try to say, okay, it is our way forever or nothing, when if the majority, they found a common ground to move forward, to have unity, and some people say, okay, it has to be that way, then you can let the law take the full course on those people. But I think now, whatever you are even doing against Kanu, I think it's injustice, because we should not even forget about the way you even kidnapped Kanu and brought him back to Nigeria too. So we should not be encouraging all those stuff. So we should go back to how we negotiated, the negotiation we have to live together as a country. You should not force anything upon anybody. If Biafran people want to have self-determination, and ask them, your own self-determination is still that you still want to have something to do with Nigeria, yes. If they say yes, okay, how? You don't just go and steal their resources and say, okay, but you want to impose. No, let everybody agree on the basis of our relationship. You don't say, it's just like you go and carry woman and put in your house and I say you must listen to me. But that means you just kidnap that woman, you committed so many offenses. You don't do that. We need to discuss. Whether we like it, we need to discuss. The type of what Kanu is doing is what led us to our first civil war. And even though no victory, no whatever jargon slogan we adopted that time, it is still glaring that problem is still there. So this problem, we need to tackle it. So when Tinubu comes,
but can you not do both though? Can you not hold Nnamdi Kanu to justice, but at equal measure also address the issues that led him to where he is.
So why will you make him the sacrifice? Why? If there's anything at all, Kanu should even be one of those people that should be on that table and discuss. Okay, we want to understand your grievances. Okay, we know your grievances. Okay, can you give us solutions and let all of us evaluate that solutions, whether the solution will be the way to go. We should find ways to this problem. You can't just say, okay. So it simply means that when you start oppressing someone tomorrow, the person should not talk. So whenever the person talk, we make the person the sacrifice and we later resolve the issue. To me, I don't subscribe to that, because we know that it's the government of the country, or let's say some group of people in the country that believe that we should oppress others, that came up with this idea of oppressing or trying to silence voices that trying to cry out that, okay, you should not do injustice against us. So to me, you can't do both. You have to negotiate. When you now negotiate and you agree, anyone that is now going against the negotiation, then you cannot treat that person as a criminal, because the people have agreed the way they want to go. But some people, they are now coming to say, oh, we don't want that. Then you can separate the criminals from those people that are for the progress of the country. To me, head or tail, Kanu is not a person you should just make the sacrificial lamb, because to me, you push him to it, and you can't try to keep correcting illegality with illegality, because if you make Kanu the sacrificial lamb, then you are trying to correct illegality with illegality, and we are not being sincere with ourselves. Like I said, what Kanu is fighting for is beyond Kanu himself. So it doesn't matter whether you make Kanu sacrificial. Okay, I'll give an example. When Abacha did criminal activities against Ken Saro-Wiwa, did that agitation die? It even became worse. It became worse. So if you don't handle Kanu very well, it might escalate beyond what Nigerian government can even handle. And I don't think we are ready for that for now. So if anybody is advising the incoming government to let to jail or to do whatever to Kanu, the person, I see the person as the enemy of the country. I see the person as not being truthful. To me, whatever you can do, if you can pardon, allow me say, if you can pardon Bode George, if you can pardon Boko Haram, whatever name, you can pardon bandits. If you can pardon bandits, after you have established all those people they've exterminated, and still managed to pardon them, and you were even trying to offer them recruitment into the Nigerian military. How about Kanu listening to what Kanu is fighting for and try to find solution rather than trying to silence Kanu? It's not the way to go. To me, they did it to Mandela, they never survived, and until they came back and released Mandela and do the right thing. So that's just my opinion about that.
All right, brilliant. Well done. So thank you, Ola, for kicking it off. So Ola, let me move the conversation round, and I want to do it in this sequence. I'm going to go to Bishop, who's a new voice, and then from Bishop to Zita, who rejoins us after taking a break, and then to Kulata, and then we'll continue to move it round. So Bishop, you're up next. You wanted to interject when Ola was in full flow just then, but the floor now yours. You were keen to speak on the Nnamdi Kanu space, but a lot of conflation in that place. People are conflated as to what to think of the Nnamdi Kanu space. Some people feel that he should be released as part of the soothing and healing of the wounds opened up by the elections, but you've heard from the North a categorical no. So should Kanu be made to face the full wrath of the law, or should it be bargained to the Southeast as a means of assuaging that space? Bishop, good to meet you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Good evening. Once again, my apologies for the interference. I was using two devices, and the first one was not giving me the voice.
No, that's fine. Is this your first time here?
Yes, sir.
All right, brilliant. Good. Let's hear from you. Let's hear from
very
you.
quickly. Yeah. Let me just start it off with this Nnamdi Kanu's debacle that we find ourselves in. Unfortunately, there is no side that will be totally correct because we are very emotional and very sentimental on these issues. If anybody lived in the southeast and the south side, like I lived when this Nnamdi Kanu issue began, you understand how much damage Nnamdi Kanu did to the psyche of the people of the southeast with his Radio Biafra. You will not just sweep it and just say, let's just sweep it under the carpet and go. I'm not looking at it from the angle of the northern voice that is saying. I'm saying we want peace. There are people that demand justice. Let me take it from the nearest. Chanting, probably we have lost about 100 service personnel to the activities of ESN or non-government, IPOB, and the rest. People saw an opportunity and they keyed into it. I have lived in the southeast and south collectively for about a quarter of a century. I mean, that's about 25 years. And I can tell you the evil that the advent of Nnamdi Kanu had caused. We cannot just sweep it under the carpet. While I'm very interested in looking for a middle ground, but at the same time, we should not be brazen about it. And one thing we're making is comparing Nnamdi Kanu activities and the IPOB and the ESN to, I heard this, the last speaker or last said, they give bandits amnesty and they want to recruit them into the armed forces. That's not correct. Sometimes the information we give out, it's very important that we get a true picture, the real picture. Yes, there are different categories of Boko Haram. Talk to anybody that is in the military that was active. When they surrender or they capture them, what's the right word now? They profile them. There are active combatant Boko Haram. Nobody has given any active combatant Boko Haram amnesty or give them offer of reconciliation and the rest. Active combatant. There are some that were kidnapped and they were forced, and their children and women, they were using them as informants. So there are different categories. So when they arrest Boko Haram and they surrender or what have you, they profile them. That profiling is not something that just takes 3 days or 1 week or 1 month. No, it's far longer than that because they need to know your state of mind. You see, are you among the people that have been completely indoctrinated? Have you been actively involved, in the battlefront? They check your fingernails, they check your psyche to know if there are residue of gunpowder and the rest, to know if you have fired a firearm. And if you have fired a firearm before and you have killed in the field, they know there is a way they will find you, and you are not qualified for any of this amnesty we're talking about. Unfortunately, the information management of both the armed forces and the government is not very effective, and that's why people say, "Oh, they are giving amnesty." To Boko Haram and the rest. There are different categories. There are Boko Haram. Some of them were forced as children and the rest. But having said that, back to the main issue of Nnamdi Kanu, I think we need to tread very cautiously. There are people that followed Nnamdi Kanu, unfortunately, ignorantly, and they've lost their life. There are families that have lost 3-4 children, young men, one single family, because they followed Nnamdi Kanu. There are some people that are following Nnamdi Kanu because they are really so afraid because there's going to be reprisal. And there are criminal gangs that have taken over. They have taken advantage of this Nnamdi Kanu. So it's not always as very easy as, it's not an open and closed case, as they used to call it, when we want to address this issue. We need to.
Sorry, Bishop. Would you?
Yes.
I think you're about to tell us anyway. But would you grant him an amnesty? Even with everything that you said, because the Southeast is very charged up at the moment,
yes.
And one of the conditions they are giving for calm in the country is to get their son back. Would you not give them their son just to give them something? Yeah.
Like I said, I would consider a whole lot of things. If it's a sacrifice that's going to bring us and heal some wounds, honestly speaking, I will consider it, if on one condition, a big condition, Nnamdi Kanu is going to agree to the conditions. Are we going to tell Nnamdi Kanu, forget about this agitation for now because criminals have hijacked it, so come down and speak to them? Is he going to agree to those terms of letting go, say, okay, because criminals have hijacked it, and the Southeast has hemorrhaged greatly? I'm saying this with deepest what do you call it, feeling in me. The Southeast had hemorrhaged greatly. I know a good number of Southeasterners that did not want to hear anything about Nnamdi Kanu. They are praying silently, let them not release Nnamdi Kanu, because they know what it portrays for them. I know people that have left the Southeast. Like I just said, I lived there for 25 years, more than. I've been there since 1993. And I know they don't want it to happen. I know families that have lost loved ones, they have children. So it's a delicate, it's like walking the rope. So if there's going to be discussions, negotiations, permutations, leading to the release of Nnamdi Kanu, it's going to be a long stretch, and they have to tread it very cautiously. The situation of Nnamdi Kanu, whether to release him today or not to release him, is a catch-22 situation. When you release him, you are damned because there will be consequences. If you don't release him, you are damned because there will always be consequences. But we need to go back and see what situation, what position is the Southeast as we speak today. Honestly speaking, it's a sad situation. It's a sad situation.
Sorry, carry on. And then from there, go on to Chimamanda Adichie and the and the bomb she's thrown into the political space.
Yeah. So on Nnamdi Kanu, I think I will say, look, in the interest of what do they call it now? Let's find a middle way. Let's talk to people that can talk to Nnamdi Kanu. Unfortunately, a lot of people that were pretending that, okay, let me use the word, I will draw that word, that posturing to be mediating were also presenting a very hard stand. Now, I just said about the casualties of the people, the real indigenous of the Southeast that have joined this madness and have lost their lives. The casualty of the military personnel, or police or that service personnel that have been killed. As at the last count, they are close to 100. The families of those, their breadwinners have been kidnapped and killed in such horrendous manner. The people of the northern extractions that have been caught within the crossfire. I'm sorry, I'll just round up this in a minute. They have been caught in the crossfire. So all these categories of persons, honestly, we need to bring them into consideration, but we need to discuss.
All right. So what you're saying is that some of the things attributable to this guy, they're so heinous that it's not just something that you can just...
Absolutely. He led an armed struggle. He encouraged people. His word is the law. Go and kill. They will go and kill. We were there. We saw it. It's not even just killing the army alone. Anybody, they call some people, what they call them now, like they were betraying the saboteurs. Go and ask how many people have been labeled saboteurs in the Southeast that have been killed. Just ask.
Don't use that word though, because it triggers YouTube. That K word. Use another word, but carry on. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So there have been, so it's a very delicate issue. I really want it to be resolved. That's my way. And if releasing,
so you want him to have his day in court.
No. I want it to be resolved. If releasing him is going to heal the wound, if it's going to, we can make sacrifices. I mean, the ones that are gone, we cannot bring them back. So if releasing him will forestall more people, more chaos, if it's going to stop it, then it's a sacrifice that needed to be made. And if we make the sacrifice, obviously, I don't think it's too much of a thing to ask. So that is number one.
If they release him, do you think they should banish him from the country?
I don't think that would be necessary. If they release him and there are conditions that's going to make him to stay, I mean, why not? We can give it a shot. Because what I'm saying is that all sides must be ready and willing to make sacrifices. All sides, whether it is Nnamdi Kanu, whether it's the federal government, but there are things that they are done.
Yeah, sorry, Bishop. You are saying that there should be conditionalities to his release. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely.
Yeah, but there's only one condition that will facilitate his release. That will be to denounce Biafra, and that will be impossible for him.
Might not necessarily denouncing Biafra. At the moment, unfortunately, IPOB is the one that is in the eye of the storm, that have been tagged a terrorist organization. So he cannot come and claim his leading IPOB. Biafra there are people that have decided to be here, but there are legal ways. We have 5 states in the southeast, and we have 15 senators. They have never brought it once to the front, to the floor of the National Assembly. This is our charter of demands. So we cannot just be going. We are running a government now that people can come and say, you know what, all the 15 senators from the southeast, and if you can lobby other senators, that is all it is about, that we must table this, our bill. This is what we are requesting. We take it from there. Armed struggle in this age, we only have series and hundreds of casualties, and we still come back to the round table to negotiate, no matter how long it takes at the battlefield. So for me, I wouldn't mind. It might be painful for some people that have registered and suffered losses of their loved ones, but I think it's one of those things. They just have to take it, whether they are indigenous people in the southeast, that their breadwinners have been kidnapped, or they have been labeled and they have been attacked, and they have been, there are several. So all of them must be brought into consideration before we consider the possibility of releasing this our guy. If I'm making sense.
All right. Well, yeah, you are. Maybe people don't agree with you, but certainly there's logic to what you say. But take us then to the Chimamanda Adichie space. So she's now, like I said, thrown this grenade into the political space, and everybody just lumping back. So Dele Alake launches at her. But what are you making of Chimamanda's commentary, her open letter to the American president, and the backlash that ensued?
I think if you have read both Chiamanda's letter and Dele Alake response, and Femi Fani-Kayode, and whosoever, there's a lot of for now. But one thing is very certain: Chiamanda's outburst is not based on facts; it's just on emotions and sentiments. She did not dig very well for her facts, and that's so sad. Unfortunately, she has a reputation, she has a position she has before, and nobody can fault her for that position, what she stood for. But on this particular matter, I don't want to go to her antecedents. On this particular matter, a number of what she said is just based on fiction, hearsay, lies, half-truths, innuendos, and the rest. So why do we sit down and begin to deliberate on such things? She has a position because she is renowned. I'm using that word adversedly now. She's renowned, she's well-known, she's a literary giant, in quote. And so that position has propelled her. She is biased. Has sentiments. She has a lot of disregard for the co-representative we call Nigeria. So we can view her from the position she's speaking from. So if I say, do we need to deliberate and waste time on what she has said? Because if you read it, more than 3/4 of what she said are on very blatant lies about the election that just took place in Nigeria. It might not be perfect, but everything she said she said she got information from her relations and her friends and the rest. Maybe 50 persons, maybe 100 persons. I doubt if they are up to 100 persons, but I'm sure she just picked things on social media and the rest. So it's a right to voice opinion, and it's other people's right to reply her. But as far as I'm concerned, everything she says is nothing. She has succeeded in saying nothing. That's all
right. Do you think her reputation is enhanced off the back of this essay that she wrote? Do you think her reputation is enhanced amongst her ethnic stock but diminished nationally? Would that be a good? And was that her objective anyway, to enhance her reputation amongst her ethnic stock?
Well, unfortunately, we are in a season of anomy that people take sides not based on principle, on some well-defined ideologies, but hey, this person that is speaking. There are very few persons in Nigeria. I mean, let me digress a little bit. Like interpreting the very simplest thing of 25% of court in Abuja, and you see people jumping up and down, hopping here and there because they want to be identified. So unfortunately, it will be very difficult to talk objectively or to rate her objectively when it comes to certain categories of persons, because they look at her. But whether it is from the left or from the right, what I'm saying is that at time we heal. Before we know it, events will come and we cover it. When you do very good, outstanding things, sometimes it takes people very few, months, years to forget it. And when you do some other thing, they will just rubbish you, forgetting those, the days that you stood up to be counted when it mattered most. I mean, you were just reeling Wole Soyinka's stand in the 60s that earned him a 22 months solitary confinement in the Gulag, and we see people that were not even born in the 70s, children of the 80s, calling Wole Soyinka all manner of names. I don't want to repeat here because I've read quite a few in the past 2 days, and I see some people that ordinarily should know, come on TV or come on social media and pouring some explicits on the person of Wole Soyinka. I don't deify, I don't worship him, but Wole Soyinka is a man in his class of his own, that whatever it is, people should take a step back, say, okay, let's understand what he's saying, what is his position. But the way people have, so Chimamanda Adichie, yes, some people will be angry with him, some people will hail her, with her, sorry about that. Some people will hail her, and in a matter of time, we'll move on. And she will have a hero, people that how do I call it now? That will hero worship her or heroine worship her, and to some people she's a villain. So I think it will go away. All this will go away in no time.
All right. Finally and briefly, Bishop, who do you think Chimamanda was really writing that essay to? Do you think she was writing it to the American president, which she addressed it to? Hold on. Do you think she was writing it to the American president, who she addressed it to? Or do you think she was writing it to the Nigerian state, which is the subject matter? Or do you think she was actually writing it to our ethnic stock? Who do you think she was writing that letter really to?
I think it's like a potpourri of a thing. I think it's a mixed, she was writing for the global audience, for everybody. You brought the last one you mentioned to our ethnic stock. I don't think there's anything she wants to get from that. Those ones are already in the kitty already. I think she was just writing to get some kind of sympathy. Unfortunately, a forced sympathy that is premised on half-truths, innuendos, outright falsehood. So I think the audience is just there. She's not writing because she thinks that she's too clever to think that the American president is going to respond to that kind of a thing. I think she's just writing so the governor. It could have as well be an open letter to whoever who it may concern, But obviously she was not writing for the American president to respond to her. Definitely not.
All right, brilliant. Well done. Good to meet you.
Please, before you go, somebody said something on Lagos Ibadan Expressway that we need to just correct a perception. I think it was you. That's number one, and number two on the doctor's condition. So I'll just quickly touch on those two of them.
I'm going to take those topics round.
Okay,
I want to, because people complain all the time that they wait so long that they lose the energy. So I want to take the. But if you feel I made an error in my submission, quickly address it. Because we want to be
on the Lagos Ibadan Expressway, the construction and every contract that was awarded before got stalled. They didn't make progress on them, and so what happened recently was that the new construction is a completely new thing.
No, it was not, because before Goodluck Jonathan left office, that road was a good nearly 50% complete, because he went there and did that.
All right, sorry. I think you had make your case before, so he was trying to address it, but you are not
all right, brilliant. Okay, go on then. But I don't concede it, but make the point. Yeah, go on.
What I'm saying is that they were constructing it, but we were not making headway. the new construction and expansion changed everything. Everything. You can check it out. I mean, we have facts to that effect. So the 24-year construction, what do you call it now? When they gave it out to this consortium, the IGP, what's the name now? When it was
guy.
The Babakalaki guy, there's this name they call it. It did not work. Everything had to be cancelled, and they had to settle some people. So
it was called boycotting.
Boycotting, thank you very much. The boycotting something did not work. So they now have to start afresh. Yes, they made some effort, but the expansion, the increasing of it, and the introduction of certain things was a completely new thing that started about 5 years ago.
Who took it off by Courtney? Because that was done under Goodluck Jonathan, was it not? I have to go and double check.
Those are these. We are talking of the 24 years that they've been on it.
Now.
By Courtney was the one that
by Courtney was Obasanjo, under the PPP. Yes,
under the PPP.
But he couldn't raise the funding. I remember him on television always boasting about that he went to Harvard and all that, but he couldn't raise the funding. So they took it off him. But who took it off him? It was the Goodluck Jonathan administration.
That's what I'm saying. Jonathan, we're talking of the 24 years stretch now.
Yes, and then they started the construction, which then was completed under.
They did not complete.
They did not. No, I didn't say they completed. I said they progressed the construction of the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, which was then completed by Fashola now. Do you know it differently?
The scope of the contract was completely overhauled. It was changed completely under this administration. The scope, the extent, and the rest. The palliative, they were trying to maintain it. This administration started the reconstruction. There's a different thing. They expanded the scope, increased. I mean, even the road itself was expanded. And I read the contract document when they were starting, and it was the two contractors, completely new thing entirely. And I think they worked on the whole stretch. I've not been there for a while, but I think they worked on the whole stretch. You can ask people that use the road, but I think it is not a continuation of the 24-year contract. That's what I just wanted to point out. That it has not taken 24 years. It was something that was started newly, very fresh, about 5 years ago or thereabouts. Just a point of correction. I'll leave the rest
I don't concede that, but when we open up that conversational space, we'll dig into it more. But let's welcome Zita back to the conversation. Zita, of course, one of the stalwarts of the platform, taking a break from the space, now rejoins us. Good to see you again, Zita. It's never a dull moment, of course. Certainly not dull today. No less thanks to Chimamanda and Adichie, who throws a grenade into the Nigerian political space. So you've been following the news lines, I'm sure, even though you've not been with us for a while. But what are you then making then of Chimamanda and her open letter to the American president?
Hey, hello everyone.
Hello, Madam Zita.
How na day?
We miss you.
Yeah, one man, can I do this? Can I use your platform to thank people who
yes, if you want to open up that space, then it's at your discretion. You go for it. Just as you will.
I just want to use this media to thank everyone who was with my family in our darkest time. Those words you send across, calling, asking how we were doing, those words were really warm, and we really appreciate it. One man, Alex, Gomez, Florence, War Peace, even Solomon. I said thank you for following me everywhere, calling me to find out how we are doing. I really, really appreciate it. My family was overwhelmed, but with calls and voices like yours, we were able to hold on. We move. Thank you very much. We are.
If you say that, then people will want to know what happened. They are already in the comment section asking what happened. But
what happened was that we lost 4 children in a day. That's what happened.
Under what circumstances?
It was a fire in a duplex in a Jean, South Korea.
Jesus is Lord.
So that was what happened. It was so overwhelming. Alexander Gomez, I thank you so much. One man that we are always calling. Solomon joined. War Peace, Florence, Apple, even the people who I don't know, but they have heard my voice in one man. They kept in touch. Those your words were very warm for my family. And then one man platform, you people put smiles on our face. Because considering the time is during the day you do your show, so we keep going to the police, to hospital and everything. By the time we come back late in the night, we listen to your show. And then all the bruyaya we talk about, it makes us laugh. So thank you very much.
Yeah, the Lord is with you.
Yes. Yes, it's a real moment in time. What we have been doing is to encourage Zeta to, as much as she can, move her mental space away from thoughts. You know, because if you allow thoughts to sit in your head, you can be consumed very quickly. So we do try and do you have it in you to speak about Chimamanda, Zeta? Or,
yeah, sure.
All right. She's a writer. She certainly writes eloquently, but is the content gibberish, Zeta?
I don't even know why a writer wrote and everybody is freaking out. She's a writer. She wrote. You know, Chimamanda is not ignorant of school, but I think she's very ignorant of life. You know, as we all know, there is difference between school and life. In school, they give you lessons. Then they give you a test. You pass. You keep moving. You are brilliant. In life, it gives you text. Then you learn a lesson. If you are not intelligent, you might not learn that lesson. One man, I must say that the last speaker, I mean, your platform is attracting very intelligent people. I must give it to him. He spoke so well. He has already said most of the things I want to say about Chimamanda. But let me say this. I am not really sure Chimamanda was writing to Joe Biden. I don't think so. Because Chimamanda, if Chimamanda is somebody you've been following, she does not hesitate to seize an opportunity to tell you in a symposium, in a conference, in a talk show, wherever she's been invited, of how she is being racialized in America. So if America is a racist country, why is she writing to them? Funny enough, right? And this is a lady that always, I give it to her, she talks about my tribe beautifully and how superior they are. But when she goes to another person's country and the person wants to show her how superior they are, she gets angry. You know, she just writing, excited about her brilliance in writing, getting accolade for writing brilliantly, but I don't think she's intelligent, I must say. To put out that thing, maybe she wants to be a writer the rest of her life. You don't do things like that. But she did it anyway because she's Chimamanda. Maybe in future, she will learn a lesson of life. I want to say this. When people say the election is real, the election is bad, the election is not good, our mandate is taken, that's so broad. Break it down. Is it in Sokoto that your mandate was taken? Is it in Kanu, Kaduna, Kebbi, Borno, Gombe? Or is it in Ogun? Is it Ekiti? Is it in Osun? Or Ogun? Oyo? Is it where your mandate was taken? You see, it's good to make a broad statement. It's good to write very well as a writer. But there are certain things you don't dabble into as a young woman. I have listened to her several times writing things, saying things about America. I was even shocked that she wrote that letter to Joe Biden, the racist country. She has always seized an opportunity to call and tell a little funny story, whether it happened or not. One man, I will call her letter freedom. Ask me another thing if you want me to continue speaking. We shouldn't dwell on Chimamanda. She's a writer. She just wrote.
All right. Still staying with the space of controversy and literary icons. Wole Soyinka now versus no less a person or no obscure, more weird person than the funky Charlie Boy. So Charlie Boy now, this is why I keep saying that these people are just documenting their credentials for the future. Soyinka can never be the man Achebe was. So this is Charlie Boy now launching at Wole Soyinka, which seems to be the fashion of the day. For just having the temerity then that Yusuf Dati should caution his words, which are somewhat insurrection in nature, and calling the Nigerian process undemocratic and asking that an elected president should not be sworn in. So that for just that mild caution now, they are asking for the head of the laureate winner. Charlie Boy versus Wole Soyinka. What says you, Zita?
Charlie Boy and my brother. You want me to talk about my brother? Anyway, Charlie Boy was not in the country when Wole Soyinka fought for Nigeria. And Wole Soyinka can never be Chinua Achebe. And Chinua Achebe can never be Wole Soyinka. Wole Soyinka has his own pathway. Chinua Achebe has his own pathway. They are not the same people. And when it comes to the things of Nigeria, they have different ideology about how Nigeria can be brought together and how Nigeria can be disintegrated. Now, as for Charlie Boy, I noticed that these days he jumps into things. Maybe he's trying to please the obedient. Because I noticed, although in Ugut, I don't think such a thing. I don't even know where he is, that he's jumping into all those stuff. Because in Uguta, we don't do that stuff of obedient and iPod. But I think he's trying to please some certain group of people. So I give it to him. Let them be clapping for him. But I don't think he should have said that anyway.
All right, because there's this I'm not quite sure how to describe it, but there's this somewhat of I won't call it a tension, but somewhat of a rivalry between the Achebe space and the Soyinka space. I recall once, I think I've said this anecdote on a different space. I recalled once in the height of it, Achebe was saying that Tinubu was trotting the Nigerian landscape as though he was the Balogun of Nigerian literature. And Soyinka quickly retorted that no, maybe the Igwe of Nigerian literature. So there's that little chasm between, they're both great men and they're both, I'm sure, great friends. But of course, there's only one number one sport. And both of them want to sit astride the Nigerian literary space. So the most that you can stab at Wole Soyinka to elicit something is to reference Chinua Achebe and try to diminish his name. So maybe Charlie Boy was entering territories that he did not have a full understanding of.
Yeah, you're right on that one. Well, it happens in every profession. Two of them are great writers. I must give to them. I remember in those days growing up, my cousin in Germany, in their school, they were doing Things Fall Apart in German language. Very funny. And she became the hero of the class because she's an Igbo girl and she understands the book more than any other person in the class, including the teacher. The same thing with one of forgotten. Is it Arrow of God? No. What's that popular book Soyinka wrote? She told us that she did it in their second semester. So they've been like that, going to and fro. Everybody wants to sit on the throne. I remember what happened when they didn't give Shino Achabe the Nobel laureate then. I know him and Green did not get it, the British writer. I knew what happened. So it is what it is. One man leave them if
there was a real political campaign for that Nobel laureate, that Nobel Prize. That I remember that the whole country launched at the Nobel space that if you don't give it to Soyinka, there will be trouble. There was a national campaign for that title. Was there not? Can you recall?
Yeah, that's why I just shipped in what I shipped in. That's not the topic of today. So when you get a topic for it, we discuss it.
All right. Let me take you to this space. So Dati Ahmed Baba declines call for public debate with Soyinka. So now Soyinka, of course, I watched his interview on Rice TV. A lot of people say that there were technical difficulties, but I saw age difficulties. A man contending with all of the expectations of a man approaching his 90s. So he now, sorry, there's two stanzas to this. So he now invites Yusuf Dati to a public debate. So Yusuf Dati now declines that public debate for reasons of culture and politics. And I am not far from him in thought, as he explains it, the Mauritanian, that it would be inappropriate for him to sit on a rostrum banding words with a national icon like Wole Soyinka, and there's no political cachet to be gotten from it. So that was why he declined. So do you buy into that? And do you also feel that Wole Soyinka is at that phase now where he should not really be running commentaries on partisan politics anymore and should just be making all-encompassing national unity speeches every once in a while? So Wole Soyinka, should we set him off to the fields to graze?
I will first of all answer your last question. He should be doing both now as an elder statesman. Unity, and then address issues, say his opinion. History will remember him. For him inviting Dati, the invitation was not complete. Maybe that was why Dati did not come. He would have added, come with your dictionary.
Look at that,
Just kidding anyway.
I don't know why he uses those. They've already given him Nobel Prize. He's already won. Why does he have to use big grammar in every essay? You just have to, and then they'll throw Latin in as well. Now it's not that you are already celebrated. You've already won. Now just give it up.
So one man
yes.
used to speak all this big Oyibo now. You do that.
No, man, maybe I just say no, bojo. You get a headache when you read the first paragraph. You say, okay, your head is already pulsing, and you pretend like you know what he's talking about. You really don't.
So that was why Dirty was scared, because telling Dirty to just come like that would have been a disaster. So he would have said, young man, as you're coming, make sure you come with your dictionary, because we're going to trash this thing out. So I don't really think, I don't know why he said that, but who is that to face Wole Soyinka, if I may ask?
I think that it would embarrass him, because there are signs of senility that I thought I picked up in his Aristi interaction. Yeah,
he said he had hearing problem. He said it on that interview, but then every old person do have hearing problem. Maybe most of them. But then when he gets to understand what you are saying, he still have a very sound mind. And that is not even where I am going to. On what grounds will that face Wole Soyinka? Is it an academic achievement or the space of Nigeria who have done something for Nigeria, or what? I don't even know why Wolo Soyinka should stoop so low to face Daddy to talk to him. That's my thought.
Why do you think Soyinka talking to Daddy should be acknowledged as stooping so low? I think, to be honest, I think we have a problem in that country. I think we just make people this seem like emperors in Nigeria. And that is what we do to our politicians, as if they can do no wrong. The truth about it is that if Daddy actually speaks with Soyinka, as long as he has his facts and he has done his in-house research, he can stand up to him and defend himself. I don't think Soyinka is too big to be spoken to.
Who is talking in the first place?
Charles.
Yeah. You know, where are you from?
I'm from Anambra. Yes.
Little wonder.
Little wonder what?
Little wonder you said what you said.
What is wrong with what I said? But is it that when age has nothing to do with respect, though?
Can I?
What I'm trying to tell you is that Soyinka is not an. We glorify this guy. Look, fine. He's won the Nobel laureate and everything, but what I have with you is saying that Soyinka should not come to his level. People that are bigger than Soyinka.
And that's what I want to answer you.
Yeah.
Can you listen?
Okay, go on.
Thank you. You know Soyinka, from what he said, he won a Nobel laureate.
Fine, yeah.
And that ends it, right? Then you don't know him. And I am very sure you don't even know why I said what I said.
Okay, can you explain, please?
Thank you. Now, you have to follow Wolo Soyinka from the time of Nigerian Biafran War up to June 12th. At least then, he was a young man. If you follow him, you read about him, you knew what he did, even before the Nigerian Biafran War. You won't be saying, is he not just Nobel laureate? That guy, Daddy should stand with him and defend him. You see, I want to tell the young ones on this platform, there come a time in this country we should start teaching you people history.
But you people are the same people that removed it from the curriculum now. Which issue do you want to teach us?
I didn't work with Nigerian government.
Which issue do you want to teach us?
When I said, where are you from?
Yeah.
You said you are from Anambra. I said, little wonder. I need to explain that to you.
Go on. Let me hear you.
You see, when you move in life, there is something my grandfather told me to play with. I would ask one man to give me a chance. There are few things I want to say in this platform today that will help us. My grandfather told me to play with 4 words. He said, thank you, help me, I'm sorry, please. And you know what that means? It means respect. Dante and Wolo Soyinka are not mates.
In what capacity? I don't really. Is it that? Okay, go on.
Let me finish.
All right,
go
on.
Listen.
I'm listening. Go on, please.
All right. Let Zeta speak. Carry on, Zeta.
You, in all ramification, in the struggle for democracy, in the struggle for Nigeria, in the struggle to talk to people and air your view and stand by your view and your opinions, it might not be the fact. In all ramification of Nigeria, when it comes in terms of Nigeria, that's why I said, I don't even know why he said that. Why would Dati Ahmed and Wolo Soyinka sit to debate and argue on what? From the commentaries, from the words coming out of Dati's mouth. That's why I said what I said. Looking at the interviews Dati has granted from the time of the election, right from the time he contested days back before he was kicked out, and later was picked to be the vice presidential candidate for LP. From his interview to the last one he did that caused controversies, If you go through them, you will know why I said this. And I said it with degree and depth. I don't even know why Wole Soyinka should call for such a person to sit in front of me to debate on issue and argue on situations that concerns Nigeria. One man, take me to the next topic.
All right, I'll take you to the next topic. There are about 3 more topics that I want to take you to, but I'll take you to this one, and then I'll pause you for a moment to go to Kulata, and then from Kulata to Rosie, and then to Ajane Koko, just so that everybody gets to quickly. But let me take you to this space then that our bishop contended with quite passionately. Ndigbo's renewed call for unconditional release of Kanu unpatriotic northern group. So, as you know, a lot of people are saying releasing Nnamdi Kanu to assuage the nerves in the southeast, but there seems to be pushback now from the north saying, no, this guy must be made to face the fullness of the wrath of the law. And then our bishop came in to then take us back through memory lane just why Nnamdi Kanu has been incarcerated. The sort of things that he has done is on the cusp of treason, looking to secede from the state in an armed struggle, a lot of lives lost, etc. But then the counterbalance, the political expediency of it, and the need to suit the nerves of the country. So where do you balance the narrative? Release Kanu to assuage the southeast, or as the north will have it, having faced the fullness of the law?
First of all, I will say that the last speaker, Bishop, I like what he said. First of all, when we talk about what is happening, you talk about Boko Haram, you talk about the Niger Delta agitation, you talk about the Biafra agitation. People don't really know what happened. These 3 things are quite different. At least the Niger Delta, that one, I was part of it. I was working in a company where the thing was hitting so hard. At a point, and Picard had to shut down the Directorate of Community Affairs. It was so much. Now, there are different types of agitation. I don't really think the North have problem with releasing Nnamdi Kanu. I think the word that having concern with that word unconditionally. This evening I was passing as I kept my phone. I heard somebody saying Boko Haram was released unconditionally. They were granted amnesty. They were pardoned. Almost interjected by asking the person, those that were pardoned, did they go back to Boko Haram? You see, Biafran agitation is something that gives me concern in the sense that it's bundled with a lot of confusion and it has taken so much life from my side. Niger Delta agitation is quite different from Biafran agitation. We know what was happening in Niger Delta. We know what they were asking for. And they were the one calling for negotiation. And they came to the negotiating table with something, which 60% of it was granted and they went quiet. Same with Boko Haram, whereby you did not take what was given to you, you were slaughtered by the military. It turned out to a full-blown war. Because when they came to the table, they came with something, Nigeria offered them something, and then some accepted it and some did not, and they went out to a full-blown slaughter.
Sorry, just one question, please. Sorry, just to chip in. You mentioned Niger Delta came to the table, Boko Haram came to the table, but what happened prior to actually coming to the table? Once they attacks, violence, and things like that?
There were attacks and there were violence.
Okay, because you make it seem as if it was just dialogue and everything, yeah.
Before the attack, what were they asking for? What were they negotiating for? Did they come to the table? Of course they did. Did they present what they wanted? Yes, they did. Were they rejected? Yes, they were rejected before the full-blown attack. That is the space I know very well. For Boko Haram, it was a word. War strike it. Their organ was killed. Well, they came to the table. They brought something was offered, some accepted, some did not accept. But Biafra is a total different ballgame. Have you gone to the table before? Has Igbos brought Biafra?
Have they been invited to the table, though? I've never seen an invitation extended.
Have they invited? Because Niger Delta invited us. You see, the last person that spoke, Bishop, he made a comment. People come and talk about issues, things happening in Nigeria convincingly. Irritates my nerves sometimes. People are listening. Young ones, I have 4 nieces and nephews listening to me as I talk now. People come to your platform, they say things very convincingly that they did not do investigation, research, and they know nothing about. Niger Delta called. The Nigerian government did not call them. The oil companies did not call them. They called the oil company for a meeting that we invited severally, not once. They are listening to me now. Not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, not even 10 times, with something in their hands for negotiation. They were overlooked, they were diminished, their elders ate money on their head. The companies were bribing their elders from behind. I told you here that at a point, Ampitant has to shut down the whole directorate. The oil company staffs were making money out of them. When they could no longer take it, it became a full-blown war. I know how many of my colleagues I lost. Not because Niger Delta killed them, but because Festus Ijaji and the rest, about 13 of them, were killed by the Nigerian Navy. They were held hostage in Ekeremon, in the swamp. The Nigerian Navy came, in as much as they were shouting, they are hostage by these guys. They used their gunboat, open fire on them, and finished all of them. Nobody had the story. But people will come to your platform and speak convincingly about Niger Delta, Boko Haram, and Biafra.
Madam Zita, can I interject?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
See, the point I'm talking about is this. What's the root cause of Biafra agitation? We've had Biafra before I was born. And today, we are still discussing Biafra. The same thing Biafra wants, in my understanding, is the same thing that the people that are promoting Yoruba Nation is the same thing they want. Self-determination. Government cannot be imposing things on us. They cannot seize our land and do everything and say, okay, this is the way we must. Why did we abolish the agreement that we had at independence? And you are saying we should follow this. That's what I'm saying, that when you tackle the root cause, you don't give the like of Kanu the opportunity. Whether we want to say thing is not genuine, but tackle the issue and don't give people the opportunity to bring the agenda.
What
are
is
we solving that?
What is their issue, if I may ask?
The issue is everybody wants to use its resources, for example, to develop their own region. They want to form their own policy.
Is that what Nnamdi Kanu told you he wanted?
That is my own understanding about Biafra. If you address that,
so
because
when
I know.
Hold on.
No, the Biafran agitation is for a sovereign state now. It's not for resource control. It's for a sovereign state.
When somebody says something, Allah, you interpret it in your own way and speak for them. Is that what you're doing?
I've been following. No, I've been following this agitation for a very long time, even before Kanu. I've been following.
It's
I've
not
followed
on
that of
resource
Yoruba.
control.
So it started from resource control. Even there was a time
No.
that this same Kanu was fighting for true.
It started with Ojukwu now.
Mr. Ola, please. That
argument is not true.
That argument is not true.
It's not
Okay.
Which resource they are that they want to control?
No, wait, no. See.
Only Musti has any resource there.
When we are talking of true federalism, what does true federalism entail?
No, Ola, hold on, because I don't want it to. It wasn't talking about. They were talking about. They want to create a sovereign state. That's what they want, isn't it?
Ola is injecting his wishes into Biafra.
Which resources in Southeast?
I'm not injecting my wishes. That's why I said the same thing that Afenifere will be fighting for. The same thing. We are talking of true federalism.
That's not what they're asking for, please.
Biafra is not asking for true federalism.
That's not what they're asking for.
That's not.
They've never been ambiguous in their demand. They want a Biafran state.
In their demand.
Yeah.
I think that's just an escalation. That's just an escalation.
No, I think they're interested in restoring that Biafra state, to be honest about it.
That's all.
It started from somewhere. The question is this. Where did they start? Were you listening to them?
No, understand? Ola, sorry. Ola, sorry. Let me just keep this 2 minutes. You see, my challenge with Nnamdi Kanu is that their agitation is not specific or definite. During the Niger Delta time, they were looking for resource control. And that was what promoted the increase in the derivative to the state, to the oil producing state. Part of Niger Delta agitation was one of those that resulted into the creation of Ministry of Niger Delta. Those were definite. Now, with Nnamdi Kanu, since we have been thinking, what do these people really want? They say marginalization. Then I ask myself, from when did they start marginalizing Southeast? If I understand, up to 2015, Southeast was not marginalized now. And you are not talking about Southeast has always been marginalized.
It depends on what you take as marginalization. You are thinking as marginalization as political positioning.
No,
that's why you are saying
marginalization.
That's what I'm telling you. See, you are looking at it as political pose. Political position is what you see as marginalization. This is not ever about political position.
Marginalized. Tell me, in what way has Southeast been marginalized?
See.
Ola, I think I can answer that. Patoski.
Yeah.
See, what they started with, it's actually marginalization. And their issue with marginalization, let me tell you. You know, immediately after the end of the civil war, Gowon initiated RRR, which is said no Victor no Vangush, then reconstruction, rehabilitation, and the other one. And he said the Biafrians will be compensated for whatever loss they had. To date, they claim they has never been compensated. Secondly, he said since then, no federal presence in the southeastern part. Infrastructural development has been abandoned in the southeastern part, and a lot of things like that. So, and you give it to them, yes, if that is what the agitation is about, you give it to them that yes, you hardly find federal presence in the southeast, facility not so much developed in the southeast. You remember even Amechi, when they proposed the rail on Southeast Corridor, the National Assembly killed that bill and they didn't allow Fashola to go that direction. The only thing they can be proud of under this government now, Second Niger Bridge, which there's not so much grateful about because they feel there are a lot of facility deficits in their region. So,
brother, sorry to cut you. Do you think that the best thing for them was to go and lock Ojus Okalu gate, lock Abari Base gate, lock?
No, that is another bug.
That's another space.
That's another thing.
Please, can I continue?
All right.
The agitation. That's the agitation.
All right. I'll round off your interjection and then we get back to Zeta.
So what we are saying is this: we can't just pick this thing from 2010 or thereabout, and you forget the agitation as early as 80s up to June 12th. I started saying this. What Nadeco, Afenifere, what they be talking about is let us go back to our regional structure and allow our resources, use our resources to develop at our own rate. Don't don't use all this fraudulent federal structure.
Yeah, but that's different from what Biafra is doing.
That's Afenifere now. All right. Sorry. Don't take us on. Don't go too long though. Yeah, go on.
I'm just saying that what Kanu is doing now is just an escalation, symptom of the problem. That is so identify symptom of the problem is what Kanu is carrying. So we cannot just say, okay, I've made my statement anyway.
No.
All right, back to Zeta.
Patrick, you said there is no federal presence in Southeast. I agree with you. There is no federal presence in the South too.
Yeah, they only fight for their own space now. They won't fight for South.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The governors in the South have decided to use their derivation to start developing their area. And Imo State is one of those states that get that derivation. Where is the money? By the way, let me go back to the Biafran space. I don't really think that the North are concerned about releasing Nnamdi Kanu. I think what they are concerned about is the word unconditional. Because the guy has done a lot of things that need caution. And maybe probably he has to sign some things, because if we can remember, he has been released before. So it was the space that made them brought him. He couldn't stand it. And by the way, for those, I keep talking about history. For those, although people who draft history, they seem to push their narrative instead of the fact. But if I may remember, there are countries that supported Biafra, of which Samuel Ekpe is living in one. Agitating for Biafra and asking for negotiation, calling for negotiation from the federal government of Nigeria, there are several ways of doing it. Killing your people, burning the houses will not be the answer to it. I was thinking Samuel Ekpe will be talking to the Finland authority because...
Hello, let me interject, Ms. Zita. Who is burning the houses? Is it IPOP or ESN? We know who are burning the houses. Please, we all know it's the Nigerian army that's doing that. So please, don't blame the Nigerian government. Don't blame ESN or IPOP for that.
Okay.
It's the Nigerian government, and one problem in Nigeria till truth. Ideal truth comes to the table. There's no moving forward. Thank you.
All right, back to you, Zeta.
Does he have proof for what he just said?
As I said before.
No, it's just it. It's just
Sorry, Madam Sita. Let me just interject. We should be very careful on what we push on this media. This is actually a public media that people listen to, and the public listen to. We should have evidence of whatever thing we're pushing. You don't just come out and say soldiers were burning houses in the Southeast.
Yeah.
Nigerian army. No.
I'm trying to address that thing he said. Who said that? Who said that thing?
It was Professor Data O. Professor Data.
Okay.
And by the way, Professor Data O is a PhD metallurgy and material science. So it's not your random man. It's PhD metallurgy and material science. But back to you, Zita.
Yeah, I am sure he understands what being a social scientist means. When you do social scientist as a freelance social scientist, that's your hobby. I'm very sure he understands what that means. Now, as I said before, people come to this platform and other media, they speak convincingly about a topic. And when he was saying we have to be careful, that's why I want to address this. They speak convincingly about a topic, a situation. I don't even know where they get the information from. He said, who is burning the houses? Is it not Nigerian military? And I asked, in August 2021, share staff going to work in Asanot. If you know where Asanot is, they were all killed. Who killed them? Was it the Nigerian military? Simple question. But we come to platforms and we speak convincingly about things that is happening in Igbo land as if we have it at the back of our palm. We just have to be careful. One man, let me continue with what I'm saying.
Carry on.
In Finland, Norway here, Spain, Poland, I am sure they are the countries that supported Biafra. If I can remember vividly, I might not be completely right.
Madam Sita, sorry on that. You are not really completely right on that. 6 countries supported Biafra: France, Gabon, Ivory Coast, Tanzania, Zambia, and Israel.
No. Finland is among them.
I think Russia too. Didn't Russia support them?
Finland was among them. I am very sure of Finland.
Oh, I'm not aware of that. I'm aware of only 6 countries.
Go and check. Finland was among them. I'm extremely sure because they're just by my backyard here. I'm very sure. Okay. So, and that's why it's like it's a home for Simeon Ekpe. I expect him to be shipping in 1 or 2 words. There was a time I saw him flaunting his picture with one of the congressmen there. I expect him to be speaking to them is either how to get the Nigerian attention to speak to them or how to get Biafra. But he's not doing that. I can only tell anybody who cares to hear that Biafra is more about money and more about politics. I don't think they are really, in as much as when I say, somebody said in one man's platform that the Igbos are 100% behind Biafra. And in this same platform, I said 4 out of every 5 Igbos support Biafra. I was stampeded by the Igbos in this platform. And today, somebody said it in this platform. So, when you don't want something, somebody pushing for it will not make money. It's like a good. If you're selling a goose and nobody wants it, you won't make money out of it. It's demand and supply. I think that Biafra is on demand in Igbo land. And that's why people like Nnamdi Kanu is wearing Fendi Burberry and Simeon Ekpe, or whatever you people call him, is wearing Vuitton. It's because it's in demand. And they're making huge sums of money about it. Yes, they should release Nnamdi Kanu, but not unconditionally. I won't subscribe to that.
All right. If you say not unconditionally, what sort of conditions then do you have the expectations of? Because the only condition that makes sense is a condition that he cannot accede to. He has to denounce the agitation, and that will finish him if he does.
You see, that agitation actually is supposed to have been ignored. If you look at
it was mishandled, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was mishandled. Well, I wouldn't say it was mishandled because he really actually pushed them to handling it. You know, the Radio Biafra, he said all manner of unspeakable things, he eventually came back to Nigeria and started forming those his security agents. That was when the federal government intervened. When he was busy talking about Radio Biafra, saying all those things, everybody ignored him. He really pushed them to handle it. Otherwise, I didn't really think they wanted to handle it because they ignored him for a very long time. He pushed them to handle it. And I don't really think they were handling it really badly. I don't think so. But unconditionally, who told you that Nnamdi Kanu will not want to denounce this madness he's going through? Who told you that? Where did you get that?
I don't think he can denounce it because it's too deep into it. No, now that finishes him. Maybe not physically, but I mean, imagine Nnamdi Kanu coming up to say that he has had a rethink and now it's a one Nigerian is. Can you imagine that? You know,
But he started off as a one
will,
Nigeria.
They will chase him out of Igbo land.
No, but he started off as a one Nigeria. So what changed?
You don't think it's too, but it's in too deep now, is it not? It's in too deep now with this hoopla that has been.
If he was going to change, I think they would have probably released him a long time ago. To be honest, I think even Aribaby and so many people have gone to visit him from his clan, but I think the vibe that people, the federal government and people are getting is that the guy is just uncompromising, and that's why he's still there.
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so. You see, that's why I said most times when we talk about issues and situations and circumstances going around, more especially in our country, Nigeria, we should have a little bit of the clue of what is going on. That thing you just said is totally wrong. I don't think so. But I don't want the federal government to discuss with him as a person. You know, over the years, when they talk about Igbos are being marginalized, I smile because Igbos have been in a position where they can discuss their cause. One-time vice president in the old dispensation, in the new dispensation, several times Senate presidents. So where were they not talking? Why were they not presenting their cases? They have a lot of senators, House of Reps, with a Senate president. So why are they not talking their cause? So you see, when I hear people talking about Igbos marginalized, this, that sympathy coming out from one, you give me a picture of 1966. And when people who are not Igbos are giving me a picture of 1966, I don't like it. Igbos have had a situation to discuss whatever problem they envisage in their area on several locations in Nigeria.
Madam Zita, when you talk about House of Reps...
Yeah, well, have that interjection, but then let Zita run through a little bit so we can move the conversation on to Kulata.
When you made that statement of they've had opportunities with House of Rep members and senators, I wouldn't really see that as being honest, because we all know that these people or these members of these representatives are more aligned to their parties, the interests of the party, than the people. If any House of Rep or anybody is seen as somebody that is fighting for his people or Biafra struggle or something, don't you think they will lose that position outrightly? No question about it. They will not be the party candidate going forward. So I really don't think their hands are tied in that aspect.
Excuse me. Let me say something. You've had some Northerners stand up in the House, in the Congress, to demand for something. They make it as a proposal. Most times, it doesn't get a headway, but they said it anyway. How many Igbos in the Senate, having an Igbo man as a Senate president, stood up to say, we were promised this so time. Why is it not happening? Just say it. It might not make a headway, but let history remember you that you said it. Oh, you think if they said their own, they will be fleeing through the window? Is that what you're telling me this night? But they have said other things. I mean, we should stop all this everywhere. I'm not liking it.
Madam
because
Zida,
we are losing women.
Madam
I'm
Zida.
not like it at all.
Madam Zida.
Igbos has been Senate president on several occasions. Sitting in that seat, an Igbo man can stand up and say, hey, I passed that, I asked for this bill, and let there be objection.
Is that not the same reason why?
Hold on. All right. Sorry. Thank you, Charles. Sorry. It's just I want to manage it a bit tighter today, Charles. That's why. But let Rosie have an interjection, and then as Zita address it by way of closing of that space, and then we go on to Kulata.
Yeah, Madam Zita, my question is, does it mean that about 90% of the Igbo populace are not interested in Biafra?
I said otherwise. I didn't say what you said. I said the opposite.
No, I'm asking a question because to me, if those people in power, those people that have been senators, Senate president, if they are not bringing it up, is that the demand? I mean, is that the mindset of majority of the people?
You see, when your people want something and you use it for politics, you won't be bold enough to demand for it. That's what is happening in Igbo land.
Okay.
I hope you understand me now.
Yeah, I'm understanding.
Because nothing stops them from saying it. Nnamdi Kanu and Simeon is making huge sums of money from these people because they want to. It's on demand. Biafra, yes. There are some people in Igbo land who won't even listen to you unless we want to talk about Biafra. So it's on demand. So why are they not saying it? That's the question. They should say it. As a Senate president, you would have gone to Buhari. Let's do this for my people. Let's do this. That's what they call lobbying. It mustn't be aggressive. You must not come out open like somebody is telling me if they're politically inclined to their party. If they say you mustn't be being arrogant, pompous, and stubborn about it. That's what they call lobbying. You give me after this politics. Give me this and you take this. You want my vote on this. Why don't you give us a vote on this? And somebody was asking me how many Southeast House of Reps and House of Representatives. Really? Did somebody just ask me that question? One man.
All right. Just so we are clear on how you are positioned. If you had the ear of Tinubu, would you recommend that he released Nnamdi Kanu, grant him state pardon by way of assuaging? It's a divide and conquer sort of a narrative, isn't it? If he releases Nnamdi Kanu into the narrative going on in the Southeast, then it will pivot the narrative into whether they won't be, it will move their conversation onto a different space. So should they release him as a sort of a divide and conquer sort of a strategy, Azita?
You see, before I say something, that person talking about iPod not forgetting and forgiving, that they are going to deal with me on the comment section.
Who's that?
The person that calls himself 100K. I don't know
all
who
right.
that person is, but
can that person be removed? Can the moderators check that comment?
When you come into a platform with a funny name and you start threatening people that iPod, and somebody on this platform just seconds ago was defending Apple, that they're not the ones burning houses and killing people, that is the Nigerian army. And somebody again in this platform is threatening me how iPod is going to deal with me. They don't forget and they don't forgive. So what is actually wrong with we the Igbos?
Hold on, Zita. Can the moderators check that comment and then if it's as Zita just said, because I missed it, if it's as Zita just said, can you please remove that person? Sorry, carry on, Zita. We cannot help who the comment so it's just a wild space sometimes, the comment section.
There are a lot of iPod members listening and watching her, and they don't forget or forgive traitors. Did you get that? And somebody, I don't know what you called him now, Professor one thing said that those houses that were not born were borned by the military.
You know that narrative.
Somebody was threatening me. Can you imagine that?
Zita, you know what Professor Data O said? It's a subsisting narrative in that space. And Prof, by the way, is a long-standing member of this platform. So that's a view that he holds. And is not on an island in that view. It's a view that is widely held within that space, within that goings on.
That he's reading that comment now? Is he reading that comment now? So is he right in his submission?
No, he can't take responsibility for somebody else's comment.
No. I'm not saying he should take responsibility. I'm saying, is he seeing that comment? the person wrote. I'm sure he saw it. So is the comment not contradicting his own view on what is going on in the Southeast? Anyway, that's by the way. I don't really care. Because if the person writing that thing, if he knows who I am and who my family is, he will not dare. Because if they catch his face, I don't come from those ones that threaten anyhow.
All
Anyway,
right. And by the way, a lot of the comment section they just blow hard in really. But sometimes you know it's keyboard warrior, isn't he? It's probably sat in his underwear in some dingy room, making threats to people online. But yeah.
Why I brought it on is I'm just trying to tell you these two sides of the coin, what is going on in Igbo land. The professor is saying, no, it's not SN, it's not iPod. Another person, an Igbo person who claims to be an Igbo person, is saying it's SN, it's iPod. So that's just what I want to brought in. It's not that the person is
no.
Anyway, let's go on.
All right.
You wanted to ask me something. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I still have a few more questions to ask you, but as I was saying, I want to get to people as quickly as I can. So hold steady just for as long as you can be with us. I want to go next to Kulata, then Rosie, then Ajanle Koko, and then I'll look round to you. I want to hear from you. There's one particular topic that I wanted to hear from you. It's about the doctors, which I know you pay attention to. But let me go to Kulata first. But on my way to Kulata, let me do a bit of administrative stuff, acknowledging the super chats that have been coming in. Alexander Gomez, of course, he comes in, acknowledging Ola Ayo, the sponsor of the One Man platform, continues with his sponsorship of the One Man platform. He super stickers not once, not twice, but 3 times. I was going to say 3 times a lady, but it's a man. So not once, but not twice, but 3 times. So thank you, Ayo, for that. Baba T breaks out his wallet, rescues his wallet from Kirikiri Maximum Prison to super chat to the platform. It says that the vociferous malignant insult meted out to Professor Wole Soyinka, a fellow Ogbaso or a fellow something, maybe they belong to the same school or town. So a fellow something or the other. The vociferous and malignant insult meted out to Professor Wole Soyinka by the obedient mob isn't surprising at all, given their online footprints of being unreasonably uncouth. So there it is. You better be careful with calling them uncouth, because Mogadu has had the cause to walk back his comments, calling them uncultured. They will come for you, as you well know. Baba T, having now rescued his wallet from Kirikiri Maximum Prison, is making full use of it now. See Adichie's letter, so that is Chimamanda Adichie's letter, is laced with obtuse pettiness that must be regarded as an air salon gossip with a grain of fish seller gob. She needs to be educated on diplomacy with specifics on sovereignty. So that specific on sovereignty is essentially calling the Americans to come and which somebody referenced as the slave masters to come to the rescue. So thank you for the super chats, Babati. Joel of Nashville, so brace yourself. He usually caustic with the super chats. Wole messed up. Wole, of course, being Wole Soyinka the prof. I think they're now made. So what was it that Ruben Abati said when that lady was calling him Ruben? He said, were you there at my naming ceremony? Clearly, Joel of Nashville was there at Wole Soyinka's naming ceremony to be on first name terms with him. Wole messed up. This same Wole, he continued. Do I even want to read this? The audacity of this guy. Wole messed up. This same Wole that didn't say anything about Oshibanjo calling for a parallel government if elections were rigged. That he didn't commit treason. Well, that is for the authorities to decide. And if the atmosphere was not so charged, I think the authorities would have decided. Peace comes in with the super chart. Only really to felicitate with Zita. It says, Madam Zita, sorry to hear about your loss. our condolences. We pray that God continues to grant you comfort and peace of mind. And amen to that from on behalf of myself and the rest of the platform. So, of course, Ayo, as I said, the official sponsor of the platform. The super stickers really only a bonus because, of course, he comes in and clocks in with the coffee. So Ayo does, as he always does, that is Ayo registering himself in via the coffee app. So they buy the coffees and the super chat still available. They're not the exclusive preserve of the people that have used it. Let's take the conversation on now and take it in the direction of Kulata, who has been unusually silent, hopefully still with us. Kulata, still there?
I'm here, woman.
Look at that. You are quiet today, so that's good. So, quiet no more though, because the question that I was asking Ola, I'm not sure that I was really satisfied with the answer. So let me put it to you. I was asking who the audience is. This essay by Chimamanda Adichie, and I'm clear in my mind what I'm asking. I'm asking if she's addressing it to the American president, which we know she wasn't really, but is she addressing it to the Nigerian state, or is she addressing it to the ethnic stock? So coming from that, as you give us your thoughts on the Chimamanda letter bomb.
But I mean, the letter was in the Atlantic. The Atlantic is an American magazine. So she's not addressing it to Nigerians. She's not addressing it to our people. She's not addressing it to the government. She's addressing it to our liberal friends. Our liberal friends, the Democratic base in the US, to be specific, because those are the people that read the Atlantic. So Atlantic is like a magazine that some eggheads read. There are many of those kind of magazines, but I used to read the Atlantic too. Whenever American election gets closer, I start reading magazines like the Atlantic, online magazines. So that's what she's addressing it to. Is it to any effect? No, it's just putting a bunch of essays together, writing it in a beautiful way, like she's talent with using her God-given talents, and just coming out with a bunch of nonsense. And the reason I call it a bunch of nonsense is she wrote the opinion piece without article in mind. It's like there was nobody that came second. It was just a race between Peter Obi and Tinubu, and they cheated they cheated Peter Obi for one reason or the other, because she was referring to some phantom EC result sheets that was manipulated, and they said in most cases they changed it from Labour Party to APC, like PDP did not exist. Also, like Northwest and Northeast did not exist. Like Peter Obi had any presence in those spaces. So it was a from a political perspective, from a factual basis, it was an amateurish piece that was beautiful written. It amounted to nonsense. She was just supporting her friend because she's an avowed supporter of Peter Obi. So what did anybody expect? It wasn't like, it was just an emotional piece, nothing to it. Biden or State Department, they're not going to look at that. What are they going to do with it? They have serious business to do. They're building a $500 million American embassy in Lagos. They're now going to be listening to Chimamanda for writing some nonsense in Atlantic. No, that doesn't make any sense.
All right, brilliant. And the backlash to it, Fanika Yede, of course, in the language that we have now come accustomed to from him, but Dele Alake now comes fully into that space now. So the person now that seems to be fronting or frontlining the counter-insurgency from the Tinubu camp seems to be now Dele Alake. So he launches at her with an essay of equal length and even of equal weight. So what are you then making then of the caustic put down by the grey-beard man?
So those put down, those are the ones targeting the Nigerian audience, because they're responding to her that she wrote something in American media. They're responding to her in local media. So here's the news. Tinubu and his crew, they're playing Machiavellian politics. They're gonna hit the opposition. They're gonna hit them hard. They're gonna pummel them till they can't breathe. They're not placating. They're not trying to placate anybody now. They're trying to destroy. So winning is not enough. It's fire for fire. So propaganda for propaganda. You give. If you go an inch, they will take it a mile and they will hit you hard. So that's the kind of media space we're going to witness. So people be prepared because he has a lot of talented people that can go as caustic as anybody can go. And so if you think you're going to have some allies or some loyalists trying to help massage Peter Obi's image abroad, they're going to get pushed back, like you're seeing. So you're going to see the variations from the maybe level-headed Delelake one. There was another one that I read a bit of it, and then the very, very caustic FFK one. So be prepared. These guys are not giving an inch to anyone. And you could say that this is time to make peace, like I was saying. But at the same time, though, if you know the kind of people you're dealing with, and you know that what's the saying again? Like the people you're dealing with may recognize or appreciate force than good gesture. So I think the Tinubu people are saying, why not use the force? Spare the rod and spoil the child. They're not sparing the rod. So it looks like they want to play hardball. They're going to play hardball till people recognize who the boss is. And so while the Obi is in court and all these things, even after court, they're going to keep hitting and hitting him, making him politically useless. And I think they've achieved a significant chunk of that with that leaked tape. That phrase, religious war, has gone to the extremes in the north. All sorts of language interpretations. That's done his job as far as the far north is concerned. Even though we know Obi did not make any headway in the far north, but now it's never ever going to make any headway in the far north. And so you should expect more. They're going to destroy the opposition. And so the likes of Chimamanda and whoever wants to write a sentimental piece, be prepared for a pushback.
Peter Obi's public outcry just started today or maybe early yesterday that he was being pressured to leave the country. Do you think that was made up just to curry public sympathy?
It's just trying to curry sympathy and curry favors just to kind of look like I'm the victim here, I'm the victim here. And I feel, this is my personal opinion, and also based on some of the APC boys stuff that I've read, they have more tapes on Peter Obi. And based on the way those boys are jubilating, they may have some things that may suggest something akin to interim government or something akin to some sort of destabilization that they're going to use to blackmail this guy. I strongly believe they have something. They have something.
Can I interject?
Yeah.
I think I wanted to say this when we are discussing about Obi. If I'm his handlers, I will tell him to be careful because they have a lot of tapes on him.
Yes.
A lot. They have a lot of tapes on him.
Obi was naive.
Yeah.
Doing this
I didn't expect that from him. But look, let me say this. It's really unfair, but it is what it is. I don't know why they were recording all those discussions, but it is what it is.
But you know, one man has something on him too now.
Huh?
One man self has something on him.
Oh, who?
What was one man?
That one that Obi himself gave you. One man is not there.
Maybe one man.
These people are clowns.
No, I'm serious now. Obi
But
himself gave all of us one WhatsApp like that.
Please, can I say something?
You forgotten?
I can't remember. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead, madam.
to me, I don't know why. Like this lady, she wrote her own whatever she wrote because of. I mean, she's biased. She has somebody that she
She's
wants to
Obi's
be.
friend, pretty much.
Yeah,
She's Obi's friend.
but to
She's very
me,
biased.
I don't feel now Tinubu is the president elect. He's going to come in. So why all this? Why is he being? I mean, his spoke people. Why are they being shaken about little things like this? Amanda just spoke what she wrote. It's not going to do anything.
No,
So if I were in their shoes, I'm just going to be quiet because it's just like somebody that is drowning, even if he
Point of
sees the
correction,
straw.
they're not checking.
they're not
But then
shaking.
why are
No.
they responding?
Do
Why are
you,
they
Madam
responding to?
Rosie? Do you know
Yes.
Machiavelli? Do you know Machiavelli?
No.
You hit them when they're down, and you keep
But
hitting them.
what I'm saying is that why are they responding to what she wrote? They should have just ignored it. Now,
No,
everybody.
they're demonstrating something. They're sending a message. They can ignore it. It won't hurt them if they ignore it.
I
But they're
know because
sending
to
a
me they are
clear
too big.
message.
They're too big for
No,
things like this.
that's don't think about it that way. They're showing you there's a new sheriff in town, and we're not going to cede any ground because they're not. Look, if they cede ground, they will destroy the administration with propaganda. But if they're showing that we have this capability, we can blow the trumpet louder than you. So try us and see what you're going to receive. So it's people recognize power. You see, Nigerians in Yoruba like Enroya. I don't know how to
It,
translate that in English.
yeah,
You
yeah.
know what I'm
But
saying?
to me, okay, it's like for instance now when Joe Biden when he won the election, he came in right. A lot of Trump supporters they'll be writing all sorts of things, but was it everything that his press people were responding to? No, you
But see
got
the
the
way they are hitting
euphoric.
Trump now.
So why? Yeah, why are you running? You got
No,
the
No, they
that's
are
what I'm
euphoric.
saying.
responding to Trump.
See the way they are
They
hitting
do.
Trump now.
That's
Seriously.
what I'm
They
saying. But
respond.
as
They
of that time,
respond.
they were not responding to
They
everything
do.
that was written.
They do. It depends
It
on
was
the
it was
media you are
it
following. They
depends
do.
on the magnitude of what has been written. They don't respond to every
Uh,
little thing that they write.
Rosie, you know why Buhari became largely unsuccessful? Because he was mute. He wasn't responding to all these things. He allowed them to frame him. These guys are not allowing the opposition to frame them.
Okay, okay.
You see, Buhari is ineffectual because they framed him. It doesn't have good messaging. Even if he does anything good, there's no messaging there. But these guys are, I mean, from the early start, they're running a behemoth messaging machine. And they're trying to let everybody know that we have the big guns. And they're not going to let anybody frame them. So I think that's what you're seeing.
Okay, if that is the case, because I was just thinking it was like too petty for them. Everybody says it, they're jumping, two people writing, one person writes it, three. I mean, to me, they are going to be in power. So why don't let all this? I mean, all these things like of little or no effect at all. So just wait for the major thing to respond to. Don't be responding to every little thing you jump around and To
The
me,
people
you
they are
think
targeting know is affecting them. You understand? You are the one that say it has no effect. The people they are
Is it
targeting, they feel it. They know.
the people they are dealing with? They are also masters of propaganda. But
oh,
if you show power, if you show force, I think
yes,
they will respect force more than respect good gesture.
yeah, and then
Kola, sorry, carry on.
yeah, then another thing is this. Every time somebody writes, I mean, most people, when they write, they see things from their own point of view. Like, even when history is written, three people might write about how something happened. Everybody will write it according to their own perspective, according to their own point of view. So, what she wrote, that is our point of view based on the little information she got
It's not our
everywhere.
point of view because she was not on ground. It was
Yeah,
based on the point of view of people that fed her
of other
all
people.
sorts of
Yeah, but
information.
most writers they get information from, all around. Sometimes they are not right there in the event of the thing, but they just pick bits and pieces from everywhere. So most writers are, and let me use the word bias, because they view things from their own point of view and not from another person's point of view. So two of us could write about something, but we'll have various point of view, because we might get our information from various sources, and then we'll be biased too. So
But
to me,
madam,
what
have
she
you read
has
that
written,
thing that she wrote?
I wrote it. To me, it's insignificant. It's not going to
She
change.
was definite. You understand? She was definite. The people of Nigeria are unhappy. She was definite.
But that thing is not going to change the election. It's not
No,
going
the
to
point
change.
is this: it's not going to change the election, but you
Yeah.
are feeding some people. You are feeding some people with the wrong information, and you are creating something in the minds of people. Those people can take those perceptions and run with it and produce anything with it. You
Okay.
understand what
Okay.
I'm saying? Even if
She's
it's
feeding the
only one
American
person's life
liberal
that was
base.
lost as a result of that, that's not bad. That's not good.
She's feeding the American liberal base, and our books. I mean, let me not even go there. She's feeding the American liberal base, and also there's some air of ethno. There's some air of some ethnic, uh, some pity party
Jingoism.
going on. Yeah,
Yes.
I'm not going to go. Some pity party going on. Like, hey, this is also part of marginalization. This is the guy that was leading the polls. This is the guy that they cheated. If you check all the results that they manipulated, they changed it from Labour Party to APC. Not
Yes,
talking about PDP, not
but
talking
she knows.
about northwest or northeast,
Yeah, but
no
she knows.
context of
She knows
whatsoever.
America would. She knows America would do nothing about it. I mean, look at
Yeah,
the
but
case of.
she knows, but there are a lot of powerful liberal people in
Okay,
America
look at
that
like the
read their
case.
cards.
Madam Rosie.
Look at the case of Abiola. When that election, it was said that he won the election, but he was never sworn in. Did America do anything about it? No.
America won't do anything now. That's why I said
Madam
this.
Rosie.
America is
Yeah.
building.
Madam
They're
Rosie.
building their biggest foreign,
Yes.
their biggest
Yeah. So they're
embassy
not
in the
going to do
world in
anything
Nigeria.
about it. So
Kulata,
yeah,
Madam, you are
I'm
right.
can I
listening,
say
man.
something?
I'm listening, Madam
Yeah.
Zita.
Kulata, you see, Madam Rosie, when you say she should be ignored, I quite agree with you. Yes, what she wrote does not really make meaning to you or to me or probably to Kulata or one man. But let me tell you something. In the year 1993, somebody started something like this. And everybody kept quiet. Even people that won the election. And what did it result to? The election was nullified. The person was put in prison. We went back to square one. So I don't really, this is a lady that most of our quotes are being kept in school during the Black History Month in the US. And you say she writes some stupid things and they should just keep quiet and allow what happened in 1993 to happen? No! They should follow her up if they need to. For me, it doesn't mean anything to me. But the country is protecting some certain group from her. That's all. For me, she's a writer. She wrote something very nice. To you, the same thing maybe to Kulata woman. But the people in question knows who they want to protect for what she wrote. That happened in 1993 when Aton Zeribe came out. You know the rest of the story. So we shouldn't just say she wrote nothing, it should be ignored. The APC criminals should not let anybody do to Nigerians what happened in 1993. That's what they are fighting. I hope I said something. Thank you.
All right.
Let me respond to something then.
All right.
You see, Madam Rose brought something, and that is true. I don't know if you understand Yoruba. She knows that America will not do something about it. But Even at that, she's saying it. You know why? Because she has another audience somewhere. I'm talking to this person, but I know they are not going to hear. But the other audience somewhere, there's a Yoruba proverb that say, if you want a deaf woman to hear something, you say it in the presence of her children, because they will go and tell her. You understand? So our audience are the ones discussing it now. Our audience are the one attacking Wole Soyinka now. Our audience, you understand? So she has her audience. And just like my sister Zita said, we cannot allow that happen. And mind you, Zita, do you remember that this lady Arake was in Concord, the editor of Concord that time? So these were the MKO guys. So they knew what happened. And they will never allow that to repeat itself. This Bayo Ononuga, Arake, all of they were there. And this man that went to this Ekiti man. So they will not allow it to happen again.
Let me a little bit, Kulata, sorry to take your time. You see, some people will come out and say ridiculously, Chimamanda has been rising. He wrote in 2015, wrote in 2019. Now, I did not mention 2019. I did not mention 2015 because I know those who contested that time, the kind of audience they have. I'm talked about 1993. What happened to the audience that a message was sent to, more especially the military? In 2003, there are certain audience that whosoever won this election should not allow anybody, I repeat, anybody to speak to. So that's exactly what they are trying to stop Chimamanda from doing. And other people too, not only her. Because the very audience that are listening are the audience who can stand and insult people like Wole Soyinka. They can do anything to you, threaten you that they don't forget, they don't forgive, because you don't have the same opinion with them. So it's a different scenario. They won't let that happen. So they have to respond to her and respond to her decisively. Unless you people want what happened in 1993 to happen again.
All right, thank you, Zita. So, Kolata, you were saying, you were referencing Machiavellian hits them whilst they are down, and Zita was also saying to us that they should follow her up. But this now on your screen, it looks as though that might well be the strategy anyway, because it looks as though Dele Alake is inviting lawsuits against Chimamanda. 2023 polls, you'll be lucky to escape lawsuit. Tinubu's team tells Chimamanda Adichie. Just about 2-3 paragraphs. Dele Alake, the special advisor communications to President-elect Bola Tinubu, says Chimamanda Adichie may face a lawsuit over an allegation she made against the chairman of INEC, Mahmoud Yakubu. Adichie, in an open letter to the United States President Joe Biden, said many believe the INEC chair has been compromised. But there is no evidence of the astronomical US dollars amount he was rumored to have received from the president-elect. So let me go to what Dele Alake said. Dele Alake, in a rejoinder issued on Friday, said the novelist will be lucky to avoid being asked to prove allegations in court. Chimamanda will be lucky if she does not have to prove these weighty allegations in court, he said. INEC has not responded to the allegation. Whilst trying to prove the credibility of the election, Alake stated that the decisions of Mr. Obi and Rabiu Kwakwanso to defect from the PDP to LP and the New Nigerian People's Party, respectively, helped Tinubu to win the election. But what Dele Alake seems to be doing is to be nudging Mahmoud Yakubu to take a position on the allegations levied in Chimamanda's essay. So do you now see that the voters are now circling around that obedience?
Yeah, because what she wrote, to an extent, is libelous. It's libelous, like you're implying, because, hey, here's the thing. Elections got conducted. Votes got counted. The only thing that had a delay was transmission. And you're now implying that because of the lack of quick transmission, or whatever they used to call it, so-called real-time transmission, somehow the magic happened. What's your proof about the magic? She now started referencing some manipulated numbers that was glaringly votes taken from Labour Party to APC. But you don't just write it, you have to prove it. Even Peter Obi did not bring that as one of his prayers in his court case. But you have the you have the audacity to just write that casually in a foreign press, addressing a foreign president on a state that is sovereign. Like, what sort of audacity do you have to do something like that? Even though I know you're defending your friend is your friend, but first of all, you've tarnished INEC. INEC, they have the right to sue you. And if I was them Tinubu's people, if anybody could file a lawsuit on behalf of INEC, I don't know if that is technically possible, I will go ahead and do it just to prove a point. Because if you can file, if you go to court, then it tarnishes her image. Then she has to go to court, or then she has to write. She needs to write. She needs to correct the facts. She needs to write a rejoinder or something in the Atlantic, because she made a lot of like, when they give you a lot of beer apologies, and you're a beautiful writer, so you just compile those beer apologies into beautiful prose and publish it in the Atlantic, and everybody says, hey, Chimamanda. INEC should drag her, and she needs to kind of like retract some of what she wrote, because a lot of them are just not factual. Because why is Obi not taking those stuff to court? So she messed up. But I mean, she's trying to defend her friend. So maybe if I was in her shoe, I'll defend my friend too. But she messed up. She messed up.
All right, Kulata, they say never bring a knife to a gunfight. So never bring a knife to a gunfight. So Dele Alake, he certainly has not brought a knife. He has brought an AK-47 and everybody gets shot. Watch this.
Of Nigeria. You are not the only medium that is in Nigeria. There are over 100 media houses in Nigeria. So how can you now arrogate to yourself as the spokesperson of the entire Nigerian media? Who conferred that status on you? Nobody. You are to yourself for your selfish moves.
Against that background, Mr. Lake.
I have to make this point. It is important. Now, when you ask the person, you let me laugh. Town hall meeting anchors. The anchors of this state town hall and Arise town hall meeting, Ruben Abati, is a member of the PDP. Have people gotten selective amnesia? How can, in good conscience, how do you expect Asiwaju of the APC candidate, to present himself to the guillotine, the PDP guillotine machine, anchored by a PDP member, Ruben Abati, to be interviewing Asiwaju? Who does that? Is that a free press? And then you have the temerity and the audacity and the hypocrisy to be saying that, oh, you are fighting for free press, when you yourself are the antithesis of a free press. Abati was deputy governorship candidate to the late Buruji Kashamu in Ogun State, PDP. And meanwhile, you are dragging Asiwaju, and you are trying to link him unsuccessfully, though, to a drug charge in Chicago, when Ruben Abati, your own anchor, was a deputy governorship candidate for a non-indicted and wanted, officially declared wanted drug person, Buruji Kashamu. Abati was his gubernatorial candidate. The deputy gubernatorial candidate. And he's your own anchor person. Where is the morality here? Where is the public? Where is the shame? How can Abati himself face Nigerians and be pontificating, huffing and puffing, moralizing, when he himself was involved in the $2.1 billion Dasuki Gate, the money meant for the arms purchase for our armed forces against Boko Haram? He was one of the partakers of that bazaar, and he was in the EFCC gulag. These are facts.
So there it is. Kulata, his voice, yes, his voice is uncannily like our Patrick here, very similar, and his opinions not far from Patrick either. So there it is. Dele Alake. It looks as though now the politics has now got into the interesting bit. He's come to shoot everybody. And I think he went to that interview intent on attacking Ruben Abati. So Ruben, of course, now writes to reply. So a delicious fight coming up, Kulata.
But it's correct. It's very factual. I don't know if you guys know this show on Netflix. Orange is the New Black. That show, Orange is the New Black. The drug dealer, that the fictitious drug dealer in that show is actually Buruji Kashamu. The show was built around Buruji Kashamu. And I'm not lying. Huh?
I'll go and see it.
Go and see. Orange is a very long series about some women in prison. Their drug dealer is Buruji Kashamu. So Buruji Kashamu is a wanted man in Chicago, is a drug lord in Chicago. And they built that show, very successful show. They built that show around Buruji Kashamu. So for someone like Ruben Abati to volunteer to be the the deputy governor of Buruji Kashamu, so he's in the knowing.
Was he not aware of all this before he agreed to be?
Of course, he'll be aware. Buruji Kashamu has been on the run for years. He ran away from the U.S. He's a fugitive in the U.S. They've been trying to, what do they call this? Is it repatriate him or whatever they do when they try to bring you back? They've been trying to bring him back to the U.S., but Nigeria extradite him. Sorry, thank you. They've been trying to extradite him for a while, but he's been winning. They tried to extradite him till he died. Obasanjo helped. Obasanjo helped against his extradition. So, everybody knows this. So Abati doesn't have any moral standing to talk about drugs. He has zero moral standing. He also doesn't have any moral standing to talk about corruption, especially when he slept in the FCC related to that Dasuki case. So the way I'm seeing it, they would deal with Tinubu and Alake will deal with Arise News. Arise News will become the next AIT. The way I'm looking at it, they will deal with them. Let Tinubu become president and let's see Arise continue their space style of harassing people every morning. They will deal with them eventually. You'll see that because the stand that Alake and Co are taking, they're very combative. So it's fire for fire. Like I said, these people are not ceding an inch to allow anybody frame them or define them. They're not ceding an inch.
But the issue is that if they deal with Arise News now, so that means there will be no media house in Nigeria that will talk anything against the government.
Arise is not a media house.
That's what's going to happen.
Arise is not a media house now.
So that means they're going to suppress the press. The press cannot
Arise
speak
is not a media house.
Rosie.
I'm listening, ma'am.
Yeah, you live in the US. I'm surprised you're saying this. That's the in thing now. They vilify and cancel people and call on media houses to shut people down. They try to shut media houses. But because America is a free society, they're finding it the present government in America is finding it a little difficult. More so now that Elon Musk has bought Twitter.
What
happened in 2020. So it's different. They do it all over the world. You shut them up.
And Rosie, there's this saying that those that come for equity should come with clean hands, right?
That's true.
Should Ruben Abati be in a position to be questioning anybody relating to ethics, relating to corruption, relating to drugs?
He shouldn't. He shouldn't. If he knows, if he himself is corrupt, then I'm surprised.
The question is, should Unduka Blackbena be owning a media house in Nigeria? considering the role he played during the June 12th.
He played the role. Onduka Ogbagbena, Peter Obi, they are Abacha boys. Both of them are Abacha boys.
Should politicians be holding media houses too in Nigeria?
Should politicians be holding media houses?
Yeah.
Well,
Why not?
Like is it Channel News or what news does it?
Tinubu owns TVC, for example.
Yeah.
Ideally, no. Ideally, no.
Okay, thank you.
No, morally.
Ideally, no.
Kulata, the answer is morally no. But
Morally,
there is
no.
constitution stopping them from holding it.
Because there's a conflict of interest. I mean, TVC will never ever say anything bad about Tinubu's government.
Definitely.
But you can't
you can't legislate it, though.
You can't legislate it. You don't say you can't legislate. You can legislate it, but will it pass? That's the thing.
You legislate that a politician cannot own a media house.
You can. They can. If Congress, if they draft a law to say that, they can pass it. They can even pass it veto-proof, so that the president cannot veto it. Because it's not right. Because I mean, you will have NTA. NTA will be propaganda. Then you will now have TVC. TVC will be propaganda. And then they're gonna squash the balls of Arise News.
Can I come in anything? Yeah. I don't think it's something that can be legislated upon. There are standards. It's just like saying I'm a minister of health, so I cannot have a hospital. What if I've been running a hospital before I come into politics? I mean, I come into government. If I've been running my media house and they are being held to standard, professional ethics, that guys, the only thing is that we should have regulatory agencies that are above board. It doesn't matter whose ox is God. When you cross the line, you are sanctioned, and appropriately so too. I don't think we'll get to a space we'll say, I'm not in support of shutting down media houses. Absolutely no. But I mean,
nobody says shut down media houses. Divest off your media house.
Yeah, if you let me just. What happened to AIT? Nobody shut them down. But naturally, because of the role they played in 2015, and they really erred, they threw caution to the wind. You know that they really went down. They went down, and they've been going down ever since. I know quite a bit about AIT, and that's why I'm so saddened by the role Arise played in this dispensation, in this electionary something.
Sorry. That was what Kulata meant. It didn't mean that they should go and shut them down.
I know. I'm talking about the legislation. I mean, we can't shut them down. Okay, I'm just corroborating what he said. I mean, we cannot. We need the free space, but our media houses have created monsters out of people. This man, the Minister of State for Labor, he used the word that applicable. He said the tyranny of the microphone or something. I think that's what he said. I cannot remember vividly what he said. The tyranny of the microphone, that immediately you have a space, you think you can lord it over others. And information is very crucial in this present age and time. So my view is that, look, we need to up the game of our regulatory agencies, whether it is NBC, whether it is a journalist board, or what do you call them now? Guild of Editors, but journalist board. At least there must be a standard. My view, a lot of times, Arise showed they were very biased. They held some kind of passionate hatred against the person, one of the contestants and his team, and you will see it in every of their presentation day to day. So can we continue in that trajectory? I don't think so.
All right, thank you, Bishop. So back to Kulata. Kulata, who would you have batting for you? Lai Mohammed or Dele Alake? Who, if you had to pick somebody to bat for you, who would you have batting for you? Lai Mohammed or Dele Alake?
That's a very straightforward question now. Dele Alake for sure. I think he's more skilled than Lai Mohammed. He is more seasoned than Lai Mohammed. And I think he is more forceful. Lai Mohammed just kind of lies. Dele Alake, I mean, Dele Alake, he goes for the kill. He hits you hard. And if you think about the combination of a Dele Alake, a Bayo Ononuga, an FFK, and some other guy, man, it's gonna be bloody. It's gonna be bloody.
And I think they're now rolling out their big boys now. They've let the obedience space have their moment in the sun. But now that we're getting towards the inauguration, I think they are rolling out the enough is enough heavyweights.
I mean, it's not with ordinary eye that Obi is coming out to say that they want him to run away from the country. It's not with ordinary eye. You see, when they released that audio leak, you know, they went to Obi and Pastor, what's his name again? Oyedepo, to tell them that, hey, we have this audio. Do you guys, you know, the way the press will do, they will inform you, we have this. I give you 2 days to respond.
Lata.
So, yeah.
So can I quickly interject just a few minutes? You see, I think it would be very unfair to be comparing Dele Alake with Lai Mohammed, because Lai Mohammed is not a professional journalist. Dele Alake is a professional journalist. You know now. Dele Alake is not just a communication specialist; he's a media strategist and a publication.
Is a full media group.
Dele Alake work with Guardian, work with Tribune, work with This Day. He worked in this same Arise, so that's the owner of This Day. And then he later became chief press secretary to Tinubu and worked for years. So it's a professional journalist. It would be very unfair of us to be comparing with Bala is just a lawyer now, and then he find himself in
just a lawyer. Is that not your profession?
No. What I'm saying is, for instance, I'm a lawyer. You won't compare me to somebody like even Abati and others, because they are seasoned journalists now.
That because he's not trained to be a journalist. He's a lawyer. It's a different profession.
So if I was Tinubu, I'll use Ajuri Ngelele to do all this Ajebota media with international people. You know, I think it's mixed race or something, and he's very, very sharp, very, very sharp sound guy, expert delivery. I'll use him for that. But for the
I saw that Ajuli Ngelele. I saw him rip apart one CNN journalist.
He ripped apart. That's it. I saw it now.
He ripped apart.
That's in Asha.
There's another lady. There's one young Fulani lady like this. I think a northern lady also.
Yeah, she has British accent. I know the lady you're talking about. That Katina lady.
Anatu Musawa.
Anatu.
Yeah, Anatu. She's fine.
Yeah, she's fine too. So I will use water. My water people will be Dele Alake and Bayo Ononuga, and fine boy one will be Ajuri and that British trained lady. So I'll be giving them wherever they want it.
So
I'll be giving them.
You use the rugged ones, water for Nigeria.
Of course.
The other ones for
fine boy. CNN.
I'm sorry, but I think the problem we have with the outgoing administration was that their media team were not strategic enough, and they were too docile, and that's why what we are seeing from Dele Alake and co seems to be a little bit too forceful, because it's a departure from where we're coming from, and that's why the government, this government that is going, lost a lot of ground. They allowed the opposition, whoever they
to frame them,
to shape the narrative. Exactly, they seized the narrative, and that was the thing that degenerated to the media house. I mean, now, if not, no media house will dare not want to balance their views. But I can say this from today till tomorrow: Arise News never, whether it is in their news reportage, whether it is in their what they are called is their program, on-air program, whether it is in their the one they invite, you will see that they have been biased all the way. And I keep asking the question: are they actually practicing journalism? Unfortunately,
but like what you are saying now, even happens here in the US. Like in the US, you have CNN, you have Fox News. Fox News, like when Trump was in power, Fox News was strictly for Trump.
But they are wrong now.
Yeah,
but they're wrong now.
It doesn't mean they are right now.
I'm not saying they are right, but I'm saying this thing happens elsewhere too. Fox News, whatever Trump does, it's like
what I'm saying is that What I'm
But
saying is that
CNN is like the
that's what makes.
democratic, therefore.
Yeah, yeah, they have their biases. Of course, you will always have your biases, but you can try when you are reporting news, report it as it is, and is no matter how. And that's why I'm saying that it appears that these guys are very combative because the media team of the government they've gone to sleep for too long. It was that
And
they were non-existent. The
can I
achievement
interject,
of this,
Bishop? Can I
yes, sir,
interject? You
yes,
see,
ma'am.
this thing you just
All right. Have that interjection, Zita. Kulata respond, and then I want to take you to Nnamdi Kanu next, Kulata. But somebody sent in a clip they want you to respond to. So you respond to the clip, and then we take you to Nnamdi Kanu. But interject, Zita.
Bishop, that thing you said now about the media in Buhari, that thing affected the election a lot. It made the obedient side to run with a lot of things because the communication aspect of Buhari was as if they were sleeping. So a lot of
They
the
were
things
sleeping.
Buhari did were not put out there. At a point, the man was complaining. I remember when he went to Owerri, he said, people who are supposed to say things I have done, they are not saying it. It was that bad.
I agree with you.
All right, brilliant. Kulata, so let me play you this clip. Somebody sent this in for you to respond to, you and everyone else that might watch this. This is a throwback to the election, yeah, watch this.
The legal advisor, Mr. Ihia Ichukwu Azubike, voted for Atiku Abubakar, the candidate of the People's Democratic Party in the just concluded election.
Volume.
However, this earlier instruction by Right Honorable Rotimi.
You not hear it at all, or because
it's very low. It's very, very low.
No, just increase the volume on your phone. I just did my.
Yeah, no, I can't influence it here. That's how the clip came in.
All right, let me try. Yeah.
Okay.
The legal advisor, Mr. Ihia Ichukwu Azubike, voted for Atiku Abubakar, the candidate of the People's Democratic Party in the just concluded election. However, this earlier instruction by Right Honorable Rotimi Amechi to vote for People's Democratic Party boomeranged on our party during the governorship election of 18th March 2023, as no contrary counter instruction was given to our teaming supporters in various local government areas to restrain and vote their party. And this accounted for the party's loss in the 18th March governorship election and that of Rivers House of Assembly election. Instead of being remorseful for that, for what he did to the party, Right Honorable Chibuike Rotimi Amechi decided to hinge the blame on our dear President-elect Asiwaju Ahmed Tinubu, claiming that he single-handedly appointed the INEC chairman, Professor Yakubu Mahmood. As party faithfuls, we consider this statement by Right Honorable Amechi as an affront to our President-elect and the highest level of anti-party activity. Therefore, we stand before the world today to totally condemn and disassociate ourselves from those statements credited to Right Honorable Chibuike Amechi and the party chairman, Chief Emeka Gbeke. This party in Rivers State has suffered a lot of setback as a result of inordinate ambitions and the high-handedness of our leader, Right Honorable Chibuike Amechi, since 2015. And we are saying that enough.
All right. So does that mark the end of Rotimi Amechi's political career, that clip?
It's not even the clip. Is his strategy, is his game. I don't think he's a good politician because, like, I think is it Patrick or someone?
Yeah. I'll mute him. Yeah. Carry on.
Yeah, I think Rotimi hasn't played his politics correctly. Since he lost the primaries, he's kind of lost the script because he didn't align with Tinubu. He didn't campaign for him. He didn't do anything for him in Rivers State. Wike superseded him in Rivers State, and it was useless. And fine, that's fine, all well and good. But he now went to the press to now go and badmouth Tinubu, that Tinubu appointed, like that guy was saying, Tinubu appointed the INEC commissioner. Like, who does that? So going forward, is there going to be space for him or any of his boys? No, they don't need it. They don't need him. They're not relying on him to get anything in the South or River State. So it's done. It's done because there's nothing. It's useless. There's nothing they need from Rotimi Amechi anymore. They did not use his money to win. They did not use his vote or influence to win. He campaigned against them actually. He was campaigning for Atiku in River State. So it's done. It just did not play his politics well. He played politics of pettiness and bitterness, and he doesn't get anything.
Do you think it is a case of is he going to jump before he's pushed? Because as soon as because from the flavor and the thing that we are seeing from this Dele Alake, I don't think these people are coming with soft gloves, you know. So is it a case that Rotimi Amechi just before the inauguration will make that public broadcast that is stepping down from active politics and is no longer a member of the APC? Because of course the charges for anti-party already, the documents are ready and
they're
for
ready
the
for
chairman.
him. Yeah, I would not be surprised if he steps down because he cannot go to PDP. Wike is in PDP. So if he doesn't step down, I'll be shocked because it's just going to be like an ornament in APC with no
They
power.
might suspend him.
They may suspend him.
Yeah.
Will they want to suspend him though? He's pretty senior. Will they want to suspend him? They may make him just useless, but I don't know. Will they?
Yeah, but he is useless, though, because they already have a ban in River State, which is Wike. You know,
Yeah.
So what does he bring? He brings nothing.
He brings nothing to the table. Nothing. Maybe they won't suspend him and expect that he will resign or retire or something. But will they suspend him? I don't know because the local Rivers APC will not do anything to him. Well, we cannot say because once Tinubu becomes president, we cannot say. Maybe they'll influence our space.
It's Wike that is pushing it. You see that comment that is Wike.
It's Wike.
Yeah. I want to believe that. Unfortunately, Adichie is approaching the end of his game as a politician. He really failed. He failed woefully.
He messed up.
Of election, he really, I don't want to use that word. Yeah. But exactly, I'm choosing. Your word now. He really.
No, how is messed up a bad word? What's wrong with the messed up? He messed up. He messed up.
That's fine. He really failed in holding APC together in River State from the beginning. I know a little bit about River State politics because, by the way, that's my base. And from 2015 to 2019, Adichie had it on a platter of gold, but high-handedness between himself and Magnus Agbe, and even Dakuku Peter side practically destroyed and they allowed Wike to plant moles that helped in the complete destabilization of the party. And people saw this. On a number of times, he will always promise that everything is in control. But in one election cycle, APC could not field a single candidate for all the levels of election. And you are saying you are in control. You are in control. I have nothing personal against Rotimi Amechi, but if we have to say it the way it is, he failed woefully in holding APC together as a party in Rivers State. They had a lot of goodwill, especially considering some of the shenanigans of Wike. They had a lot of goodwill, but
God bless you.
To them away.
Sorry, can I interject? Sorry, one man.
Yes, ma'am.
Where are you from in River State?
Rumudara. But I live in Oyibo now. Yeah. I have a house in Rumudara. I have a house in Oyibo.
You are from Rumudara, or you have a house in Rumudara?
You say, where am I from in Rumudara? I'm in Nigeria and I'm not from Rivers State, but I've lived in Rivers State for quite some time. So I know
worked in
everywhere and I participated in the politics.
Yeah, I schooled in University of Science and Technology, Port Harcourt, and I lived
Oh,
in
yes,
Rivers State and worked in Rivers State for so many
that's
years.
Cool.
I would have been I would have been surprised if you claim from if you say that you are from River State, because all I can hear is Yoruba in your voice.
I'm not really. So anyhow, it's a given. I'm a Yoruba.
Yeah, of course.
I know Yoruba people have a lot of houses in Rumudara. Which side are you from? Are you in Edio's side,
Chinwo.
right?
No, Chinwo.
Shop,
Chinwo.
Oh, okay.
Okporo.
All right. Okporo Road.
Chinwo close, Okporo Road.
A lot of share staff live there now, Okporo Road.
Of course. Very close, very close. Just directly behind RD.
I think you have given enough information.
All right.
Arudi Road.
Yes.
Road. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. All right, let's get back to Kulata. And Kulata, round out that space and then take us into Nnamdi Kanu and to be or not to be. That is the question, to release or not to release. Because there's an argument for both sides, but which one best serves when Tinubu comes in? Nnamdi Kanu to face the law or to get a state pardon?
Honestly, that Nnamdi Kanu is kind of like tricky, because you don't want to send the wrong message too, like you're pampering dissidents in the country. He has a lot of cases to answer for, but at the same time, the government did him wrong. That rendition is illegal. So, I mean, I'm tempted to say, take him back and rearrest him if it's possible. Because just to correct that wrong of the rendition, because he still has cases to answer for. So based on the fact that his charges are pretty grave, in my opinion, because is against the state. I mean, really, I just got back from a trip to India, and I could see what Nigeria can become in 10 to 15 years if we put a lot of effort into it. I mean, India is not that different from Nigeria, but it's also that very, very different from Nigeria. And if you have the likes of Kanu running around, we'll never get there. So in my mind, I resent some of what he's doing in terms of destabilizing the Southeast, because without what he's been doing since 2016, that area will have been relatively peaceful. Because, I mean, who did we have there? We had Ralph Nwazurike before. It wasn't Peter Obi could control him. It wasn't that bad. So, I mean, given that like really he needs to pay for some of what he's done, I will not advocate they just release him a la carte like that. But I would love for the injustice, the rendition injustice, to be corrected one way or the other. But he still needs to answer for his case. So I don't agree that they release him just like that because of his cases. He jumped bail. He escaped out of the country. I mean, many people have died. I mean, no, you just can't release him like that. But they bundled him from Kenya. That needs to be fixed. That needs to be corrected. So that's my stance. I don't know if my stance
is Nnamdi Kanu, outside of the atrocity, his real value is political currency, isn't it? It is political currency. The Southeast are up in arms, and the one thing that would just douse for a moment their grievances will be to have their son. So if he releases them into the middle of this hoopla, that would just give them something to divert attention to, would it not?
It will, but it's short-term gain. I don't think it's worth it. It's short-term gain. Because after you release him, he's going to get restive again. Because this is his career. This is his hustle. You don't think he was just going to give up on his hustle. And, I mean, with a lot of people that are now relying on that hustle, if he abandons the hustle, there are many people willing to step into that shoe. I mean, Simon Ekpa is there. Many people are there. So, yeah, it releases Nnamdi Kanu. Okay, what will happen? People will say, hooray, releasing Nnamdi Kanu. Then he now gets on radio and he starts running his mouth again. Then what have you gained on long run? The people that you think should be happy, then they are back into, I want to leave the country. So at the end of the day, what do you think? Releasing him, immediately, the sigh of relief, then give it another 1 year. Then we're back to square one. What's the point?
All right, let's do what if for a moment, Kolata. Let's do what if. What if Nnamdi Kanu was to be released? What if conditions were placed that he has to distance himself from the Biafran narrative? Let's then say Nnamdi Kanu accedes to that, and then he distances that. Let's give one Nigeria a chance. How do you think Simon Ekpa will position in that? He always telling us he's a disciple of Nnamdi Kanu. What if Nnamdi Kanu came out and denounced Biafra? How would Simon Ekpa handle that?
Simon Ekpa will laugh at him that thanks for ceding the ground fully to me. Now I'm the boss. Because Simon Ekpa is making money out of it. He lives in Finland. Nobody's disturbing him in Finland. So he's just going to say this guy has lost his mind. And he shows I'm the authentic leader. And he will continue. But even that what if, because Kanu is a British subject, is a British citizen. So no matter the deal he has with Nigeria, he can't be enforced because he's not a Nigerian citizen. He's just going to run to UK and start doing the shenanigans. Are they going to go arrest him in the UK? No, they can't. Except they try and bundle him in, like they try to bundle it, like they bundle him from Kenya. So even if that was a feasible option to say they do a deal with him, Simon Ekpa will take over the gap that he leaves. Because it's a vacuum and there's money to be made. And money is being made. So they're not going to cede that ground. They're not going to cede that ground. If Nnamdi Kanu, if they deal with him, Simon Ekpa will take over his space. There's too much money to be made in that space. It's a business
can you estimate the net worth of that space, that Biafran narrative? What sort of net worth would they post on that space?
I know you guys give me some wild valuations.
I think it's a $500 million space dollars.
No, not close at all. No, not at all. I think those boys. No, I don't think. No, I don't think. I think those boys will be running away with like $5 to $10 million in net worth. Well, those between Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa. I don't think it's $500 million. Not at all. Not at all. But they have mouths to feed too. They have their own boys to pacify with money too. So it's not just them.
Because I was actually looking at the net worth of Simon Ekpa online just about a few weeks ago, and during the course of a session, and if they estimate that it's about 20 to 25, near $30 million.
No, that's some statistics from Abba. No, that's not possible. In my opinion, I don't think that's possible. Simon Ekpa may not be worth more than $2 million or something. I don't think 20. No, come on, no. I don't think it's possible. In my opinion, though, I don't have anything to back it up, but I don't think it's worth more than like $2-3 million.
All right, brilliant. And finally, Kulata, take us to this space. Soyinka can never be the man Chinua Achebe was. Is the singer of Nwanta Mesi, also known as Charlie Boy Oputa. So what are you them? Because it's along the lines of Chimamanda, isn't it? And these people, I just feel that anyway. What do you feel? Never mind what I think. Soyinka can never be the man Achebe was.
No,
Charlie Boy.
It's true. What he's saying is true because Soyinka is a poet and a playwright. Chinua Achebe is a novelist. They're different, so they'll never be the same. So yeah, he's right. I don't know why he's saying this because it sounds very childish. Because they're not, everybody thinks they compete in the same space. They do not compete in the same space. Soyinka won his Nobel laureate for being a playwright. Chinua Achebe writes novels. What do you call him? He's an author. Soyinka is a playwright. They write stuff, but one writes novels, one writes plays. They occupy different spaces. and so they can never be the same. And I have no beef against either one of them. They're both good in what they do. So Charlie Boy is just being a crybaby because
Kulata, can I interject?
yeah.
I think that's not what Charlie Boy is actually
I know
trying to
that's not
say.
what he's saying. I said that intentionally. I said it intentionally because I didn't want to get into the gutter because it's not what it.
Okay.
Yeah. I know it's just not what it like. It's been a spoiled sport. A spoiled sport. I mean, what does that mean? Like, it's just trying to be mean unnecessarily. So no, they don't occupy the same space. Yeah.
Lata, let me quickly make some observations that although Soyinka is essentially a playwright and a poet and an essayist, but he also has some novels.
Yeah, he has some novels. Yeah.
He wrote The Interpreters. If you remember, Interpreter is not a play. It's a novel. Then Season of Anomy. Even Arcade Years of Childhood. And this one.
Yeah, but that's not his claim to fame. Is Nobel?
That's not really a specialty.
That's not his specialty. Yeah.
Even the man died. The man died. That prison note. It's more like a prose. It's not.
It's a prose.
Yeah.
So it's not. I mean, Soyinka. I mean, we actually the house he lived in. We were the next to live in the house after he left. One of his houses back in the day.
Is that in the university quarters? You lived in the university, didn't you?
Yeah.
In Ilefe.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I know his office in Ife.
So I mean, we're kind of like connected that way, but I'm not going to be biased or anything. Soyinka is Soyinka.
You are connected. Look at that. He passed me on the street one day. Therefore, he's my brother. Look at this guy. Are you cloud chasing, Kulata?
No, I know some of his kids.
Kulata, what road is that?
Road 2.
Okay. I live
in front of VC's, exactly in front of VC's lodge.
Okay. Yeah.
So I mean, Charlie Boy is just being.
Is that an Ife?
Yeah, that's an Ife.
You must know my uncle then, Professor Adeboye.
Of course, I do. Is it the one with the twins?
Yeah?
The one with the twins?
Yes.
Of course, I know him now.
Oh man, I know him.
I still saw one of the twins late last year in Atlanta.
So we have
that would be Deji. His wife lives. His wife.
We have some great Ife here.
Is my mom's immediate younger brother.
Your mom is from Osun State?
Yeah, she's from Elisha.
Oh shit, small one.
So we have some great Ife here.
I'm from Elisha too. Anyway, let's not.
Look at that.
Yeah, so Princess Rosie.
Great Ife.
Great.
Oh, you are great Ife too. Okay.
I beg me on sit down. That's in a small school. I beg you.
That's school.
All right. Since we are doing great Ife, let's just do a real snapshot. The top 3 universities in Nigeria. Give us your list, Kulata, and then we'll run it. We'll run it around everybody, and then we'll go on from there to Rosie.
Great Ife number 1.
Is Ife number 1? You are number 2. Who will I give number 3? I'll just say UNN.
Hold on, everybody gets a chance. But Kulata first, go.
I'll give it to you.
Hold on, Bishop. Everybody will get a chance, but let Kulata give us his list. Yeah.
Ife, UI, Unilag or UNN, between Unilag or UNN.
You know, I when you said Ife and UI, I thought you were going to buckle to be politically correct and then go to the north or the east and pay. I was surprised you say Unilag.
Unilag is Unilag. Then after Unilag, I'll go to the east. I'll go to UNN. But Ife,
okay, just to expand it, give us your top 5.
Okay, Ife, UI, Unilag, UNN, and the 5th one will be either I go to Benin or I go to Ahmadu Bello.
All right.
Yeah, either Benin or Ahmadu Bello. I'll just go to Benin.
Is that in a hierarchical order?
Yeah, hierarchical. I'm biased, of course, but if I'm going to be real, I'll say UI before Ife.
Yeah, I would say UI before Ife, but yeah, okay. All right.
What are the criteria? Yeah, I'm interested in criteria.
Generally,
whichever criteria it was just a fun little something, but just the broadness of everything. The broadness of everything is the criteria. But Bishop, let's have your list. But it's just a fun little snapshot, something on our way to Rosie. So give us your top 5, and then we take from Rosie, and then we run it all the way to Ajane Koko, and then come back to Rosie for her submissions.
Okay, I'll say UI, ABU, Ife, UI, ABU, Ife, UNN, and I won't put Lagos. I won't put UI, ABU, Ife, UNN. I don't know. I think I'll stop there. 4.
All right, brilliant. So Rosie, we already know what your first one is, but what's your top 5 universities in Nigeria, Rosie?
Of course, I'm biased. Great Ife 1, UI, Unilag, UNN, and Ahmadu Bello.
All right. And to you, Ogbeni, your top 5.
For sure, Great Ife 1. Then
hold on. Should we be adding a proviso that did you attend? You went to Ife as well, of course.
Yeah,
okay,
I played for Ife. So yeah, Great Ife first for me. Great, always great. Then UI, then ABU, Zaria, then Unimed, then I'll come back to UNN.
Is it a Unimed?
What is it?
Is it a Unimed?
Unimed, University of Maiduguri.
Oh, really?
After ABU, then I'll come to UNN.
I was almost going to mention Unimed, but
my turn.
Oh no, it's Charles next. Charles, your turn, Charles. Oh, I don't think we have Charles for the moment. Patrick, are you there? All right.
After today, the first one will be UI, the second will be Covenant University, the third one will be University of Nigeria, the fourth one is FUTA, and the fifth one is University of Ilorin.
Now, my wife went to FUTA, but what do you mean as at today? Are you now adding
ranking?
Yes.
Yeah, as at today ranking, the best university in Nigeria is University of Ibadan. The second is Covenant University. The third one is UNN. The fourth one is FUTA. And the fifth one is University of Ilorin.
That Covenant University, is it a private university? Is it one of those private?
University. They've been in the top 5 for the past almost 5-6 years.
It depends on
Patrick. I've seen another ranking come out. It's not just one ranking.
On which ranking now?
It depends on your ranking.
But check all your ranking. Covenant University will come part of the first 5.
So where do you put Afebala University at Ekiti?
Oh my God, leave that one. It's coming up actually, but I think Covenant University. There was the time Covenant University was like number 2 now.
We know how this ranking thing works.
I don't know, but that's the point. They are just like the first 5. Covenant
Don't
University.
worry, Patoski.
And it's just the university that is less than 15 years or something.
No, it's older than Abuad.
I know.
All right, Zita, you're up next. Your top 5.
Okay. My university, the first University of Science and Technology in Africa, seconded by the one. Okay. FUTO. Then I give it to UI. I'm looking at the number of people, the caliber of people they have produced. That's what I'm using for my ranking.
Oh, okay. Give us a big 2 big names from that number 1 that you just who are the 2 big names from there?
Me now.
You, of course. Of course.
Yes, so.
In Yoruba, we say yes. Carry on.
Okay, then what's the name? Ife, UNN, and then University of Maiduguri.
All right. Ola, you're up next.
Okay. Afe Babalola University, then Covenant University, Then I will pick University of Ilorin. Then Maulak. If you know, you know. Maulak. That's a University of Lagos. Then where? Let me just pity Obafemi Awolowo University. Yeah.
That's Obawa University. What do you mean? You
No,
pity us? What do you mean?
It used to be the most beautiful educational estate in Africa. So that's the only
It is still the most beautiful
They say
one.
Obawa University. That's what they used to call you when
because I really tried to get to Obafemi Awolowo University, but I couldn't make it. So I don't like them. So.
No, you see yourself.
But Ola is curious that you've put new generation universities as the top two. Is that the sign of things? Yeah.
Because I'm machinist in nature, so I follow processes. See, I've seen the products from some of this university, and I've had team members from some, especially Bowen University. And you see, whenever I made a product from these universities, honestly, you see some of people from this OAU university, they are talking about the struggle to even compete with this guy. You know, so to me, those university people may be calling them private, but they compete very well internationally. So the guys from those university, they are not pushover. They will give you runs for your money. I tell you that for fact from my own experience. Now, the University of Ilorin, I had it there because when you talk of university that when I don't know of now, whenever you attend University of Ilorin, your 4 years is 4 years, no rubbish. So that's why I put University of Ilorin. But for Covenant University, Afe Babalola University, and take them to University of Illinois, take them to MIT, take them to University of Toronto, take them to University of British Columbia. I bet you they will never disappoint you. That's just my experience. It's not as if the product from Unilag and Co we disappoint you too, but I put my money on those guys. Those guys, they never disappoint. To the best of my knowledge.
All right, brilliant. Ajale Koko, you're up next. So hopefully we've not heard from Ajale Koko today. Ajale Koko.
I think I will go with Patrick. Same as Patrick mentioned earlier.
All right, brilliant, Ajale Koko. So short words from Ajale Koko today. I wonder, Ajale Koko must be busy. So now back to you, Rosie, and back to the conversation. Pick it up then from Chimamanda Adichie, who has come to write this open letter, which almost certainly Joe Biden would not even be aware of. So she was trying to prod at the Nigerian space and champion her ethnic stock. But what do you think the gains are for her? This now epistle, as Fanika Ode described it, that she wrote.
To me, she is entitled to her opinion. And although she didn't get the facts right, but she's a writer, and writers usually would kind of like make a mountain out of a molehill. So she just like over exaggerating what happened, and she's entitled to her opinion. It's a free world, right?
What about the invitation from Dele Alake that Mahmoud Yakubu should sue her?
To me, how many people are they going to sue? So many people have been talking about Mahmoud Yakubu got some money from Tinubu, did this and did this. So that means they're going to sue maybe half of the populace, because so many people, they are really upset with him. How many people do they want to sue? To me, I think there are so many things that we need to. I mean, the country is in a mess. With the new president-elect, I think it's better for him to, come to terms with what's the messy situation and try to, bring it up, so that I'm sure if he starts doing the good things and bringing up the economy, I mean, all these things will be a thing of the past. To me, it's like this election has been the one that has divided Nigeria most. I mean, it's like there is so much nepotism, tribalism, bigotry, everything. It's like it's bringing out the worst in people. I don't know. That's my opinion.
Do you think we can recover from this thing that you described, which we all recognize, but it's never gone this deep before? Do you think we can recover from it and come together as a nation? Or do you think this chasm that has been opened now it will never really come back together again?
I think with time we will definitely recover if the economy picks up. If things start getting better, the naira is not that bad. I mean, Nigeria start producing, become,
Please,
if the
can I
economy
comment, please?
picks up.
So sorry, let's have Rosie run for a
Okay.
bit. Yeah.
So I think if Tinubu comes on, but because Tinubu is a very smart man, he's been in politics for a while and he likes to work with the best. So I think if he brings in the best on board and then he starts on, hit the problem right on head and moves on with it, if people start seeing things moving, and situations start getting better. The poor people are not suffering as much. If things start getting better, I'm sure people will. There will be less emphasis on this, and then people will move on and start to applaud him for his good works. That's my feel. But if there is no changes, if things are getting worse from what it is now, then definitely it's just.
What about the ethnic divide that has opened up? Because people are now clear on just how they are viewed by others. What about the ethnic divide? How is that healed?
Nigeria, I think, but from time, we've always have a little of this that it's in play, but it's not as pronounced as it is right now. To me, when the economy improves and Tinubu gets the best people on board, I think the this division is going to really be downplayed, and people would, you know, try to work with him. I think because right now it's like the suffering is so much. The economy has gone down. So many things. It's like people are like frustrated. They are just like looking for, how do I say? It's like people. It's like they are looking for the punching bag. They're looking for where to vent, where to put their frustration. So, but I think when the economy improves, when things start working, I mean, to me, this ethnicity division would kind of start reducing.
All right, Bishop, you wanted to come in.
Yes, I wanted to say thank you for once again. I'm sorry. I wanted to say if we want to address that issue of the division that is like becoming a mantra now, we have to go back a little bit to how did it start? How did we get to where we are?
But don't take us on a long journey.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
2 minutes. 2 minutes. I'll be bullet. I mean,
all right, carry on.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, the truth of the matter is that this division, even though it's always been there somehow, but it became very pronounced in 2015, and we all know the direction it took. Unfortunately, whether there's economic improvement and the rest is not likely to remove those things. The only difference we're having now that is making it so difficult and so bad is that there's a pushback from the Southwest. And this thing started and it originated. We all remember the Fulanization, the Buhari and his headsmen narrative, the Islamization of Nigeria immediately after the 2015 election. And the unfortunate statement, I say unfortunate statement advisedly, of 97 to 5%, and the hatred started growing and it was widening and nobody did anything to change or to correct the narrative. And I have to say, among all the government that have been in place since 1999 today, no one had invested in the Southeast, in infrastructure in the Southeast as much as Buhari. We can check. These are facts. I'm not talking fiction. So unfortunately, it is not a matter of whether you are investing in a region or not. It's a matter of we allowed that thing to fester, that hatred to fester from Islamization, from Fulanization, then this, what do they call it now? Marginalization that I don't see. Unfortunately, it's become a topic. Now, we keep recycling those things, and before you know it, it's becoming like a kind of a thing. So the sad aspect now is that the Southwest is pushing back, and they are pushing back so ferociously. Ferociously, and that it's making it to now assume a life of its own. So if you invest all the money of Nigeria in the Southeast, it might not change anything, except we actually take a step back and we really want to cohabit, to live together as citizens of this great nation.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Bishop. So back to you, Rosie. Dati Baba Ahmed declines call for public debate with Soyinka. So there's a lot in that space, Rosie. Firstly, Soyinka inviting this guy to a debate, it makes you raise an eyebrow because you wonder why he would even do that. But then this guy declining for elegant reasons, by my reckoning. Do you think Soyinka, he has given all he can to the country, and it's now time for him to just kick back on that rocking chair and in his front porch and just watch his grandchildren and the great-grandchildren just roll around? Do you think this now latest cameo from Soyinka in the public space, do you now think we're now seeing the lines now that Baba's time is up, not in life, of course, but in the political space? So what are you then making then this public debate that the Nobel laureate invited the Mauritanian to?
To me, I think like there's a common saying that once a soldier, always a soldier. Professor Wale Soyinka is a very respectful person, and even though he's getting elderly, it doesn't mean he's just going to fold his hands and say things going wrong and not keep quiet and just keep quiet. Like the Yoruba adage always says that, like if there is an elderly person in the marketplace, you won't see a woman backing her baby the head to be twisted. The elderly will always, adjust the baby's head, right? So he can't say because he's elderly, he's just going to keep quiet and see things going downhill. He's always been a fighter, and I think he would remain a fighter until his time expires. And for the debate that he's trying to get with that, I think to me, he's way too smart to come to date. I mean, that he knows that he can't face him. I mean, this is a guy, this is a professor, this is an academician. He's gonna
But
flush.
it's a 90-year-old man, though.
It doesn't matter. His brain is still intact. It's not. He doesn't have dementia. He's not talking like he's stupid. He's still talking with sense. He's still talking very well. So that he knows that he's gonna be messed up if he comes to a debate with him. So the best thing is he respected himself. That's why he declined.
All right. If Dati does have a debate with Soyinka, it's either that he's going to lose intellectually or he's going to lose in the public space. This was what I was opening with when I was in that space. So if he gets floored by Soyinka, then it becomes a laughing stock. But if he floors Soyinka in a debate, Soyinka a national icon, it will get a lot of public resentment. So it's damned if you do. It's heads you win, heads you lose, tails you still lose. There's no upside for him to debate Soyinka anyway, win or lose.
Yeah, to me, that he knows the stuff Shoyinka is made of. He knows he can't dare him. He's going to disgrace him. And then that's going to be even worse for him. So I think that's why he's smart enough not to even want to, go into that with Professor Shoyinka.
Sorry, Omar, Rose. Do you think? I think that is daft. He would have taken that debate because even if Daddy goes there to say rubbish, the obedient will say he won. If he go there to
No, the
even laugh,
obedient are not
they will
that
say he
stupid
won.
now.
They
The
will say, look at
obedient
the way he rubbish the professor.
No, the obedient are not that stupid. Now that he goes there and they're asking him a question and he's saying
They are not that stupid.
They are not that stupid. Oh my
Really?
goodness.
But they are
They're
stupid
not
a
that
little.
stupid. So they see their man being messed up. Of course, he's gonna dash their ego. He's gonna.
Are you talking about the people that had a clip that was patently 100%, and we are now hearing deep fake and all this kind of these people are they're from a special planet, or Rosie, special planet.
Obedience are from Mars. They're from Mars.
I don't think they're that stupid. To me, they are not that stupid. I don't think so.
All right, brilliant. Sorry, carry on.
With this guy you're talking about, Nnamdi, being released or not released.
Yes.
To me, like I know in the US, whenever a new president comes in, I don't know if it's like before the president leaves, though. There is some people that he has the privilege to, ask for their release. So if Tinubu is going to do that, like maybe release Nnamdi, I think that would be a way like trying to unify the country. But like others are saying, he shouldn't be released unconditionally. There should be some conditions for him to say, okay, we're going to release you, but this is what and what you should do. This is what and what you shouldn't do. If you do this again, we're going to come after you. So if they release him with those conditions, and if he messes up again, then they can go back and pick him up. But at least just to maybe help the country to heal a bit, that might be a good idea, to release him with conditions, though.
What sort of conditions then would you anticipate?
That he shouldn't go back and start inciting the people. He shouldn't go back and start, arming people to go against the federal government. I mean, stuff like that. Anything that is going to cause problem in the country, you shouldn't go back to do that.
All right, Rosie, we've not seen you since this came out, so it's only 10 seconds, but watch this and then tell us your take on this space.
LUP, yes, daddy. OB, yes, daddy. OB1 name. Thank you, daddy.
Okay, so the yes, daddy tape. You must have seen it. What did you make of it?
I listen to Woma every night, even though sometimes I just don't, come in on the platform, but I listen to it every night. To me, I'm just, right from time, I know Obi is part of the old, he's part of the old. Okay, he's claiming now that, he's so pure, he's so innocent, he hands are clean, he hasn't dipped his hand into the cookie jar, he's innocent. To me, I just feel he's just part of the old crowd. He's full. So to me, he wants to be in power, and he will want to use everything to come into power. So that thing, I was even more disappointed when I saw that. That, for goodness sake, you are saying yes, daddy, like a child that is being reprimanded for something. I mean, is it because of power you would stoop so low and start saying yes, daddy to this man Oyedepo? These are people that they milk the poor to build their empire. Now, once you say yes, daddy, to this man, if you become the president, that means once this man asks you to jump, you're going to be jumping. So, I mean, that just made me lose more respect for him.
All right, and then what are you making of the counter-insurgency being run on that space? This now narrative of is it deep fake or deeper life or whatever, the deep fake something? What are you making of that? That they're trying to say that the whole thing, they're even going as far as artificial intelligence. So what are you making of the counter-insurgency being run by the obedient space?
I don't think that tape was fake. I think it's real. They're just trying to cover up the shame, because you can see, the examples he laid. He was going from church to church, start going from pastor to pastor. It was going around all these Christian bodies. So definitely he would have had talks like that. Maybe this is the only one they got now. They might have tapes on him talking to the Dunamis man, other pastors. So to me, I don't think it's fake. I think it's real. It's just showing people the type of person he is too. He's not clean. They are all part of the whole thing. So that's the way I feel.
All right. So, Rosie, I want you to open up this space, because I recall maybe I misheard that you said once upon a time that you had like a medical backdrop. So let me give you a speed read of this space, and then I want you to open up the conversation there. It says, Nigerian medical doctors open up about the hazards of the job. So this is something that I'll tell you what builds it up, because it's embedded within it. But let me tell you what the Nigerian doctors are saying on Twitter. So this is NATO. This guy, it says non-doctors can never fathom what it is like to work as a doctor. There is almost no point trying to even explain. If you do a 9-to-5 job, you can't understand going to work on Saturday morning and not leaving until Monday night. 60 hours in total, a regular occurrence in medicine. So that's how he opened up. And then all of the doctors in Nigeria, they just left onto that Twitter. So this is what Audrey says. She says, during HG, so that somebody explained that is house job in the comment section. So during HG, I was assisting in a surgery. Next thing I heard, catch her. I was so confused. I didn't know who we were catching. I thought my patient was falling off the table until I felt arms around me. Apparently, I was the one falling. Hunger is a bastard. So that's what she said. But now this is what builds up to them now opening up on Twitter. Medical doctors practicing in Nigeria have gone on Twitter to discuss the hazards of their job. The discussion began after reps proposed compulsory 5-year practice for Nigerian doctors before they can travel abroad. A proposal medical students under the aegis of Nigerian Medical Students Association have opposed. Medical practitioners in Nigeria pointed out that those leaving the country to practice abroad are mostly doing so because of the unfavorable working conditions in Nigerian hospitals. They then shared their individual experiences, with many talking about how they fainted after working 60 hours straight. So NATO opened up that space and everybody jumped on. Jade, she comes in. It says, pre-op nurse dived in and held me from behind. When I came to, I was covered in blood on the floor. Exhaustion is no joke. They sent me back to HOR, whatever that means. My colleagues told me the surgeon was back at work at 7 a.m. Someone that left the hospital at 4:30 a.m. May God bless doctors. A princess comes in, laugh out loud. My first time assisting a surgery, I didn't even know I fainted until I woke up and saw myself on the floor and they were trying to remove my scrubs. I literally just blanked out. So this is a gold Onifadi. She comes in. She says, I was heavily pregnant and on call for 24 hours. Had my bath the next morning in the call room and continued working the next day with Braxton Hicks contractions. So this is Ugo C. Mba. He comes in. I collapsed on top of the woman I was assisting to perform a CS on 12 years ago. I was down with malaria, but there was no one else to assist. And till date, from the time I was moved out of the theater, the surgeon never called to ask how I was. A very thankless job. This is Dr. Reasoner. He comes in. I passed out in A&E. Na patient relative come they hold me. Dr. Zeus comes in. This was me today. 1 minute I dey hold retractor. Next minute I dey turn me. They had to go and bring a bottle of Coke for me. I was just grateful someone noticed before I got to the ground. I didn't get more than 20 minutes of bed rest, and they charged me for the Coke they used to resuscitate me. Now that one paid me pass. So the experiences of Nigerian doctors they've come out on Twitter just to tell us exactly just what the conditions are. So quite grueling and really a real shame, all of these things that they're describing. But this thing that is passing through Parliament is gone past the second reading, that they want to institute that if you study medicine in Nigeria, you must serve that country for 5 years before you're allowed to leave. Your take on that, Rosie?
To me, I think the medical doctors, medicine as a profession is kind of very, very demanding. It's very demanding. It's a profession that will make you put your heart and your soul into it. It's a profession that is like it comes first even before your family. You see some doctors on call. I mean, they hardly come home. While they are even home, it's like their mind is at work. It's very, very demanding on them, especially the ones in Nigeria. I mean, look at how much they are paid compared to the work they do. They are not paid that much. And sometimes even the working environment is not conducive. Most of the hospitals don't have good, I mean, the ACs are not working. They don't have good I mean, the amenities it's not good. It's like the only ones that are very good is all these private hospitals, but most of the government hospitals, you look at it, it depleted, everything is not working right, and still they put their heart and soul to work. Sometimes they don't even get paid for months. So to me, I think it's really very, very taxing, it's like they put in a lot of sacrifice in what they do.
Can we interject?
And then
before you interject, go on, Rosie.
Compared to their counterpart here, and I mean in the foreign countries, I think the conditions in which they work is different. Even though I mean they too, I mean, and they get paid for what they, I mean, the pay is better, the condition of service is better, and then it's very demanding also, very, very demanding. But when you compare the two situations, that's why we have a lot of people, I mean doctors in Nigeria running out of the country, coming out looking for, I mean, opportunities elsewhere, just because of the working environment, the better pay, and the conditions of service is better.
Rosie, what about the statute going through parliament that the Nigerian trained doctors must be changed to the country for 5 years before they're allowed to japa? Can you see an argument for that?
I don't think that is right. I don't think that, because if the situation in Nigeria is very fine, the hospitals, I mean, the amenities there, it's good, everything is fine, why would they be japa? Nobody wants to leave their homeland. The reasons why they leave is because when they compare the payment and the conditions of service abroad compared to Nigeria, it's better. That's why they want to leave. But if the condition back home is done, it's made in such a way that it's more conducive for them. I mean, this thing before we had not many Nigerian doctors were running out of the country, right? A lot of Nigerian doctors were staying in Nigeria practicing, but now the condition of service is getting worse. They're not being paid right. They put in all their heart and soul.
You know, I read an article once, and I think we even covered it here. Ajanle Koko is here. He may recall that there are actually British organizations, British companies that charter private jets and send them to Nigeria. And as soon as these people are being handed their certificates at these universities, by the next hand, they are putting a ticket in their hand and flying them to the UK. Should Nigeria not protect its assets, because these doctors are assets, a lot of expense to train them up, only for them to be coming to rob the backs of Rebecca and Mary in Dartford and Birmingham. Can you not see why that great an asset in a country that cannot even afford it, they should protect it from being hemorrhaged? Do you not see that something has to be done, especially for the medical space?
Yeah, I think something has to be done because, like I say, the condition of service is not really good for them. They are not being paid well. They put in all their time, energy, and yet they are not being compensated adequately.
All right. Ola, you wanted to come in?
Yeah. You see, some of our legislators, they are jokers, honestly, because the first thing you want to do to protect a particular industry is for you to find a way to put some draconian law, anti-fundamental human rights. In the principle, a lawyer is saying, just tell me if I'm wrong. Though. Now, you want to restrict someone's movement just because you want to satisfy your own selfish interest, while you are not compensating those people you want to restrict adequately. As we speak today, this thing is not happening to Nigerian doctors alone, because it is irony, it is fallacy to think Nigeria. Doctors move from United Kingdom to Canada. They move to the United States. Doctors move from South Africa to Canada. So it's not as if it's limited to Nigeria alone, because this is about competition. So if you want to stop doctor from moving from Nigeria, you have to provide a very competitive environment.
Sorry, when Ola finish, I would like to interject.
Okay, same here, please.
So you have to provide a competitive environment instead of you trying to restrict them. Now, let me tell you something now. Everybody can still remember Dr. Adadevo, Ameyo, whatever. That woman that saved Nigeria from that Ebola thing that time. You see,
is it Ebola or COVID?
Ebola. It was Ebola.
Okay. It was Ebola.
So a well-trained woman, you see how that woman protected that profession, even when the Liberian government or whoever, when they were mounting pressure that this guy needed to attend, the woman stood and ground and said, "You are going nowhere." And Nigeria just now, how many people remember that woman till tomorrow? Everybody just move on as nothing happened.
But they just gave her a national honor posthumously under this administration.
After how many years? I bet
but somebody remembered her. You said no. It's facts.
Yeah, the sad thing about the situation is this. Look at our politicians. How many years did they go to school? And yet they are paid heavily. They have all these allowances to travel abroad with their family, do this and do that. They have this allowance, that allowance. How many allowances do the medical doctors in Nigeria have?
Okay, woman, can I interject very quickly?
One voice. Yeah.
Doctors are earning as much as 500,000, 600,000, 700,000 in the United States, for example. They are making like 400 here, they are making like 500 here. And you want to tie these people down, probably some of them are not making 3 million in Nigeria. Are you kidding?
Okay, Ola. Hold on, Ola. Why don't they, after they finish their A levels, why don't they go to the United States and train in medicine there and then practice there?
Okay, Mama, very nice. No, wait, very nice question. Now, you want to see Nigerian university as doing a medical doctor's favor. What about those people that are trained in the private university? You want to
you don't get
you're missing it up.
All right, let's hear from Patrick. Hold on. Sorry, everybody hold. Let's hear from Patrick.
Yeah, thank you, woman. Thank you, my brother. You see, this will not be the first thing. There's what we call bond. You understand? There's what we call bond. I joined a profession. They train me, and then I signed a bond with them because they paid for my school or they subsidized my education in that particular field. They say you can't leave our employment until another 3 years. That's the bond. If I want to leave, I should be ready to pay. To study medicine in this country, this Canada, I'm happy that me and Ola were in the same city. To study medicine here is going to take you almost 10 years, and you are going to spend close to $500,000 to study medicine. That's the cheapest you can get.
At the lowest level.
To even get the placement, I have a boy, my friend's son, who had done his pre-med in neurosurgery, an area of neurosurgery, and wants to go to medical school. This boy was on waiting list for how many years? Most of them now go to the Caribbean to do their medicine at a great cost. I have a niece that was here. He has done her biology and psychology. This girl was here, was doing graduate assistant, research graduate for one professor. She had to now travel to the UK with another American university that has a campus in UK to do medicine because there's no placement. And they pay heavily for that. You go to Nigeria, I'm sure, to even study medicine, as we say in Nigeria.
But please, let me ask you a question about schooling. Did she MCAP? Did she do well? Because if you don't have a good score in your MCAP, definitely you're not going to get
admission. Not only those people that I mentioned, to get a placement here, because medicine is a very lucrative profession. Between you and me, that was the first thing I attempted when I came here to this country. I said I could go back to medical school. But when I went through the whole process, I saw that, man, I will be in the university, my son will meet me there. So I said, let me just chill. You understand?
You go fail. You go fail now.
No, I go cope now. Leave that one. I know what you talk. But the point what I'm even saying is that it's a lot of money. And in Nigeria, to even study medicine, I would say Nigeria is hard. With 10 million, the boy will finish medical school. Somebody was paying for that. It's not free. Nigeria is the one paying that difference.
That's
so
not
they
really
say
true.
You can sign. It's like saying you have to sign a bond with that country. If you go to a government school, that you sign a bond with the country to serve that country for 5 years. That's even a short time.
Wait, are you saying that the medical students in Nigeria is the government that is paying their fees? That
they are subsidizing it now? Are they paying as much as the medical students in UK, US are paying?
Can I interject?
Please interject, my brother.
Is the Adaleko that said that's not true?
No, that was Ola.
Okay, the fact is this: to study and become a surgeon, a doctor, whatever in Nigeria is one of the cheapest, if not the very cheapest, anywhere you find in the world. And it is the government of Nigeria that is sponsoring it. Unfortunately, when we train these people, no matter what we want to say about the Nigerian universities, we have our challenges, we have our limitations, but we are not, it's not the worst of places. It's not the worst of places to be. So when we finished training doctors, I did a little research in the University of Port Harcourt many years ago at the teaching hospital. And I knew how we were, especially in the government hospitals, how we were losing people despite training a whole lot. I know a number of friends that graduated from the University of Medical School, and at the first opportunity they go. So if they want to introduce, especially for people that have enjoyed subsidized education, subsidized training in those specialized fields, and say, you know what, because of how much we have invested in you, you need to pay back so by so number of years in service. I don't think it's a big deal. But I'll give you an example. I know a few persons in the US that are medical doctors and have been paying their
The student
education
loan. The
student
student loan.
loan for the past 27 years.
Yeah, it's
They are not
forever.
anywhere near. They are
It's
still
forever.
paying. I was talking to a 62-year-old doctor a few weeks or months ago that is still paying, 62 years old, is still paying his student loan. And that's what is being used to tie them down most of the time. And truth is this: if we want, we might try and let it have a human face, but we cannot be training people and 70-80% of them will be taking the next available flight out of the country. It doesn't happen. Military trains a lot of people and they become experts. You cannot leave the military in Nigeria when we have invested that much in you. They won't let you go. America
Can I
train people.
interject?
Yes, ma'am. I was going to land anyhow,
Bishop,
but go ahead.
you know, one man, I reason upside down. Now, Bishop, you agree with the fact that they should keep them in Nigeria for 5 years, right?
Like maybe if you have allowed me to finish, maybe you get my gist.
Yeah, but you have to move there. Sorry, carry on. But you have to condense it. But yeah, carry on.
Yeah, I've not said something for 2 minutes. Yeah,
oh no, so sorry, I was away from my computer, but I carry on. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I just
like to
started
speak on
less
this
than 2
space.
minutes ago. So
Coming after Bishop. Yeah.
So what I'm saying is this: we must have a middle ground somewhere to make them have an understanding. And I think that they are just jumping the gun with the introduction of student loan that this administration is planning. And I really, really, really wish and hope they start implementing it like yesterday. I'm sure you will not be on loan and you expect to go. I did a training in the US. And when I was going to leave them, I was made to pay every couple. When I was going to leave the organization that sponsored me for the training, I was made to pay to the last couple because it's through the system that is, there's nothing you can do. It was after that they sent my certificate to me. So if we spend so much money in training our doctors, I don't think it is asking for too much. But if you want to go, you can go. But come and pay what we have spent in training you so that others can enjoy it. It's as simple as that. Our health facilities and institutions are really suffering from this, great. Of course, I know Egypt is suffering it. Even Germany is complaining about it. South Africa is suffering it. People are moving, and you can't really stop people from moving. But if people have invested in you, I think it's only how do I call it? Sensible that look, they expect something from you too. And that's my submission.
All right,
Can I interject, please?
No, you've just come in, Moshood. Sorry, have a quick interjection, Azita, and then let Ogbeni come in because we've not heard at all from Ogbeni today.
Okay, all I just wanted to say, Bishop, I'm happy you said there should be a common ground. But for me, that's straightforward, like when they finish, they should work in Nigeria for 5 years before leaving. So you are saying you give them almost free education, then you give them the experience again before they leave the country. I don't think I'll buy that, but they will just have to find a common ground somewhere, somehow. But that's keeping them in Nigeria to do 5 years. That means You give them free education, subsidize their education, still give them the 5 years of experience for them to leave. It's a no-no for me. Thank you.
You must give them job too.
All right, come in, Ogweni.
Thank you, Wama, for bringing this topic up. I'll be very eager to find a space to discuss this topic, possibly with the little research that I've been able to make. First and foremost, let me say Nigeria is not going to be the first country to introduce this kind of policy. I will quickly go through some few countries that are doing it presently. If you go to the space of Philippines, that's what they do. They call it return of service agreements. So you're going to sign that before you can study medicine and some professional courses in the country. So what does that do for you? So it means when you finish, you are the property of the government. And then it requires you to work in some underserved or disadvantaged areas in the country for some certain numbers of years before they can release you to move abroad. And now when you go abroad, you see your tax base is it back in your country in Philippines. You must be returning your tax back home. If you don't do that, it's a criminal offense. If you go to Cuba also has that policy. Malaysia also have that policy. Some other numbers of countries like I read something about Brazil, but in the Brazil space, you need to stay in the country for the next 2 years or so to work in those underserved areas. But Brazil own is limited to medical students or medical doctors who receive government funded scholarship. Same with Kenya, Sri Lanka, Singapore. In fact, Singapore own, you have to serve for 6 years and you sign that bond before you can study medicine using government funded scholarship. Even Saudi Arabia, you remember Saudi Arabia has been short of doctor for a while and they've been coming even to Nigeria to source for. So
they send private jets.
Yes. So the ones trained within their space, they don't allow them to move an inch. You must work for at least 3 years. In fact, their own they limit it to public healthcare sector. So not that you go to one private place to go and work. You must work within public health, no matter the condition of the service in the public health. Then let's leave those space and come a bit close to Nigeria. Ghana. If you receive scholarship in Ghana, you must wait within Ghana space to work in the public sector before you can even say you move to private sector. And so many other countries have tried to do research on Nepal, Ethiopia, Pakistan, and others. Now, what do we have in our hands? We have a pressing issue that all these countries, Indonesia, all those countries had in their hand. We also have a pressing issue. Our healthcare industry or sector is collapsing. Why? Because our medical doctors can no longer wait for the Socratic oath that they took any longer. And mind you, if you go back to the history of medicine, don't forget that philosophy, theology, and medicine, they were interwoven at a point in time in history of all these disciplines. If you go back to the history of medicine, your first focus
please,
is not...
Please, can I ask you a question, please, before you continue? I'm sorry, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Like all these countries you mentioned now, that the doctors there must serve some years before they leave.
Yeah.
Do you know their condition is different from the condition in Nigeria?
And that's
in
where
those
I'm
countries,
going.
yeah, in those
That's
countries.
where I'm going. But not
Okay,
in
okay.
all,
Okay,
not in
thank
all
you.
the yes, that's where I'm going, but not in all the countries. There are some countries that the conditions are poor or worse. Let me give you 3. Thailand situation for medical doctors are worse than ours. Some doctors don't even have decent apartment to stay. But because you have signed the Socratic oath to save life first, you don't put money first. Mahaman is another place. Vietnam. Even Philippines, you can't even say Philippine condition is better than Nigerian condition. You know, we just like hyping our own poor situation. In Nigeria's space today, medical doctors are still one of the best paid professions or professionals in Nigeria today. See, do you know how lawyers suffer in Nigeria? Particularly when you are into what do you call? When you are
charge and bail.
court practice. You do litigation and you are not in the corporate world. Do you know? I have so many mates in it. Do you know how much they are still collecting? But because they are not wanted abroad, the abroad thing is not that juicy. They don't find a way to run out. Even if you run
But
out,
you need to think of the years too. This years you go to school as a medical
we
doctor.
spend the same years.
You
They
don't spend.
spend
You don't
6.
spend the same years.
We do. Let me tell you, doctors spend 6 years and then they start collecting money. I spent 5 years in the university and 1 year in Nigerian law school. That is 6 years. All right. So we spend the same year, we spend the same money, buy the same
You
BP
don't
test.
spend the same
The
year.
same years. Not the same
They
years. If you
spend
want to be a
at least a year
specialist,
more than you. At least
if
a
you
year more
and
than
then
you.
if you want to be a specialist too, you can't spend the same years. You spend
Exactly.
more years.
Wait, I don't understand. Let's calculate it. How many
Hello,
years
hello.
They
Interjection,
spend
please.
6 years and they go
That's
for
my
an
space. Can I
outstanding
make
7 years.
contribution so that I can correct some of these anomalies?
Okay, I'm coming before you identify the anomalies. If you can allow me to land first, so
So
that you
carry on,
can
Ogweni.
identify the
Carry on,
anomalies
Ogweni. Yeah.
better. But what I know is I spent 5 years in university and 1 year in law school. That is 6 years before I could go outside to collect money at all. I know medical doctor, after you spend your 6 years, you start collecting money. Now, my point is this: the federal government need some things to put in place. Every countries in the world subsidize for education. So the fact that the federal government is presently subsidizing for education does not qualify them to start signing bonds for students that are coming in. Don't forget those countries I just identified. You need, before you can enter this kind of covenants, you need to be government-sponsored scholarship. What we have in Nigeria is subsidized education. It's not enough.
Yeah, correct.
Now, if you have subsidized education, every country, even United Kingdom, Scotland, everywhere, they subsidize education, okay, for their citizens. But when you now step a bit further than just subsidizing education to accessing government-sponsored loan or scholarship, that is when you are eligible to sign this particular bond. I think that should be considered in any legislative approach we are making. Then secondly, in all those countries, if you consider what they say, there's always this condition in their return of service agreement that government will provide employment for you. Medical doctors in Nigeria still look for work, employment. Some of them are still unemployed, even though they are better paid than their other profession, there are other professionals, but they still look for job. So you don't say, oh, because I finished from university now, I've graduated as medical doctor, there is unemployment, there is underemployment, the condition of service is not good, and you say I must hold on to a bond even when I'm yet to be employed. So for me, yes, the summary of what the point I'm making is this: Nigeria is not going to be the first country to do that, but if we're going to do it, we should go and study the model in those countries, and then we shouldn't rely on subsidy of education. That one is general thing any responsible government should do. We should rely on, if you are now assessing government sponsored scholarship or further funding, that is when you should be signing those bonds. And I think it should cut across board, even to private university. I don't think it should be exempted, because private university also, they still enjoy our space in the country, they enjoy our license, and they are meant to supplement whatever the public university is doing.
No, their parents pay their money.
Hold on, Ola. Let Simba come in. I think he wanted to correct an anomaly. So Simba, come in.
Okay, thank you for giving me the opportunity, Mr. Woman. The grouse about this situation in, especially among the medical doctors in Nigeria, is not about the bond. What they are saying is that it's not only medical education that is subsidized. So the medical doctors are being targeted. Because let me tell you now, in Nigeria, as the Ogbeni said, we like to hype our situations every time we cry foul. But our own situation is not the worst in the world. As I'm talking to you presently in Nigeria, if you attend any public university, you still pay 25,000 naira. I stand to be corrected. 25,000 naira is your tuition fee per annum. Is that not free? When we were in school, because I finished my medical education 2000, we don't pay school fees in Nigerian university. I remember my 100 level, I pay only 33 naira, and that was for accommodation.
33,000, you mean?
33 naira, not 1,000.
33 naira that year.
Yes.
So do
That
you
was
mean
in
that the government sponsors a medical student 100%?
I'm not talking about sponsor. I'm talking not medical student. I'm talking about university education generally in public university in Nigeria. Everybody, not only medical students.
No, your school alone, no. Your school alone,
No,
no.
that's your school.
All right, sorry,
When
Ola. Let
yeah.
him carry on. Don't deviate him from so carry on.
I don't know when you finish your. I attended University of Ilorin, and that was what everything, all the money that I paid that time was not up to 100 naira.
What year was
And
that?
I started in the early 90s.
Okay, because when I went to school, definitely I paid my school fees.
How much did you pay?
I paid 90 naira.
I didn't get free education. I paid
How
my fees.
much? No, don't. No, let me tell you. Let
How
us
much?
appreciate whatever our country has offered us. How much did you pay?
How much
Just
did
say
you
it.
pay?
Mr. Simba.
I can't remember anyway.
Simba, what you
I
pay?
can't
Mr.
remember.
Simba. Things have
Yes.
changed now.
I can't remember. And then
I
also I
enter
got
I'm telling
Ife,
you, if it changed yesterday, but as
yes,
of
it has.
2001,
My
I
brother.
trained medical students. Hello?
Yeah.
I train medical students.
Yeah.
They do as job under me. I have resident doctors.
Okay.
Most of
What
some
year?
of ask them. I'm talking about 2001.
2001 is
Unless
far now.
what do you mean by
I'm
2001 is
coming.
far?
Let me tell you.
How much did they pay now?
There are schools they pay as much as 300,000, 350,000 as
If
fee.
you are talking about state university, there
Okay.
is no school, there is no
No
federal
federal
university
university. None.
that pays that.
That's what I want
There
to
is no
say.
federal university that pays that. I'm still telling you that tuition fee, other maybe minor expenses. But tuition fee in all.
Simba, just a second.
Okay,
No,
go on, Ola.
Let me give you an update very quickly on the fee.
Sorry, do you mind? I'm sorry, Bishop, you have to let the conversation be coherent. So let Ola have that interjection. And then, because if you break him up, then he will lose his train. But carry on.
Simba, see, when we talk about what we were paying that time, put it in perspective. You are talking of the era, even when teachers were even earning 1,000 naira a month. So when you are paying 100 naira those days, put in the perspective, you pay for accommodation and some other things too. That's what I wanted to correct. So don't make it look at it was so cheap that maybe workers were earning like 100,000 and they were paying 30
No,
naira.
but it was cheap now, Ola. If a teacher
No,
earns,
okay.
if a teacher earns 1,000,
that is
naira.
what we are saying. That
I paid
we
90
tend
naira.
not to appreciate. Let me give you 2021. My class, we had a reunion. Most of my classmates, they are not in Nigeria. Majority are in US, UK, Canada, Australia, South Africa. And one of my classmates during the reunion mentioned, talk about something. He said his colleagues who are consultants in Australia, that most of them, they still have like 300, 400,000 loan that they are still paying. That they don't have one kobo because they enjoy like free education in Nigeria. And they are enjoying all the money that they are earning there. They don't have to pay back any loan. But my own problem now is that if they want to make it universal for everybody that train in any of Nigeria university, public university, market, not private university, public university, they should make it universal so that the doctors will not feel targeted. As I'm talking to you, I'm not also passing in Nigeria. I'm in Saudi Arabia. And I appreciate everything that country has offered me. Whatever I'm enjoying today is by virtue of Nigeria. How many of us will be able to afford medical education in any of the Western countries? None. And that is why they are recruiting us, because it's not easy to train a doctor. And we should appreciate that. And then when we are talking about, yes, we talk about the condition of service in Nigeria. Yes, no, it might not be too good. Here, where I'm working now, I'm working with other nationalities, Egyptians, Pakistani, Indians, Sudanese, and I used to ask them that how much did they pay them? Yes, it might sound ridiculous, but Nigerian doctors are still one of the best paid doctors in Africa. Except maybe besides South Africa and maybe one or two other African countries. So, but what I'm saying here is that they should not make it. It's not only doctors that are living in Nigeria. Everybody is living in Nigeria.
Hold on. You can't really do. That's a false analogy because that's a false comparison, I should say, because the medical thing is an essential service. It's a life or death service, and it is a service that is underrepresented within the Nigerian space. We were doing something that there were 5,000 or so doctors to the whole population, some ridiculous ratio like that. So it's not a space. The nation has to make a move. So you can't draw a parallel between somebody that studied medicine that they want to hold on to and somebody that studied media studies.
Well, I'm just telling you the way the doctors are feeling, and this one of their arguments is that
the way they are feeling. Then why don't you go to, like I said, to America to go and take that medical degree and then come back and make that argument?
Okay, if that is what, but
no, do you see the point I'm making though? Do you get it?
I mentioned it, and I appreciated everything that country has offered us. You understand? I practiced in Nigeria for almost 19 years before I left the country. So it's not as if I've already rendered my own service to the country, and I'm still willing to go back to that country.
But you shouldn't have left. At least the government put in somewhere. You should have continued to make that sacrifice.
I'm still contributing my quota, and when I'm done here, I'm still willing to go back to offer my service to my people.
Great.
The Riyadh, the Riyadh is too good. Look at this guy. He's not going anywhere. If they're going to give him an Arab wife, they find him some Fatima, and that is the end of it. They will start wearing that scarf on his head. You see, that's it.
I'm
Look at
making
that.
all the dollars.
Oh, yeah, back to your Gwenny. Yeah, so have you finished Simba? Then back to your Gwenny.
Okay, yes, if there's any other thing in the course of conservation, I will see.
All right, back to your Gwenny.
Mr. Simba is your look-alike, I think, from the picture.
You think so? It looks younger and better looking than me, I suspect. Look at that. All right.
I just want to. I don't know if it's a bit late now. Somebody talk about this Dr. Stella Adadevo, and the person just brushed over as if Nigeria never, did anything to appreciate that woman.
No, yeah, that was Ola. Yes.
But that is not true.
After how many years, Ogbeni? You see, Buhari they only advised Buhari when he honored this MKO. When they honor, it was more of political to douse the tension. How long did you wait? How long did you wait to honor that woman? After how many years? After how many protests? What are we talking about?
No, there was no protest before they honored that woman. Lagos State started.
Seriously. So all those complaints on Facebook, you don't see it as protest. Is it when you carry the placard alone you say protest? People were talking about this on social media. That we don't decide for Nigeria for nothing.
Let me tell you the little I know. At least the how they honor her, at least the little that I know now. It may not be, in our space, Nigeria now. So for me, apart from the posthumous, honor that they gave her in 2018, and what they gave her was Grand Commander of the Order of Niger. That's the second highest honor in the country, my brother. GCON. That's what the likes of Dangote and Atiku Abubakar and
what year and what led to it? They
that's
wanted to even, when they even wanted to honor some crook that they were not supposed to honor, they now package everything so that people will keep quiet. I know what I'm saying. See, let me tell you one thing.
Nigeria, we shall like
Wait
to
now,
disparage
Ogeni,
our
no,
king.
wait, Ogeni, this woman died in what year? 2014. When did you honor
Yeah.
the woman? When you wanted to honor some rogues, and now package this woman along. What
No,
are we talking
now
about?
the woman
Okay.
died 2014. That honor was given 2018.
So at what point, when Buhari was seeking, when Buhari was seeking the second,
Nigerians.
Okay, I hear you.
But the thing is that let's always say the truth. Somebody did something that great. Why can't the person be honored immediately? Why wait that long? I mean, when you see something wrong, talk about it.
If Buhari was not coming for second,
Is
this will not be
he
honored.
about? Is he about? Somebody has died.
So, sorry, Bishop. Let the voices die down, then come in. Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah.
If I may just list few at least of the honors that I know about, then we can now probably push back on that. I was just trying to, the little I can recall is what I'm trying to just bring out. So I know in 2018, she was honored with Grand Commander of Order of Niger, and for the purpose of people that don't know the meaning of that honor, that is the second highest honor you can ever get in Nigeria. Just like the equivalent in UK. Okay, I can't remember now, but the equivalent in UK is what King Charles had before he became Prince Charles, before he became King Charles, and that was what they gave that woman in 4 years after. Okay, and I know that Nigerian Center for Disease Control also, they established an annual lecture series in honor of that woman, and I think they did the first one in 2016, if I can recall. So they named me Dr. Stella Dadeva Memorial lecture series. I know that one for sure. Then I know that in 2019, now a particular building in university, is that Loot or so, they renamed that building. I think the building was, I can't remember what the building used to be, but they renamed it Stella Dadeva Healthcare Center or something like that. And then I also know that there's a public memorial lecture that Lagos State Health Ministry that they hold every year, and they started that one in 2014, the year she died. Now I also know that there is a postage stamp, which is one of the highest honor you can also give anybody in the country to immortalize anybody. Nigerian Postal Service, NIPOS, they issue a postal stamp. I know it was about 3 years after, in honor of that woman. I remember when that postal stamp came out and they titled it Celebrating the Heroine of Ebola. Then there was another, this Nigerian Health Wash. So a lot of things, even in 2015, I remember the governor then named a street. Go and check this one in the Ikoyi area. The street was previously known as SMC Road or so. They renamed it as Dr. Adedeva, and a host lot of honors like that. So don't let us, if we are not properly informed with these things, don't let us just throw out assertions as if that woman was never honored. Lagos will never just leave that woman like that. You should know Lagos is very proactive, and till today she's still getting more honors. That's the few ones I can recall. Another one I remember now is that Nigerian Medical Association also established a scholarship in her name. That scholarship is I think is in public health, and people are enjoying that scholarship till now, which will endure for some time. So those are the few ones I can remember now, and I know there will be a lot of these. Our family will be able to testify to all these things. So please, my own is that let's be careful of the information we roll out here. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. You won. That's good. Thank you.
All right, well put, Ogbeni. So well put, Ogbeni. So let me get back to you, Rosie. Rosie, round out that space that you were, and then we'll take the conversation on to Ajande Koko, who has been unusually quiet, even though everybody comes here to hear from him. Take us to Charlie Boy. Have you spoken on Charlie Boy? Soyinka can never be the man Chinua Achebe was. So this is Charlie Boy burnishing his Southeastern credentials.
Is it me?
No, Rosie.
Yeah, to me, I don't know why I mean, it's like this tribalism. Why is he just showing up his ugly head at every opportunity? I mean, Soyinka, it's a respected person in his own area. Chinua Achebe too. Well respected. So it's like comparing apples to oranges. They are just two. They are all well respected in their area. So why are you coming to? To me, I think that's just so childish of Charlie Boy. He shouldn't have come up with a statement like that. That's like it's being tribalistic. That's the way I say it, though. Yeah.
Rosie, you should not be surprised. If you remember the leaked video that happened just before they released the result of the election, Charlie Boy was one of those people who was calling Obasanjo that time. The Obasanjo was asking that he should go and instigate the youth to start protesting. So it's just like that. So don't be surprised.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like this time around, the political atmosphere, it's kind of different from what observed in other times. It's like the tribalism, bigotry, it's so kind of so pronounced. I just hope the country will be able to heal and move forward.
Can I correct something very quickly? One man, if you are there.
Sorry, were you looking for me?
So can I correct something very quickly?
Oh yeah, go on, and then we go to Ajale Koko.
Yeah, before Ajale Koko, I'm sorry, please. I think it was Ogweni that spoke last. It was in 2022 that they gave Stella Adadivo the national honor, number one. And the reason being that Buhari never gave anybody any national honor since he came on board. And secondly, the honor that was given to her is OON. GCON is mostly reserved after the GCFR. It's mostly reserved for Chief Justice, CJN, and the Vice Presidents. Except on rare occasions, it's been given to a few persons. I remember, I think they gave to Dangote, but the honor they gave to Adadevo was OON, and it was 2022. But Lagos State really, apart from honoring her, compensated the family and compensated the hospital when that ugly or an unfortunate incident happened. I just thought I should correct that. It was not GCON that she was given. It was OON, and it was only 2022. Yeah, 2018. It was in 2022.
Oh, so sorry. So sorry for the misinformation. Thank you.
All right, those honors didn't come from the government too. Apart from OON and Lagos State, it didn't come. Most of those honors didn't come from the federal government. It came from private, both local and international. So this one I was talking about actually was government. Anyway, I good that we learned about it. So we move on.
We have to find Ogweni for that. We've come to very so much confidence now. Anytime he speaks, we just accept it as gospel. So Ogweni,
Mama, I was just using my residual knowledge.
Yes.
And trust me, if I go back and I check, I would in my characteristic way, I will still come back here to correct myself. I've done that several years.
I know, of course. I'm only pulling your legs. So thank you, Ogweni. So and thank you, Rosie. Stay with us. Let's go on to Ajale Koko, who must be having a very busy day because his voice, missing from the conversation so far. So Ajale Koko, are you with us? Yes.
Yeah. One man.
All right. Good to have you, Ajale Koko. Let's take you then to the Chimamanda space. A lot of conversations wrapped around that space. But really, I feel this woman, she would take, when all these things come to an end, I think she's going to take a reputational damage, a reputational deficit off the back of this essay that she has now written. Because a lot of people have been suspecting that she's an ethnophobe, but now with this essay, now there's no suspicion anymore. She presents herself as a champion from the East. So what are you then making then of this brouhaha that is from the what's that book that is Land of the Rising Sun or something? The author of the Land of the Rising Sun, Ajale Koko.
Half of a Yellow Sun.
Half of a Yellow Sun, yes.
Thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Please click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Look, the other day that we treated this the statement that she made, I think we all concluded.
Can anyone hear me? Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
Oh, I think we lost Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko, we can.
I think
Hello?
we lost.
Yeah, I think we lost Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can now. Yeah, carry on.
I'm sorry.
That's
So
right.
the last time we treated the issue concerning the statement she made against the professor, I think we all concluded that she was seeking for publicity. And so far, so good. She succeeded in getting that publicity. We are all discussing about her now. And she played the game well. So a lot of people have interpreted her statement in so many ways. Some have interpreted it to be ethnic jingoism. Some believe she's an hero, and some feel that it's unfortunate statement from her that she should have done better. But all I can say is that the response from the Tinubu's camp is not civil enough to me. I don't know what weight that that lady carry politically and in otherwise that they have to respond in such manner. They responded strongly. They responded as if they are responding to a strong political a person with a person with a strong political weight. She is not. She doesn't have experience in politics. She doesn't. She has never participated in politics. She never played no role in politics. Why are they responding in such a with force against her? I don't get it.
I think it's the platform that she used, Tajanle Koko. So she's gone, and also she has a gold standard international reputation and recognition. So somebody like her speaking internationally, it echoes longer and deeper. So they had to counter it, just to protect their mandate, I suspect.
Look, when we are talking about international engagement or in international whatsoever, I think when it comes to politics and when it comes to diplomatic matter, I think those international countries, they know better. They know when you are pushing for your selfish reason, your tribal reason, or any reason whatsoever. They know because they are on the ground everywhere in the world. They have their diplomats on the ground. They have their investigators on the ground. Some places they have their military attaché, and they collect their fact, very well, and they have the fact. So, person like her, I don't think there's anything she's gonna speak in any diplomatic circle whatsoever that can sway anything against Nigerian state. Nothing. Her level is at the level of a developing writer, not at the same level with that of Wole Soyinka or that of Chinua Achebe, that are that are achiever. They are gold standard. They are international standard. They are super writers, world class writers. There was a Japanese that I met some times ago, and just the way people can be curious, and was asking of me, where am I from? I say from Nigeria. He said, "Oh, I read the book of Chinua Achebe," a Japanese. Then I asked her where. I cannot remember whether she said was in a secondary school or something like that, but she read it and she was telling me things fall apart and some other book. So maybe she said they read it as their literature, one of their literature books in secondary school. But she told me. So that day I was so I felt so proud.
You were proud to be a Nigerian.
Yeah. And I was, I said, wow, all the way in Japan. And she said she didn't read it here in the United States. She was in Japan when she said she read the book. So I was, so she is, her level is still very low. And so I don't see why the Tinubu camp and associate are responding to her with such a bulldozer response and giving her that publicity that she doesn't deserve. That is number one. Then number two, I think the Tinubu camp should learn to how they can govern Nigeria and not to fight Nigerians. I think it's a wrong approach they are taking. Totally wrong approach. Election has come and gone. It is time to govern. They should be acting as people that are ready to govern Nigeria and not ready and not people that want to further divide Nigerians against each other or pushing back against their fellow Nigerians for expressing their freedom of speech. In any way you want to look at it, she was expressing her freedom of speech. She could be, tribal one kind of way with the connotation that that speech carry, but there should be a way to handle a person like her. So, as far as I'm concerned, I think the Tinubu camp have gone too far in the way they respond to her. they've gone too far. And we don't need it right now. They have to start to unite people. They have to start to deviate from this style of Buhari brutalization of Nigerians, particularly voices of dissent against the administration. Is this the way, is this the same style they want to govern Nigeria? It is a wrong approach. It is a wrong approach. So I don't know the bombastic manner of this way Nigerians people in the position of leadership, or people that we see that they're looking at as leaders. I don't know what they derive from this kind of I mean, when are they going to start to learn how to treat Nigerian rights, talk nice to Nigerian people, respond in a very civilized manner, and not in like you tackle you tackle you. I mean, it is the Tinubu camp must realize they have won the election, and it look good for them that they will be sworn in, and they should start to see how they can unite Nigeria and speak to Nigerians in such a way different from the way the military people with military background, that only what they know is force, brutalization, and humiliation of Nigerian style to achieve result. They have to totally deviate from that, because from 1999 it looked like, other than Jonathan, this is going to be the first time that you see a civilian fought his way to win election in Nigeria, not by imposition by a predecessor like Obasanjo. Now, he imposed Yaradua on us. A military man imposed Yaradua on us, and same with what do you call him? Jonathan. Jonathan. And after Jonathan, another military man came to speak to them, speak to Nigerians in the best language they can understand. Beat people where they're supposed to be beaten, shoot them where they should be shot, inflict hunger on them where they don't want to listen, starch them with money, make life miserable for Nigerians, and with no regret. They never show no sign of remorse in any way in all this brutality that they committed against Nigeria. Bad governance, brutal forces of governance, and looting openly and everything. When would we stop? So Tinubu people should begin to see themselves as the savior of Nigeria. This is the last chance for Nigeria. If Tinubu fails, that is the end of that country. If they should fail to manage the people of Nigeria well, to manage the economy of Nigeria well, to manage the politics of Nigeria well, to manage everything that they have to manage, if they fail, it's going to be the end of Nigeria, because it is, people have been pushed to war by the politicians, including Tinubu and their associates and everybody. All the politicians, they have pushed Nigerians to war, and Nigerians could fight back, and it's going to it's going to it's going to happen as a surprise to them. So I think people should talk to them that, look, calm it down. People that are angry that they lost the election going to be angry because a lot of them have never participated in politics. They don't have no experience. They're doing it for the first time, and they're talking the way they talk because their hope was, some people raised their hope so high that yes, they are going to win this, and they fail, and they're still angry, and they should be able to calm them down. If they don't calm them down by the way they talk to them, they should calm them down by good governance. There's a way that you can start governing well, and when people start to see, you will see among those opposition, they are the ones who start to fight among themselves that, yes, this is what we have been expecting. This man is on the right track. They are doing it well. And before you know it, the people will start to calm down because good governance is happening to them. And they are reaping the good fruit of democracy. So, but the way they handle this, this is they have to develop, they have to put into action their ability to manage crisis. I don't see it in them. I don't see it in Tinubu camp, the way they are responding after the election. There seems to me
Is it not fire for fire? Is it not fire for fire?
It is nonsensical. Leaders must not fire their people.
Yes, that's
Leaders
true.
must not talk rubbishly to their people. Leaders must not treat their people as if they are nonsensical. This is what they are doing.
Do we have an opportunity to make an input?
Huh?
I said, do we have opportunity to make an input?
Oh yes, sir. You can say something.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ajanekuku. They say, I don't know how to say this adage. Let me ask first, have you read Adichie's letter to the president? To Biden?
We read it here yesterday.
Okay. The letter itself is full of a lot of lies, falsehoods, contradictions, disparaging the country of birth, and trying to pull Nigeria down as a nation. I don't think that kind of letter deserves any kind. I'm using kind now in not a type, any kind as any gentle response. Nobody have called for violence. The letter she wrote disparages Nigeria, ridicules her leadership, makes a nonsense of our electionary process. Maybe it was not a perfect process. It was not something that there's quite need for a lot of improvement. A couple of days ago, I was listening to you guys on this platform, and we're talking about elections in the US. I can tell you confidently what happened in Georgia was an eyesore, a complete eyesore. What happened in Nigeria was nothing compared to what happened to Georgia, in Georgia here, where the one that was contesting, Brian Kemp, was the Secretary of State. He was supervised. And was this other guy, Rodenberger, that the president was asking for 11,000 votes. And I just look for 11,000 votes anywhere. So let me go back to Nigeria. While we agree that maybe there should be a way, a middle ground, but this was not the first time. Adichie will be doing everything to disparage Nigeria. And if that's the way they choose to respond to her, so be it. The problem we have with Buhari was that he had a very docile media team. They were not proactive in any way, even when the man was doing some good. It might not be perfect. We may not be where we want to be. But quite honestly, they did not do enough in defending and in projecting the government that everybody at every opportunity takes the government to the cleaners. Having experienced that, I think we should have a media team that is a little bit average and proactive in their response. I don't think they overdid what they did. I don't think the response was way too much. I think they should tone it down, but I will not agree that they should not respond. If anybody is last sentence, if anybody thinks
I
that
would
the
like to
best way
speak also.
the best way if everybody thinks the best way to stand above and fly high is by running Nigeria down and disparaging the country and its leadership, calling people names, especially based on lies, I think that person does not deserve the respect of the country. My
Can I
opinion.
interject? Please, can I interject? Please, can I interject? To me, I think I agree with Baba Jale Koko, because the way they responded is like they're afraid of something. I mean, Tinubu has been elected already. He's elected president. But why is his camp so afraid? Everything they jump in and force for force. I mean, to me, that's just overreacting. Like, is this how they're going to govern us? Is this how they're going to govern the people? That when somebody throws the ball at you, you're throwing a grenade at them. To me, I think that was overreaction. The country is like the tension in the country is too much right now. It's not doing all this that will solve the problem. They need to find a way to calm the country down, calm the situation, not adding. I mean, not. What will I use? It's like
Not adding fuel to the fire.
yeah, it's like they're energizing the situation right now. They are bringing up more tension. I mean, he's the president elect. He's going to be sworn in. What are they afraid of? The slightest thing, they are running, 2 people, 3 people attacking. To me, that's too much.
All right.
Baba Jali Koko, can I say something?
No, let Ogbeni come in first. Ogbeni, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I don't agree with Princess Rosie and Baba Jale Koko. No, not at all. I think I want to agree with Bishop. And my reasons are this. First and foremost, Tinubu is not yet in power. We tend to see as if Tinubu is now the president or his people are in power yet. They are not yet in power. They are Tinubu is a president-elect for now. He has not gotten the power. Don't forget what the obedient guys have been doing in their space. They don't want that swearing. We can be here and be sermonizing and be saying, oh, nothing can change it. The swearing day to happen and go. If there is no pushback, serious one from their hand, you will be surprised what could really happen in this government. So, and you don't allow people to go outside there to delegitimize or to demarket the mandate that you fought so hard for. And then, because you want to be so friendly with them, then you don't push back. And I'll use US for instance. I think Babangida will stay in US. When Trump lost, and then a capital invasion, what happened? You see a lot of reactions from the Democrats and the US Congress. They didn't say, since he has lost, whatever he's now doing, if he likes, you go and invade any space. If you like, his people should go and talk anyhow as they like. No, they gave Trump back to back. They didn't allow him to breathe at all. Because what Trump set to achieve around that time was to just delegitimize. And that's what the obedience are doing, not space. I'll give you an instance before I go back to Trump. Look at that woman, former president of Liberia, congratulated Tinubu. What happened after? After 1 or 2 tweets from obedient, she withdrew. And 1 or 2 world leaders like that did. That is the kind of havoc, such thing. You may be saying, what's the importance of somebody saying congratulations? No. In the Committee of Nations, it's very important to somebody who is just being ushered into government that your legitimacy matters among world leaders. Okay, going back to Trump, the first thing they did on Trump EU is they impeached Trump at the House of Rep for incitement and insurrection. They impeached him at House of Rep. People may be saying, after all, they have won the election, they should be magnanimous with power. No, there are corrections they must make. And until Senate acquitted him, right? And the next thing, don't forget, his social media handle was suspended. Some people said, why will you still suspend? After all, the man is no longer, no. It's to correct something outside there. And a lot of things that can't even be Department of Homeland Security also, the EU National Terrorism Advisory System bulletin already, warning potential violence. And then after that, you stay in US. I don't stay in US, but I just follow their politics. a lot of things. Members of Congress proposed a lot of numbers of bills and co. Until today, they are still trying. Is people jail? Some people are still trying. It's just to correct an impression that we hold this democracy in a very high esteem. Democracy that some people shed their blood to get. Some Gen Z cannot even just go outside there and just be disparaging the thing. No. So for me, I give my 100% support for what the Asiwaju guys are doing. Yes, probably we have not witnessed this kind of thing before. Maybe that's why we think it's strange. It's not strange. I've just given an example of United States now as good example to tell you that people stand for democracy. And when you want to disparage it, you think because you can put pen on paper, so you can write anything, people must show. And don't forget, where can they meet Chimamanda, for instance? It's the same mainstream media. They are not they are not in the street protesting. They only send journalists like her to her or writers like her to her. She has written. Then you sort of go and write to disclaim so that in future our children will not pick history and be asking, when Chimamanda said this, was there any disclaimer? Because somebody will come one day, my children and your children will come one day and say, this is the history. But it will be easier for anybody to refer them to say, no, when Chimamanda made these silly assertions, some people address it and corrected, so that history will be straightened. I think that's what the Tinubu guys are doing. The moment they get to office and have the power, yes, they'll be magnanimous with the power. And I think by then, they see Nigeria as, okay, now we are leader. We shouldn't be doing this again. That's my point on that.
All right, thank you. Yeah, come in, Zita, and then we get back to Ajane Koko. Yeah.
Actually, just like Ubeni said, but I still think I should push it further. I think the Tinubu camp, they're not even doing enough. You cannot undermine the democracy of a country and want everybody to keep quiet. I keep making reference. In 1993, I'm surprised some people here are saying something different. It started like this. Just like this. Aton Zeribe was in front of a television doing his free speech. And I'm very sure at that point, most Nigerians don't even know who Aton Zeribe was. Just as Baba Jali Koko was saying, Chimamanda was just one right and one corner. But that speech on television, he formed an unknown association for Better Nigeria. Most Nigerians never knew him until that point. And he did that shenanigan. And before you know it, the whole Nigeria was brought down. Let me tell you something. Tinubu's team, they're not doing enough. They are not doing enough. They have to protect our democracy. They just have to. And not only Tinubu, all of us that call ourselves Nigerians, we have to protect our democracy. When we see people like this writing nonsense, we should condemn it with everything we have. We have to protect it before something goes wrong. Maybe when Tinubu, just like Obeni said, is sworn in, where he is the president, they can decide to ignore you. You say whatever you want to say, because then they are in power. They can push if they want to, they can arrest if they want to, they can leave you if they want to. But for now, we Nigerians have to protect this democracy. Because Baba Jani Koko, I don't know whether you read what these guys write in the Twitter. They're not doing well, though. This Tinubu's camp, they're not doing enough. At all. They should do more. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Back to Ajane Koko.
Well, I think we are all right with our position. But sometimes we cannot set the country ablaze by fueling crisis. Both sides are fueling crisis. And crisis, it looked to me that the Tinubu camp, with the way they are doing, they are not going to stop when they assume power. You know, what you are used to or what you practices all the time, to take it away from you will be very difficult. And that is what I'm seeing in that Tinubu camp, that the way they are responding to against Nigerians, their fellow Nigerians, for the attack against their candidate. Now, after they have won the election, I think it's not, it doesn't carry any weight of maturity at all to me. They should be acting more maturely now. You see, before the election, yes, we can understand everybody is fighting for supremacy. Now, election is over. They are on the way. Already, they have set up, what do you call it? Transition committee between the incoming administration and the outgoing. They are checking the file and record of the government they are preparing to hand over. So what is going to derail this democracy? I don't see it. The interim national government they are calling for is unconstitutional. The constitution does not give room for that. So how is it going to happen? Will a civilian head of state, the civilian president, the outgoing president, is it the one that is going to set up interim government? It is unpracticable. Or will he surrender his power to a military man to come in and constitute interim government for us? How are they going to do it? What is their fear? So, because by your argument, Ogbeni and Zita, it's like, yeah, these people can derail this our hard hand democracy. They are doing everything to make sure this democracy hit the rock, and we're going to find ourselves in such a situation that happened to us in 1993. What happened to us in 1993 was because we had politicians with weight, politician that carries weight involved in that plan that toppled 1993 election. Ato Izerime was a politician that carried weight. He carried weight. He never lost. It was winning election back to back in the East. Even with all those crises, he had his support base strongly behind him. He connected to the military juntas. So, but Chinamani, who is he connected to? He's not connected to anybody, even to the international body that you are talking about. It's not. What did they talk? Something get level. So he could write so bad as you like against Nigeria. This is not the first time they've been writing against Nigeria. Even the people of Yoruba nation, the people of Biafra nation have done worse than what she did in terms of, internet campaign against Nigeria, demonstration against Nigerian state at UN. I participated in one. Everything that we have done to paint Nigeria as a country that loves no human being. What happened? You think the Western world wants their interests to be rubbish in that country? Who are those even protecting their interests there? Is Chidi Nnamdi among those people protecting the interests of the West in Nigeria? No. So but what I'm just my own fear is that if the Tinubu group assumes office and they continue this way, they will not solve the problem of Nigeria, because they should be ready. They are not going to leave them alone. They should be ready for strong opposition, and it's not going to end there. They might think that the opposition is coming from the East or people of the Eastern extraction alone now. Yoruba people are going to join them if they, and that will be too much for them to contain. If it look like they are not fulfilling what they promised Nigerian people, and hardship, economic hardship, become worse than what we are going through now. If the economic hardship become worse than what we are going through now, Nigeria will stand up against them, because they are promised heaven and earth for Nigerian people. Just the same way Buhari promised heaven and earth with his change. What do you call it? Their campaign term was change. We're going to change Nigeria for the better. But it is worse Nigeria that they gave to us. So Tinubu team should be ready they should be ready for fight. How many people are they going to fight? How many people? So they should be ready to govern Nigeria well, and not pushing back and fighting Nigerians or pushing back all the time. It's not going to solve people. The Nigerian people will get tired of it quick. It's just a matter of time. So, but what I'm saying is that they have to start to learn how to calm things down and not react to all this irrational campaign against Nigerians. Nothing is going to happen. Nothing will happen. It is clear. We have seen it all. So, but well, I don't see it that the approach they are using is good. But that lady as well, she didn't do right as well. But she's young. We have to understand. She have no. I mean, I don't. She doesn't have that strong political experience about Nigeria. She has never participated in politics in Nigeria. She have never sat with, mingle with Nigerian leaders. So you should expect her to react the way she reacted. And, Yoruba will say, Tomade man se bomode, agbalagba ma se bi agbalagba. When a child is, acting in a childish way, then the adult should act maturely. It's not that when a child is acting in a childish manner, an adult is acting in a childish manner too. So that will make that adult look stupid. So to me, the Tinubu team look stupid right now. One man, that's my take. Hello, can anybody hear me?
No, sorry, Ajale Koko, I was
Yes.
talking. I was talking, not realizing that I'd muted myself.
Yeah.
So I was saying brilliant, well put, always excellently put by Ajale Koko. So excellently put this, Soyinka can never be the man Chinua Achebe was. So this is Charlie Boy, of course. We recall him, of course, during when Festus Keyamo was telling us that they gave him 100 million naira, and he was saying he was using it to play music. You remember that one? When he was exposed. Here he is now ridiculing himself again. Soyinka can never be the man Chinua Achebe was. A headline attributed to Charles Okuta.
Well, Charles Okuta. Well, two personality with their own distinct achievement. So what Soyinka achieved in terms of that award he got as a Nobel laureate, Chinua Achebe did not get it. A lot of books that Chinua Achebe wrote that are admirable to a lot of people around the world. Like I mentioned earlier, a Japanese even was telling me about Chinua Achebe book. So both of them are achievers. So I don't know what this guy was talking about. Both guys or our fathers are achievers. They achieve in such a way that their good work was and is of international standard, well acknowledged across the world. So it's as a result of the acknowledgement of the good work of Tinubu, of Wole Soyinka, that got him that award, that Nobel laureate. The achievement of Chinua Achebe around the world is why he's so respected when he was alive. Every international body that have interest in book writers, his name is always there. So what are we talking about? So I don't know what that guy is talking about. Maybe he don't shack Ogogoro when he was making that statement. He wasn't thinking, but what he was trying to push out sound ethnic bigotry to me, but it is senseless. It's a 70 years old, maybe 71 or 72. I think we should have done better. That is not the best way. It's not even. I wouldn't expect it from him that a person like him will make such unfortunate and guided statements. So I think he might apologize later. One man, he might. I'm not saying he might, but it's not what he said is not right. Unfortunate, unguided, and very immature of him to make such a statement. So I think I will leave it like that.
All right, thank you, Ajale Koko. So Ajale Koko, take us to the woes and the travails of the medical doctor in Nigeria who have been going on Twitter to complain about their working conditions, but the second reading in Parliament laws to hold them to Nigeria for a minimum of 5 years after graduation. So a divided opinion on the platform, but what are your thoughts on that space, Ajale Koko?
It is unfortunate that a lot of us are supporting this idea of these bastard Nigerians that you have in a position of legislator. I mean, as a legislators in Nigeria. It's unfortunate that some of us, supporting that idea that yes, they should do it. Nigerians spend too much money for Nigerians to have education, and they should do something, and they should do something. It is very, very unfortunate that we are supporting evil. And when you support evil against your people, that evil will turn against you as well at one point. No, go and check.
Are you cursing people who are supporting it?
No, when you support evil against another people, that evil will turn back at a point and come after you.
It's your opinion that it is evil now. Other people are not seeing it as evil.
Okay, I'm just making a statement. I'm not cursing anybody, but they're just making that's like a, it's just like a parable. It is a draconian law, and draconian law will bite on everybody. This draconian law will further send these doctors out of Nigeria. That is what is going to happen. Remember, we are practicing democracy. A lot of us don't understand the freedom that democracy gives the people. And that is, we don't understand it. The freedom that democracy gives us, give you that right to have education, free education in Nigeria. If you read your constitution very well, maybe section 2 or what did they call it? I can't remember. The wealth of the nation, every Nigerian must enjoy from that wealth of their country. So when Nigerians are given some share of the wealth of their country, they shouldn't be punished for getting that share of the wealth of their country. They should not be punished by their government. And this is what they are trying to do. They are trying to say, okay, because we are giving you this, you cannot do this. That is wrong. Why can't this bastard that some of you are supporting make a law that themselves should not travel abroad for treatment? Why can't they make a law that Nigerian medical facilities, medical infrastructure must be up to standard, to that international standard, and not for them in such a way that they, the servant of the people, must take their medical need and care in Nigeria. Why can't they make that law? Why is it possible? Why do they make the law that they can travel out of Nigeria, take so much extra code, and the wealth of nation, using our own commonwealth for them to go and travel abroad. They are taking our Commonwealth out to better the life of doctors outside of our country, to help the economic growth of another country, and abandon your own medical facility to suffer. And you want the doctor to remain there when you didn't give them equipment, you didn't give them the motivation that they need, you didn't give them the better remuneration, you don't give it to them. The condition of service is worst. It's getting worse. It's not the way it used to be. Doctors are very, very proud people, very, very prestigious, one of the most prestigious professions in Nigeria back then. So doctors in the 80s earn more than what the doctors earn in Nigeria today.
That's not correct, though.
What did you say?
I said that's not correct, though.
That is not correct.
Yes, sir.
Okay, tell me what
Okay.
you mean by that's
If
not
you don't
correct.
mind, let me just quickly respond
How
to a
much?
few things you have said. I'm coming.
How much does a practicing doctor earn? A consultant, how much do they earn as salary?
Okay. Will you permit me to just respond from the beginning? I'll get to that if you don't mind. If you don't mind, can I?
Yeah, yes, go ahead.
Good. I don't know if you know the complete story. Nobody is restricting that doctors cannot go abroad, and not the doctors that have been fully trained. They are suggesting that going forward, if you go to university in Nigeria and you were trained to be a doctor, you will at least serve the nation for a certain period of time before you are allowed to go. And they're not talking of private universities or other people. They are talking of government-funded universities. And I think we need to draw the line to have an understanding so that we don't get too emotional when we address some of these issues. We have a challenge in Nigeria. For example, even though our healthcare is not top-notch, it's not where it should be, but it is still one of the cheapest anywhere in the world today. Anywhere. And I can say that, yes, sir.
What are you saying? Cheaper?
Our healthcare services is the cheapest.
What makes it cheaper? Do you have the qualitative care
it might
for
not
the
be.
people in
See, people die.
You have
People
no
die.
care for
People
the people,
die.
and you are saying it's cheap.
Ajale Koko, will
Yes.
you permit me to finish my interjection?
No, we are just having conversations.
Yeah, what I'm saying is,
You even have that.
we are talking empirical facts. I will mention 3 medical tests that they do in Nigerian teaching hospitals, and I will tell you the price. And I will tell you the average price in the US today. Just test. I will tell you the cost of delivery in the best of Nigerian teaching hospital or federal medical centers. We might not be there. We have been doing heart transplant, organ transplant in several of Nigerian universities. Several. I'm talking of several universities, teaching hospitals in Nigeria now do successful organ transplants.
Why are your leaders not patronizing Nigeria? Why do they not take their
on one hand,
treatment? Hold on.
hand,
you are painting it as if, yes, we are developing, we are doing good. Why do they not take their medical treatment in Nigeria? Why do they travel abroad all the time? All your politicians, all your leaders, including your president.
Yes. Sorry, Rosie, can you have a look in the private chat? I left you a message, Bokarian.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ajale. Let's put it this way. Number one, it is very erroneous to think it is every of our politicians that go abroad for medical treatment. We overblow these things. And I'll give you an example. I know of a man that have been in the UK for like donkey years in my state back then, and he came to serve in Nigeria. He was a professional. He had everything there. If he had a need to see his doctor, I don't think anybody should say he cannot go. He's lived there for about 28 or 29 years before he came to serve his people in Nigeria. Now, we make it look as every of our politicians that hop on the plane and go for medical treatment. Yeah, I think we should be able to develop to a state whereby we can attend to their medical needs in Nigeria. But hey, if somebody is going to treat himself in the moon with his money, so be it. So be it. For Buhari, unfortunately, he's had a doctor according to him. Even if Buhari does not become the president of Nigeria, the fact that he was a retired general and he still has, if he has medical ailments that needed to be taken abroad, they will take him and the federal government will still pay. So we blow this idea of people going abroad to treat themselves. If you raise your children and you are successful where you are today, and you had a need to go and serve your people in Nigeria in whatever capacity, whether as a senator, and you need to go and see your doctor where you have lived for maybe 20 or 30 years, and somebody is now saying, why should you go and for treatment? I think we are overblowing that area. What I'm saying is this: let's be dispassionate. Let's try and remove emotion. If we are complaining that our medical care to deliver in the US, normal delivery, I'm sure you know you cannot spend less than
compare.
10%.
Hold on. You see, when you are making this comparison, the cost of delivering in US to Nigeria, we can't compare the price. Are they of the same quality, the facility, what they provide?
Exactly.
Okay. Of the same standard.
Okay.
The way people, excuse me, Ajali Coco. Delivery. There's nothing special about. You know, sometimes. Excuse me.
Sometimes you people talk. You just want to misinform and then misinform the people. You say delivery.
We are not. We are not misinforming. And the last time I spoke on this
and the state of your hospital environment.
Hold on. You talk. The way you talk.
Hold on.
And that's the last time I said. I don't know the last time you visited Nigeria. And every time the way you talk, as if everything in Nigeria is Istanbul.
Yeah, one at a time.
I don't like it. The way you talk, and you talk even without fact. Most of the time, you talk without facts. And
you don't get your fact right. You are lying to Nigerian people.
We are not lying. We are not lying. We are Nigerians. We are not Nigerians. You cannot be more Nigerian than us. You cannot be more Nigerian than us.
Oh, God. As if
we are not lying. I'm a medical doctor. I left Nigeria just 2 years ago. I know what is happening in Nigeria. I still went to my center 6 months ago. I went to my center 6 months ago. But we should not be talking everything negative. It's not always good.
But the thing,
it's not always good.
If Nigeria is good for you, why did you leave Nigeria?
Let me tell you. The doctors I work with, excuse me, Mrs. Rossi. I work with other nationalities. Excuse me, let me say this. It's not about facilities.
Okay.
And you cannot say because I left just hold on. Everybody lives
of your environment. Your working environment is not good for you.
That makes people
that is why you leave to go and make dollars.
There are so many reasons that make people to relocate. Don't bully us. Don't bully us.
Excuse me.
You are just bullying us. You are bullying us. Let us have our own say.
The situation is that it's better for us to be factual. Let's say the truth. Look, I have a family member that was sick, General Hospital in Lagos, General Hospital. The condition of service was so poor. People were just literally dying on the ground. They had nowhere to put people. Let's say the truth about the situation in Nigeria. Don't be painting to Nigerian picture of something good that is bad.
I beg of you, please. I did not lie. Please.
Do you know where I have worked before? Where I worked before I came to the United States? Do you know I worked in the health sector before too?
How long ago?
Do you know I worked in the health sector before too?
How long ago was that?
You think I don't know? You think I don't know what is happening in Nigeria? Do you think I don't visit Nigeria and I don't see things for myself? What are you guys talking about?
Most of the time, you don't get your facts right. Most of the time, you don't get your facts right. I'm very sorry.
You get my facts right?
Yes.
That I don't know what is going on in medical field.
Yes,
in
you
Nigeria.
don't know. You don't know. I can say that one boldly. You don't know.
Keep on saying your own. Just keep deceiving and
No, you can't say it's deceiving now. He
No,
can also say you are deceiving because you have made a position, he's made a position. You
no, this is
understand?
not about
And your
position.
positions are
Hold on.
conflicting. So you can't say it's deceiving. I can also say you are deceiving too because your position conflicts with mine. So what
who am I going
sorry.
to believe? Somebody that left Nigeria is painting the medical sector in Nigeria as very good, but he left it to travel abroad, and I mean,
no, people have different reasons for leaving the country. That's the problem I also have. When I talk about Nigeria, they say, "Why did you leave?" People have different reasons for
No,
moving
but we are
around.
talking about the health sector in
the
Nigeria
health
now.
sector
We are talking
Generally,
about what is
you
happening
can't say
on
because
ground
he's
in
left Nigeria for
Nigeria.
Saudi Arabia
Look
that
at
is because
recently that accident had happened, the bus and the train that collided. They
that was
couldn't
a
even treat
disaster. Now
them
that
right
was
there
an
on the
absolute
island.
disaster.
They had to
You
take
can't
them
use
to Idiaraba. I mean, what are you guys talking
How
about?
many
my sister.
how
They're
many
just painting a
hospitals
false
My
picture.
sister.
can I come
My
on
sister. Let me give you one analogy.
before
Sorry, let me give
one
you one
man mute me
analogy.
again?
Sorry. Let me give
No, it's because you were there was some sort of aggression coming through, but
No, it was not me.
one
It was not me. No. I kept quiet throughout. No, I was not the one talking.
No, you were
Bishop.
saying no. Don't call me. Okay, don't worry.
Bishop, sorry.
Yes. Sorry.
Bishop, sorry. Can I give you an example?
Yeah, go on.
If you want to judge the condition of car, you don't go to the junkyard to say a Peugeot car should look like this. You now go to junkyard and look for a Peugeot car. That incident that happened was an accident. How does the system run? I left Nigeria 7 years ago. My NHIS was very effective. The services I was getting from the medical system in Nigeria, fantastic. They might not be top notch like here, but they are better than the ones I used to get if I travel.
Private or public?
Wait, now NHIS, National Health Insurance. So that NHIS is available to anybody that is enrolled under that program. That's part of the health system in Nigeria now. All of you that are here, you were in Nigeria now. How many of you died? The health system
But what we are
took care
saying
of
is
you.
that we
Some
are
of
not
you
comparing. We are not
you were
comparing
born in
Nigerians'
hospitals.
healthcare
Wait now, let me
to
finish, madam.
America
You
or to
were born
Europe.
in hospitals. They've been treating you.
We are
You
comparing
mature enough and
Nigeria
came to the US.
healthcare to like Togo, to Ghana, not to US, not to UK, to Togo, to Ghana. It's even better.
All right. So sorry. Yeah.
Why are you
Sorry.
guys painting a false picture of the Nigerian health system?
Rosie, just give me 1 microsecond. Thomas wants to call me, so let me just check. Let me check to see if Kulata is still there. Kulata, are you still there? Yeah. Otisunlo. Look at that. All that trip from
And
India.
I wanted to ask him a question.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll be back maybe for the next session. Kulata, thank you. I'm going to free up the space so Thomas, you come in. So Kulata, thank you. So thank you, Kulata. So Thomas, come in. Sorry, carry on here.
Can I contribute to?
Yeah, come in, Babati. This is your area of specialism, isn't it?
Okay, wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you guys for having me. Good evening, everyone. Yes, I think just to be objective, okay, because I heard Patoski was talking about he has insurance and it was fantastic. Let's forget the cities for a second. As someone that is very passionate about rural healthcare, do you know how much of a disaster healthcare in the rural areas is in Nigeria? How many of them have access to quality healthcare? Just basic healthcare. So when we come here and talk about the healthcare system in Nigeria is okay, and I'm like, what country are you?
Yeah, please tell us the true story, not all these lies that people are coming up with.
Let me give an instance. Even for us to get, I was working with a doctor, a friend of mine in New York, and we were trying to get some medical supplies down to Nigeria, just to help some of the rural clinics because they didn't even have IV pole like lines. Do you know how frustrating that was to even get that through the ministry? I'm trying to help you out, but I have to pay bribes to help you out. So there are many things going on out there. And in case of the organ transplant, whatever, they do organ transplant like Nigeria, I agree. But the reason why your big guys will not stay is not about the surgery itself, it's post-op care. They're very good with the surgery, I agree. But so far, post-op management of organ, because you're going to have rejections and stuff like that, that needs to be managed, they're not there yet. So so it's not about surgery itself. Forget the surgery. It's what happens after the surgery. That is the reason why the big men don't stay in Nigeria. So until they can get that right. But overall, the healthcare system in Nigeria is 4/20. It's not where it's supposed to be. Forget people that live in the cities, Patoski. That is you. Think about people that live in the rural areas. I spend, like I said before, I spend 3 hours a week, every Fridays, 3 hours a week on Clubhouse, addressing issues from Nigeria. I have doctors here from in America here. We have in the UK. We have Harbour practitioners in Nigeria. We come together every Friday, 3 hours a week, helping people that are now resorting to using Agbo as their own form of healthcare. So when people come and tell me that the healthcare in Nigeria, I'm like, what are you talking about? It's a disaster. It is a disaster. So anybody come here to justify or make excuse for Nigerian medical services is been sorry to say that was a very irresponsible take for a medical doctor. I have to say that, please, to Simba. I'm sorry to say that. That was a very irresponsible statement for you to make.
But it's a senior doctor. It's a senior doctor.
No.
You cannot be talking to me the way you are talking to me about
it was very irresponsible. I'm sorry.
No, don't say that. If you have your own facts, I have my own facts. Whatever you say, you base it on your own experience.
Say that
I served for 20 years in Nigeria. I worked for 20 years in Nigeria. We are not saying it's perfect. We are not saying listen to me. And you cannot be talking if you say I'm not responsible. You are also not you are not irresponsible.
All right. No. Let's not go down that road. But
so if you are talking based on your experience, I'm also talking based on my experience.
Bishop, leave the moderation to me. But
I'm not moderating.
Let me finish, please. Let me finish. I said your take, not you. Your take on that topic, because
nobody is saying it's perfect. But what I'm saying, based on I work as a medical officer. I grew up to become a consultant in Nigeria. I worked for 20 years. You understand? Hello, excuse me.
Primary health care.
Hold on, Babati. Let him have the right to reply. Simba.
No. But let me ask the question.
Simba. Let him put a question, and then let it be. Hold on. Let it be conversational rather than combative.
Sorry. Maybe that was too harsh.
No. Carry on.
How is primary health care? Forget the cities. How is primary health care in the rural areas in Nigeria?
It depends on, if you talk about Nigeria. Nigeria is a very big country. I work in the southwest. Excuse me. I work in the southwest. I grew up in the village, and the primary health care, because I work in Kwara State, I work in Osun State, and the primary health care in the villages are let's say above average. You go there, you can get your medications. You have doctors that can attend to you. And even in the public health sector, in teaching hospital, we have doctors that are doing rural posting, that are posted to these rural areas every week to go attend to people in those areas. So I cannot generalize that one to maybe further in the northern part, but in the southwest, I can tell you what I'm trying. Excuse me, I'm not saying our health system. Excuse me, I'm not saying our health system is fantastic, but the way people use derogatory word and say as if nothing is happening and everything is in shambles, people are just dying on the road. That's not the
everything is a shambles. I'm telling you. I just came from Nigeria.
Because you're a doctor, right? I'm going to share that. Are you Yoruba, by the way? Let me add you to my group on Clubhouse so you can join us, so you see what we're talking about. We can share data. This is all data. This is not what I think about one area. It's about the average overall of the whole country. So you are making the case based on your own experience. I'm giving you the microcosm of the whole country. I have data to back my own take up. Just look at the number. Look at number of deaths. Do you know how many times? Look, there was a couple of weeks ago, Simba. We're discussing this case that they have all these private hospitals that hire all these nurses, these so-called auxiliary nurses, right? They're not trained as per se nurses, but they hire them. Somebody comes to the hospital, the first thing they do is put the line into them. They are running IV. No, the person has CHF, COPD. Why are you running NS on them? They die. Overload. And I've had that about 3 times already this year alone. There's no safeguarding for people like that. They just die. No loss, nothing. It goes away. That's the end of them. So they will have their main job at the general hospital, but they will have all these private hospitals they are running. They will hire one matron that worked for 30 years in the general hospital, then have all these nurses over there.
How is that a government problem now?
I'm saying overall, I'm saying the overall system itself is broken. So you cannot.
Can non-doctors have a question?
Yeah, the entire medical sector in Nigeria is a disaster.
Yes, you can't make it. I'm sorry, there's no excuse to
Okay,
make it.
so everybody is dying there now. It's a disaster. I don't know why people,
most Nigerians rely on traditional medicine. They don't go to hospital because the facility is poor. It has nothing.
Fake medicine.
Nothing.
But it was fake
Babati, I think. Hold on, Babati. I think Fatai wants to come in. Fatai, come in. Yeah.
Sorry, okay, go ahead. Yeah.
No, it's all right. It's all right. It's the part. I know is your area of where you care about the most. That's really why you came in. But yeah, Fatai.
Yeah, actually, I was following what Bajaniko was saying. Like, I think somebody was saying delivery is the same everywhere. Well, I mean, I'm not a doctor, but I think the complexity is different. The care and everything is different. And I was very surprised to hear that doctors are falling down on surgery who they have not eaten. That sounds to me like it's not. My point. My question is this. We know Nigeria is not the same level as, I don't know, the Western medical situation, but I think the right argument is this purely government failure, or is it the administration or itself is very bad? Because if you have doctor falling down on isn't there people who know, like, okay, what shift, who monitored the doctor's shift, this administration situation, how many monitors their shift, somebody who knows that the doctor is going to be 5 hours, then the next one, whatever. It seems to me like it's mostly a matter of, even apart from government, poor administration on the medical professionals, like the union. I don't know if they have a union or something, because all I'm saying is it sounds to me like a lot of poor administration rather than.
Does it not sound like a consequence of understaffing?
No, there's more. Okay, Fatai, sorry, Simba. Let me just apologize for what I said. Maybe I was too harsh. But listen to where I'm coming from. When people talk about healthcare in Nigeria, they always think.
Sorry, Babati. This will be my last interjection. But let me just use this window to. Let me use this window just to do a bit of administrative stuff, get myself out of the way, and then your conversation can carry on. Super chats are Alexander Gomez, of course, the mighty one. But the official sponsor of the platform are your so we just wait for Patrick to finish stirring that tea.
Sorry.
Also, sorry. Thank you, Patrick. So, Ayo, of course, the official sponsor. Super sticker, not once, not twice, but 3 times a lady. So, thank you, Ayo, for all that. So, Babati's wallet breaks out of Kiri, and they make a reacquaintance only for him there to super chat the space. So Babati joins the super chat space, and he enjoyed it so much it doubles it up. So thank you, Babati. Joel of Nashville, of course, he only ever super chats to poke Spike at the conversation, and he super chats to poke Spike at the conversation. Sending his condolences to Zita via super chat. Peace. So peace. So there's peace right there. Butcher Carfor comes into the conversation to poke at Tinubu. Prince, a different Prince now, Prince Daddy. He comes in with a super sticker thumbs up as an acknowledgement of the platform. Thank you, Prince Daddy. And RB, he comes in with a super sticker. So that's that space. And of course, Ayo, as soon as he came in, they buy the coffee thing. He does that as it routinely does. So let me acknowledge that. So let me. So Babachi, you want to come back at me for poking fun at you, Abi?
No, it's not that. It's just healthcare is something that I'm very passionate about. Okay.
All right. All right. Sorry. Give me 1 second, Babachi. So that's Ayo with his by the coffee. So thank you, Ayo, and thank you, Bonano. So I'll hand over to Thomas as I ease myself off. So Thomas, let's see if you can match the super stickers and the super.
Yes, Daddy.
All right.
Daddy.
Thank you, Daddy. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Bonano. So over to you, Thomas. Back to you.
Okay, so let me apologize to Simba for my choice of words. So that was not meant to directly at you. I was just raising my concern and frustration about the healthcare system in Nigeria. So when I talk about the healthcare system itself, the reason why MDs are like overworked is because the system itself is overwhelming. Because look at the pharmaceutical school now; it's not well regulated. Where you have all these fake drugs all around the place. My cousin from Ijebu died because he got an injection from a nurse in his area and it was fake. That's how he died. Fake injection. So this is something that affected me personally by myself, and we're very close as kids. Fake IV, look back, I bet look back. So that is
but Babati, sorry for coming in, but that is not the fault of the doctor.
No, Thomas, that's what I'm saying. Listen, I'm discussing healthcare as a whole. Doctors is
the whole, yeah.
I'm giving you that the whole what's going on here. If the system was effective, that they had they have healthcare, there would no reason for them to resort to seeing
Sorry, Babati, what type of injection can somebody be given and died just suddenly?
No, his leg. They said this left leg got swollen first. His left leg got
so so it has maybe something like an injection abscess.
No,
because you know the way you say it, just because everybody that listens to you now, we just think that immediately it was given injection, it just died. Bam.
No,
I'm not
disputing that we are smart individuals. No, we are smart individuals there. But let me finish my point. What I'm saying is this: the whole healthcare system itself is not even. I think it's nice for us to even use the word disaster. It's even worse than that. If I can get a better word to use, it's terrible. But once again, I'm talking about even primary care system, like healthcare prevention and primary care access is not up to par, because that is where, like that is where you catch most of these diseases early, that you can save lives, as opposed to waiting before you get to specialty or whatnot. And I'm saying that in the rural areas across Nigeria, data says that is a disaster. It's just terrible. That is data saying that. Look at mortality rate. Look at the mother, the women centers. There's so much that needs to be done.
Okay, so what I was saying, well, I interjected where Ajali Koko was talking, was that we are not where we should be. But I insisted on that it's not as bad. And the reason is simple. I mean, we can pinpoint the reasons why our healthcare is challenged. Number one, the rate at which our population have grown, overwhelming, because we're not really building. So primary healthcare in most cases are not accessible to people, which I agree. And the reason why primary healthcare are not accessible, that's why you see people that has, the simplest of things, trunking to teaching hospitals and general hospitals. But I was relating it to America here, because if we charge appropriately, unfortunately, people cannot afford it. And what led us to this was the issue of doctors having to, their doctors should serve in Nigeria for some time after they've been trained before they can go abroad, because we're losing more doctors. Now, I'm going to use America as an example. Do you know there are local areas in America that you will need to drive 3 hours before you access the nearest medical facility? That's one. Do you know there are more than 10 million wrong diagnoses in America each year that cost close to 100,000 lives, because I have a victim 2 years ago in New York that was being treated for something completely different. And by the time they realized it, he died less than 2 weeks afterwards. I am saying we have a long way to go, but it is not as bad as we want to make it look like. We have doctors that are doing yeoman's job
You are
in
describing
Nigeria.
the real cases.
I'm coming. Let me finish, Ajani Koko. I will definitely surrender to you. We have doctors that are doing yeoman's job. The problem we have in Nigeria is, number one, the spike in our population, the rate at which our population grew. If anybody have access, you can compare the population growth of Nigeria compared to some countries. You know, don't let me even say Asian countries, even European countries. In the past 50 years or thereabout, you see how many we were and how many we are now, and how our infrastructures have been overstretched.
Bishop,
because we had a gap.
Can I ask you? So, what is the job of the Ministry of Health? To plan ahead of time, right? You project.
Now,
then you start making provisions for those.
This is the thing. Now, this is the thing. I like the question where you brought the question from. Now, this is the thing. Health is actually on concurrent list. Local government should take care of primary health care. How many states actually have functional primary health care across Nigeria? Maybe we can just count like 3 or 4 states.
Who do you blame for that? Who do you blame for that?
Hold on now.
No, I'm asking
the question. We're not blaming. We're not looking for who to blame. We're trying to get to the root of the problem.
Okay.
We are talking because the way we talk about it.
Who are the people that created the problem, that are the root cause of the problem, and who are the people that are trying to punish Nigerians for their failure? You need to tell us.
Okay. We are not saying nobody is punishing anybody. That if the government trains you and they want you to serve for that training, that is not punishment. If you go to university and you were trained to be a doctor, and as you are graduating, you pick your bag and you want to go, tertiary education is not a human right. It is not a must.
Serve under
tertiary. Hold on, Ajaniko, if I finish. You said something earlier on.
As you are speaking, let me interrogate you.
Okay.
They trained you and they want you to serve under a very harsh condition.
That same harsh conditions was where you were trained. You did your housemanship under that same harsh condition.
Hold
on. That's one side. I'm not supporting the fact that we should be under. Yes.
It says harsh condition, so continue to suffer that condition because.
No. See, listen. Hold on.
Haven't you seen in UCH Ibadan? Haven't you seen in UCH Ibadan? That is federal government controlled hospital. People operating, carrying out operation, surgery with lantern.
I've not seen that one.
You have not seen it.
Now, let me address that.
Okay.
Hold on. Just hold on for a second. Just hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. How many tertiary institutions in Nigeria, tertiary hospitals in Nigeria, this present federal government had put independent power that they are no longer on national grid, that they have put them off grid? How many of the universities? Do you know the teaching hospitals? Do you know?
Your question.
22, 20. I'm saying how many of our teaching hospitals that this government have removed from national grid and built their own, what do you call them, NIPP, independent power, just to make sure that they have power efficiency. How many?
I don't know.
I'm telling you now, over 20. 22.
So you are telling me, okay, so those 20 hospitals, they have constant electricity there. That's what you are saying?
100%. 100%.
Okay, mention those hospitals for us. Let us
teaching hospital now, they call it now.
Yeah, where? Which hospital?
Oh my goodness.
Where?
Bishop, this is very sad. You're hearing this question.
I can't understand.
Forget those ones.
Are you disputing what I just said? Are you disputing what I just said? Why don't you dispute it with fact?
Constant 24 hours uninterrupted electricity in those hospitals.
Really? You don't know?
Oh, really?
Bishop, I'm saying that forget those teaching hospitals. What about the
A woman
No,
went to
hold
a
on. I
woman
said teaching
left
us.
here.
Hold on.
We
Let's
have
get one
a
thing.
woman.
Let's
We
get
have
this
a
one out
person.
of. Let's get
We
this one
have a
out of.
person that left United States to Ibadan and he run into health issue. Only what they need to save her life is oxygen.
And there are no oxygens.
No oxygen.
Which hospital is that?
FMC,
UCH Ibadan.
FMC.
Ajale Koko. Which year was that? Ajale Koko, which year was that?
This man,
Hold on. Which year was that?
Don't query me whether which year. Year does not matter, man.
I am asking you because I will answer.
Telling you that person died.
No.
Matter.
Ajale Koko, do you say because of oxygen?
It's not more than 2 years ago.
Ajale Koko, I'm sorry, I will not say you are lying, but that's not true.
Okay, all right.
Absolutely not true.
Okay.
Absolutely not true.
Okay.
You see it, Ibadan?
Okay.
No.
Ajale Koko, Bishop, hold on, please. Ajale Koko.
Yes.
Anybody that told you that story, that is a lie. That is a lie.
This
No,
is
Ajale
not
Koko, wait.
a lie.
Ajale Koko, wait now. Ajale, let me talk, please. Please,
Ajale
wait.
Koko will believe any
Let me
negative
speak now.
and discard any positive.
Please, let me speak, please. Patostic, please, let me speak, please. I'm very sorry for saying this. My own auntie is husband trained in UCH. My mom had a surgery in UCH. I was brought up in Ibadan. I know UCH like the back of my hand. That can never happen in UCH. Anybody that told you that story is a blatant lie. That person is a pathological liar. You can talk of other hospitals, not UCH that I know.
Okay, hold on.
Thomas, give me 2 minutes. I beg. Hold on. Let me ask the doctors in the house. Is oxygen a treatment? You say what the person need is oxygen.
No. You know when
is oxygen? No, I'm not asking you, Ajale Oko.
Okay.
I'm asking the doctors in the house. Is oxygen gas a form of treatment, a curative treatment for any disease?
Right. You use it for like you can like chronic disease. Let's say you have a COPD now, or you have CT. Of course, they have to be on that for most part.
As in treatment. That's what I'm saying.
You can use it for treatment. Like somebody comes in and has shortness of breath.
They have it as
you're going to put the person on oxygen to help with their oxygen level.
O2 therapy, yeah. So that would be treatment, yeah. O2 therapy would be for some form of treatment, yes.
Okay. Because I was just wondering that. Okay,
but it's based.
Oxygen supposed to be kind of supportive. So I was
it's not supportive. No. Like it's like Patosky. Some people are like this. If you remove their N2 from their nose, they have N2 that they used to survive. If you take it out within 10 seconds, their O2 will drop from 90 to 70 within 10 seconds.
And some people come into
so those people they have to be on oxygen to survive, even live.
Some people come in, their O2 level is so low, you have to put them on oxygen immediately to help bring it up. So it's a form of treatment.
Okay.
So
can I ask a question? Hello,
Thomas.
Yeah.
No, we're here.
Thomas.
Yeah.
Yes, Baba.
Okay, let me tell you this.
Hold on, Fatai. Yeah. Baba Ajale Koko, continue.
Yeah. Let me tell you this. UCH is a public hospital, not well funded. I think everybody know they went on strike several times. So
that is national strike. Everybody's strike.
Forget about that. Whether national strike or national whether strike is strike.
What was the reason for going on strike? If resident doctors go on strike, can't blame that one on the hospital.
Okay. Now, what I'm telling you happened to a person that left United States to Ibadan, and it's all over the news spaces when this thing happened. That when this incident happened, when she run into these health challenges, they run her there. And all they need to do is just to stabilize her with oxygen, and it was not available.
Were they on strike?
They were not on strike.
That is not
And
possible. That is a lie.
Oxygen not
That is a
available
lie.
in the
Ajani Koko.
hospital that has the
That
oxygen
is
plant.
a lie.
That has the oxygen plant.
Ajani Koko.
People,
Ajani
one thing
Koko,
that
I
Ajani
can.
Koko did not know is people, when people are bereaved, they can say anything. Everybody will say anything. How can you tell me that a whole UTA does not have oxygen?
That is a lie.
I happen
That
to know
is
the
a
person in
lie.
charge of the oxygen, whatever
But
in the UCH, and that was why I was very
let me mention
emphatic.
something too.
You guys,
Please let me support what Ajaleko has said, and it's a very sad thing. It is not usage. There's a hospital in Abeokuta. I think they are more likely to use that hospital as a Catholic University teaching hospital. My wife had a twin in that hospital. They didn't have oxygen. They had to rotate.
I know the hospital. Lantoro.
They had to rotate oxygen. Not
I was born there.
me.
Thomas, I was born in Lantoro.
Okay, yeah.
I know Lantoro like the back of my hand.
My wife had a twin, a boy and a girl. They had to rotate the oxygen between the two kids. I wasn't in town. If I was in town, I would have moved the other one to another hospital. And they didn't judge within themselves that they could move one of them to another hospital. Oxygen, the whole of Lantoro, they had to be rotating for them. At the end of the day, I lost the two. Man. That was over close to 20 years old. By now, maybe those kids would have been 20 years old. Do you understand?
Sorry to hear
about
that.
Money was
Patoski, sorry to hear that. Patoski, hold on, please. Hold on, please. You can never and ever compare Lantoro to UCH. I know UCH like the back of my hand.
Right there. Stop it.
No, Ajani Koko, no, I will not take that.
Hold
on, Hold on, Thomas. No. Do you know how Ajani Koko, what people see back door? I know UCH like no.
What is the argument?
We're not working
no.
now.
No, I know Doctor Ajani Koko. Wait, please. Wait, no. Please wait. I know doctors, nurses, midwives. I know countless of people in UCH. It can never happen in UCH. Come off it. Come off it.
You what you don't know. You don't know.
Ajani Koko, you don't know UCH. UCH is the best hospital in Ibadan.
Hold on now. You are talking as if UCH is in London.
No, UCH is the best.
Now, listen. This Lantoro, do you know how long Lantoro has been existing?
Lantoro is very old hospital. Almost 80
Do you think such things should happen in Lantoro? Do you know Lantoro?
90 something or something.
Do you know how long Lantoro has been existing?
Yeah.
Do you think such things should even happen in Lantoro? No oxygen. Even in Lagos UCH.
Ajani Koko, please. Ajani Koko, UCH adds. Wait, please. I'm sorry for saying this. Wait, Ajani Koko. Wait, Ajani Koko. UCH adds a depot for oxygen inside UCH. I know
about depot, whether they have depot or depot.
Who is the doctor? Who is the doctor speaking? Can you please tell me I'm lying?
The depot is not functioning the way it used to function in the past.
Bishop, please.
Yes, sir.
Am I lying what I'm saying?
I know there's an oxygen plant, and I know the person in charge. I know two people that work there.
What are you talking
and
about?
Hold on, please. We are not arguing. Hold on. Ajani Koko, please. Let's have a conversation, please. And like I said, I always see the cup as being half full. I mean, sometimes you want to question me that your patriotism might be. I'm not talking about patriotism. I'm saying we are not where we want to be. We are not where we should be. But it is not as bad as it is being painted. There is a big room for improvement in Nigeria. I was talking about powering universities and teaching hospitals. Hold on, please. I was talking about powering teaching hospitals. And I said, and you made it sound like you have never had it before. This project was started in 2016. A number of them were completed. Loot was among the ones that are benefited from it. They commissioned it. About this teaching hospital in Abia State, and more than about 20 universities. If I want to now, I can Google it
I think
and
you
bring
have
them out.
to. Some universities not even teach hospitals. Some universities are.
Some universities and even teaching hospitals. So what I'm saying is that we are not where we are supposed to be. Even here, do you know in America today, some people, when they want to deliver and they want to go to hospital, they will prefer to call Uber. They don't call ambulance. My friend had an accident. From the point of the accident to the hospital he was taken to was 4 minutes. I'm saying 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 minutes. He was charged $1,400 for the ambulance ride. $1,400 for an ambulance ride of 4 minutes.
Does he have insurance?
She doesn't have insurance?
He had insurance. Of course, he had insurance.
I mean, what's the
What are you
insurance
talking
for?
about? The insurance will pay for that now. So
Insurance will pay for that.
Oh my goodness.
What are
So
you talking about?
is it
What kind
not?
of does he have Jankara insurance, or what kind of
We are
insurance he
looking
has?
at cost
What
now.
are you
He's just
talking
trying to
about?
use that to
Is he
explain the
paying for it? Whether insurance or no insurance, is he paying for
Somebody's
it?
paying.
I mean,
He's paying.
what? Look,
Bishop,
if you run into emergency situation and you call 911 for insurance for ambulance to come and pick you, your insurance will pay.
Do you know?
What are you talking about?
Do you know a good number of
That
times
person
what
that
they
doesn't want
call
to use ambulance does not have insurance. Period.
It's easy for you to say.
You
Do
know,
you
that is
know
the situation. Not
even
just it's easy. If she doesn't have insurance or he doesn't have insurance, and he knows that if
I
he
know,
calls
I know that. I know that
Ajanle
he has
Koko.
to
the
pay.
insurance does not cover 100% of the cost.
Exactly. You have copay. I had somebody that is too close to me that had a surgery on
Bishop,
his knee.
you don't copay on Bishop, you don't copay on insurance and transport. That's insurance
No,
covered.
I mean, I'm talking of the health generally.
Okay.
I don't know why people are running away from. It is not my making. It is there in the news. It is there. What I just said about people avoiding insurance is there in the news. I did not ambulance. That's what I'm saying. What I said about
if you have insurance, is covered.
Hold on. What I said about the insurance is not my making. It's not what somebody told me. It is there in the news. It is what I had on the news. So it's not like I cooked it up. You can check it up on your Google. It is on the news. I can't remember which of the news in Atlanta I saw it on. So that's a fact, and I can bet on that. That's number one. Now go to the medical treatment itself. My friend had a surgery on his knee. His copay that he's going to pay by himself is close to $20,000. That's another fact. Even though he has an insurance where he has worked for more than 10 years, a comprehensive one, but he's going to pay out of pocket. Am I saying we are where we want to be in Nigeria? Definitely not. And I will not be deceiving myself to say that. But I'm saying there are some little decisions we need to take that might not be popular. One of such decisions is making people to stay. Look at how many years we have been talking about health insurance. How many people have been covered? One of such decisions is that, look, if we train people, build infrastructure, but let them stay a little bit. Because if you train as a medical
No, you are
doctor,
just hammering on people to stay. You are not hammering on government to provide the necessary facility.
what did I say before that? What did I say before that? What did I say before this sentence? No, Ajanle Koko. What did I say? What did I say? Hold on. What did I say before I said
responsibility first?
Hold on
And
now.
you will see every Nigerian, not that Nigerians want to leave their
You should
country,
understand
but
that
because
Ajale
we
Oko
don't have
is just in the
opportunity,
habit of blaming government for everything. So Koyeko
we
surprise
don't,
them for
we
now.
don't.
And he would like to mention disaster, confusion, useless
Yes, are
country
you not?
when he wants to describe
If
Nigeria.
Nigeria is good, we
That's
will not.
what
We will not be
Okay,
able
what
I
to
move
say
you
on.
and the
now.
Okay, I
other
If
doctor
understand.
are
Nigeria
trying
is
to
a
say.
good,
I get you.
You should not
I'll
Nigeria
do
is a
move on.
good place.
Ajale Oko is
Don't
like
be
that. So
foreign
leave that
land.
one. You can't win him on that.
Can I ask?
Nigeria is not
One
conducive
after
for
the
all
other,
of us.
please.
Nigeria is
That
not
is
a
why we are
One
in
after
disaster.
the
foreign
other,
land.
please.
That's what I will let
Can
you
you
know.
let
It's not
Simba speak,
disaster.
please? Simba, can you please? Because you in Nigeria, you've practiced in Nigeria. So if main hospitals in the cities are having these kind of issues, what about level 2, level 3 trauma hospitals? Like if they have to transport people out from rural areas to the main hospitals, they have all these challenges that are not being addressed. So I feel like you, as someone that is politics in Nigeria, would be in a better position to address whatever is being discussed. But if you don't mind speaking, because I've not heard from you in a minute. So if Simba is there, he can speak if he's still there. Maybe he left. Is Simba still there?
Yeah, it's on the screen, but it's not speaking. Maybe it's busy. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but my main point is this: when Bishop was describing 20 that have light, that is main cities now. What about the rural ones? I want a bully. I want a Bangkok. I want bully.
Nǹkan tí mo try láti explain because before Nnamdi Kanu interjected me nìyẹn wípé we have different layers of government. Unfortunately, one particular layer is dead. That is the local government. And this government tried to do local government autonomy. Unfortunately, that is one of part of the bill that did not pass. Sadly so too. Because we need to give them autonomy to be able to develop at their own pace. Where the state government administers the funds of the local government, they don't attend to their priorities. It's only a few states, very few states. I remember when Adichie, I was in Port Harcourt when Adichie built those primary health cares. I went there because I had somebody that did some things in those primary health cares. They were top class. I don't know if anybody is from River State that knows those primary health cares that Adichie built in his days. They were top class, but they were neglected. They were abandoned. If you go there now, top class with doctors' quarters, nurses' quarters, a generator, 20 kVA generator, everything for primary health cares. But was there a continuity? Those were primary health cares that will meet up with any standard anywhere. But look at where they were left to rot away. I don't know if the incoming administration is going to do something about it, but obviously, Wike did not do anything about them. And that's one of the states that should have been pointing at about primary health care. So
brother, so the problem with
let's invite Fatah. Yeah, come in, Fatah. I wanted to invite you before.
So is local government whatever is that the problem? Like,
yeah,
I mean,
they had it in the 80s. In the 80s, local governments were running their own primary care.
Yeah, what do you call health centers? What do you call health centers?
Women's health, children's health, they had all these things in the 80s. And that was even under the military. That was under the military. They had these things. So
that was Professor Ransom Kuti now.
It's been done before. It's my point, Fatah. It's been done before. We can do it again. Like Bishop was saying.
Yeah. Because I mean, as a non-doctor listening, if you say every opinion is valid, there is a little bit something in the Nigerian healthcare system. But also we know that there is also a lot of problem. There is also Babajale Koko is not like wrong or anything, but at the same time, I'm not saying the other side also is wrong. What is I just can't figure out what is the problem.
It's not
because if doctors are falling down while doing a surgery, imagine the clients. How can I say?
I don't know what happened in that place.
In fact, for Fatah, they
should
ban all
one thing.
Quack nurses.
All right, I think I have the floor. Everybody.
One more thing, just before you come.
Hold on, man.
No, just before you come, just before you come, just 1 second. I was going to correct you on one thing you said also. Tertiary education is not a human right. You said that earlier on. That's a human right for anybody to go to school to any level. That's not correct. Tertiary education is not a human right. Not in Nigeria, not in any other place in the world.
Listen.
No,
the man is a socialist, okay? He's a socialist, so that's where it's coming from, okay? It is a socialist principle. So,
which of the countries is it?
It is the right for every citizen in Nigeria, in accordance to our constitution.
Tertiary education?
Not only education, but
tertiary
education.
Well, no,
it's not. Whether on education or anything whatsoever, Nigerians' commonwealth must be used for the development of Nigerian people.
I agree with you.
Yes. So education inclusive.
Primary.
So you can't separate it. Whether tertiary or no tertiary, in any way that government must support
You are not
the
correct.
citizens
I'm sorry.
to
You are not
have
correct. That's not
education,
right.
or whether by subsidized version or whatsoever, Nigerian state must support their citizen, to develop on anything whatsoever they are doing. So that is in line with the constitution. So when the government now supports them with free education or giving them subsidy whatsoever in order to have education, that does not empower government to now compel them that because we are giving you this, then this is what you must do. It is wrong. It is wrong, because in the same federal university education, others were subsidized as well. And those that went to study accounting, geography, they are subsidized as well. Why not compelling them? Why only the doctors? And the doctors that are leaving is not that they wish to leave or they like to leave that country, but because the country has turned out to be very, very unconducive for them to work. Can you imagine doctors in Osun State using their kabu to run transportation in order to make money for to support the little amount that are being paid, the poor salary that are being paid, or sometimes they were not even paid salary for so many months. They have to be running off kabu. They have to be taking food on credit from Mama Mulika and Iyalakara and Iya Keni. So look, it is a wrong approach. And why I said it's a wrong approach is that it will further encourage people to run out of the country and go and have education outside the country. So why must you say because I attended public education, so I have to suffer?
Okay. Do you know? Okay. The last word. My view about tertiary education in Nigeria is that federal government should hands off completely. Let's focus on primary and secondary education.
You are wrong.
When I said my view, you will present your own view. Don't tell me I'm wrong.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
Because we cannot sufficiently fund tertiary education in Nigeria.
You are not. That is not true.
Oh my God.
That is not true. You are saying that government should abandon.
I'm not saying abandon.
Hold on. So only the children of the rich must go to higher institutions. That's what you are saying.
That's not true.
That is what you are proposing.
No.
When government hands off,
no.
That means that the public tertiary institution will be dead.
It won't die.
It's going to die.
I will tell you why it won't die if you care to listen to me.
Who is going to fund it?
Good. What we need, with what we have had, I've witnessed how many strikes. Our lecturers are complaining that they are being underpaid, which is true because it is completely dependent on the government funding. So if federal government gradually but steadily withdraws their subvention for universities, let the universities learn how to generate their own income, including by fees, because the infrastructures are there already. If they introduce fees, and like I said earlier on, one of the best approach is the approach of the incoming administration, making available student loan. So if you collect loan, you pay, they pay the teachers better. And do you know, I'm sorry to use the word, to go this area now. Have you seen the quality of some of the things we called graduates of our institutions recently? Have you listened to some of them? I had to conduct a few interviews when I was working in Port Harcourt. And to say it was appalling would be an understatement. It was disgustingly appalling. So people were not getting quality. This mass production, you want to employ just 5 persons. You interview 100 persons. Hardly will you get 3 that are employable.
Wow.
It's as bad as that. Yes, I'm telling you first. I'm telling you, it's as bad as that.
In what field?
Engineering field, and maybe engineering science. I mean, we were looking for people that study chemistry, geochemistry, and the rest. I don't want to expose too much of where I was in Nigeria. So the quality. Yes, sir. Can I hear you again?
Okay, I can hear you. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so it was that bad. So if we need to jack up the quality, let universities be weaned off this couple for federal government. Let university divide means of where their carrying capacity can be sustained. They charge a fee, and there is a place that students can go to. The best of the best can compete for scholarship. They get grants, and they will be funded. By so doing, lecturers will be happy. Even students, because look, it's
but
okay.
this is a 50 years project now. What
It
is
cannot
the
be 50
span?
years. We can get there in 5 years.
How
It cannot
long?
be 50 years. 50 years or what?
How long?
Look,
Gradually.
thank
How
you,
long
Fatai.
gradually?
Thank you, Fatai.
Can I
Say-
interject? Can I
Ask the question again. Let's rather ask the question first. Let me respond before you
I say
interject.
how long? You said the government should gradually withdraw their involvement in
It can be done in 5 years. It can be done in 5
But
years.
how long?
It can be done in 5 years.
How? We are talking trillions of naira. How they will withdraw it in 5 years? 5 years is immediate. This is not gradual.
Trillions is not going to one university now.
I know. How are they going to remove it?
Today,
What do you mean gradually remove it?
Today,
Yeah.
I pay close to about 6-7 student fees in universities, federal universities. I'm not talking of private university. In UNAP, I think their fee is still 45,000 naira for 200 and 300 level children that I have there. In federal university or year, because that one just entered, I paid, I think, 80 something like that. In University of Ibadan, 82,500 with
So they should double it.
300.
Should they double it immediately so that government can withdraw it?
The increment can be gradual, you know. The increment can be gradual. That's why I say it takes time to withdraw. The increment can be gradual, because the truth of the matter is this. I was reading a report the other time, the number of iPhone 14 that were in Nigeria. I'm sorry, I'm not generalizing, but a number of these students if you can afford iPhone 14 of how 200 or 400 or 500,000 naira, and you're telling me to pay 50,000 naira or 70,000 naira in school fees, too much. Then you have to set your priorities right. Some
But
students
not
live like
everybody
kids.
is buying iPhone 14.
Bishop, please hold on.
I said,
Fatai, hold on, please.
Yeah.
Hold on, please. How much do you call iPhone in Nigeria?
I said between 200, 300, or 400. I don't know how much it is.
No. That is not right. Maybe that is London use, American use.
How much is it?
Because I'm sorry for saying this, my phone, I priced it in ShopRite in Lagos, in Ibadan. It's 1.2 million naira.
Imagine.
1.2 million.
Can you imagine? So I'm even out of
iPhone cannot be 200,000. It's just Samsung S22, just last year for 1.2 million naira. I priced it on December when I went to Nigeria. 1.2. I wanted to even give them the phone, and they should give me 1.2 million. So that one cannot be. Maybe it's London use or American use. iPhone cannot be 200,000 in
Are you
Nigeria.
saying you are carrying 1 acre of land in your hand?
We need to set our priorities right.
How much did I buy it there? It's just $1,008. But when I go to Nigeria, they say 1.2 million naira. Really?
For a phone. And I was reading the report of the number of university students that were
How
carrying
many
iPhone
students
14.
are buying iPhone? How many students are buying iPhone, whatever?
Plenty.
And
The one
for
with
1.2
the,
million.
with the
Just
small
the
body.
Can I
phone that we buy.
interject?
Okay, let's
hear from please hold on, please. Let's hear from Madam Sita. How are you? Happy Easter to you. I don't know, maybe you are Christian, I'm sorry.
I'm a
But I'm Christian, I'm celebrating. Oh yes, happy Easter to you. Yeah. Thank you.
Baba Jadi Koko, sorry to take your time, but I think you hit up the platform with the argument. There is something Bishop said, although he did not expand on it. You know, whenever somebody is discussing on this platform, when you mention Port Harcourt, I jump out.
Okay.
Because I'm married to a foreigner. I live in a foreign land, but I'm made in Nigeria.
Madam Sita, you are like War Peace. Anytime they mention Edo, War Peace will jump out.
Okay, what did I
Everything,
say? What was I saying, please? Can you
Go
remind me?
on. Go on, Madam
everything,
Sita.
everything I am today was somehow I was in Nigeria when I got it. This question of healthcare, that was actually why I came in. I heard Bishop mention Port Harcourt and what Amechi did. You know, most times we always talk about what the government, I think I've said this in this platform, I think the new government coming should write a charter of agreement between the government and the citizens. Where I am, is they did it and it's working. Now, when you talk about primary health care, the question is, whom are you giving those primary health care? Who did you build it for? What is the continuity? Is there any consequences? These are questions people don't ask when they usually say, Nigerian government is not doing this, Nigerian government is not the government. What about the citizens? He mentioned Port Harcourt. Amechi put in, I thank God he mentioned this, powerful primary health care, functioning, well equipped. Now, at a point, he says, you go there, they test you for free, they write the medication, you go and buy. That was that far. Then, while we were working, we have a case because most of them were my company sponsored. There is a report that came of fatality. When we were going through that report in one of the primary health care, this woman was pregnant. She came to the hospital. They ran out of blood, the primary health care. I think she has blood deficiency or something. All the doctor asked was 5,000 naira. All the nurses gathered money. This is a real life story. So when you talk about Nigerian government condescendingly, say all manner of terrible things about Nigeria government, I wish we can say all manner of terrible things too about Nigerians themselves. The nurses put money, people, what is remaining? 5,000 naira. Talk to this woman. This woman says she doesn't have a dime on her. Madam, as they were shouting, madam, this woman died. It was a report I had privy to. I saw the woman's cough. We went there because my company was sponsoring it. When they opened the woman wrapper, you know, when somebody is dead, a pregnant woman, they were losing her, they saw a bag of money containing 62,750 naira.
Yay, Jesus Christ.
And she needed just 5,000 naira out of that money. You see, it's just so much to talk about a government, destroy a government, but you are not talking about the citizens. It is not good in Nigeria. It is not perfect. There is a lot of work to be done. But the step we have taken, how much have the citizens tried to protect it? Nobody is talking about that. You go to that hospital today, it has gone to, by the time I was leaving Nigeria, most of them was looted. The equipments, the bed, the whatever. At a point, the one in Obunabale, the ceiling fans were taken away. And
Madam Sita, I'm very sorry for coming in. Please, just give me 30 seconds, please. I knew of hospital, attendants in the hospital, they are printing their own receipts because they don't want the money to go to the state coffers. I'm just buttressing Nigerians themselves. We are the most problem of that country. They are printing receipts. They will pay up to the
Thomas,
government. They
it is
have to
still
their
about the government. If no matter how you say this thing, it is still all about the
okay.
government.
Oh,
Okay.
Madam Peter,
let
yeah,
me
it's still the
just
government.
finish. Let
No
me
problem.
just finish before I go back to what I have to do for the day. You see, I heard somebody saying it's still on the government. Government is Nigeria. Nigerians are the government. If you think and believe down deep in you that the government is something, somebody, somewhere, big, somewhere in one building, then I can say we are not understanding what governance is. Both of them, both that man you think is somewhere that is leading you, and you have to get that country working. But if Nigerians think otherwise, maybe we will continue with this ya till Jesus come. Because I have seen things in Nigeria. This earlier in this program today, I told you people that I'm a freelance social scientist. You can go and check what that means. I help people pick research for their documentary. I'm mobile. So wherever I go, I take pictures, I ask questions, I study things. Any of my friends who is making up a documentary tell me, I'll say, hey, I got this. Would you mind? I give it to them. Sometimes they give me something, sometimes they don't. So when you go into depth of seeing some certain things, making some researches, references, and you see what is happening, you will not just condemn the government or condemn the nation. It's not perfect, I can say.
See,
But
Madam AI, if I may interject, see, sometimes when we want to shift the blame on the citizen, right? I understand where you are going to. If everyone will behave the right way, we won't have judiciary, we won't have law enforcement. We can easily blame everyone for not behaving very well. Look, when I say this thing is on the government, I will give a typical example. When Tinubu became the governor of Lagos State, when things were not running well, when people were stealing the payroll, when people, the revenue that was supposed to be coming, to the government purse, when people were stealing all those things, and Lagos State could not even make up to 600 million a month. What did Tinubu do? He brought Oracle and put a system in place and directed that everything should be done electronically. That is government. Government is there to control and to guide us. It's not for us to behave. See, naturally in this environment, if government ears sleep, like the government in Nigeria, like the way they sleep there, they don't want to obey traffic. Everybody want to behave anyhow, just because you have a control system in place, because you know the implication. That is why people control it. So when we say the government, okay, when Thomas was saying that people print their receipts, how will people print receipts if you do not make the thing manual? I remember when I processed my document, my land document with Ogun State government, for example, people will say, okay, come and pay money there. Oh, if you go there, you overpay. I went on my own to use pay direct to pay electronically. And at the end of the day, I pay less than what these crooks were charging me. Because I did that because the government put all those in place. Human being will not behave nationally. In most cases, they want to behave like people in the jungle, except the
But
government is when the government
Ola,
gets
I'm
organized.
sorry. Why are you as a Nigerian, why are you behaving very well in Canada? Is it the system that let me finish, please. Is it the system that makes you to behave well, or you are a good person, or you are a
No, the
normal person?
consequences. I will answer you that question for him. It's
That,
the
that's exactly what I'm saying.
consequences.
Government put the control in place for consequence. Okay, can you cross red lights in Australia? You will get your ticket there.
You dare not.
Exactly. The government put the structure in place. That's what I say. It's the government. If you don't put the structure in place, then there's nothing. Tinubu put the structure in place. That's exactly what I'm saying. All those money that all those double CFO, all those revenue that were going into private pockets started going to the government purse. So whatever you see in those schools you are talking about, in those air sector you are talking about, private receipt, is still the fault of the government that failed to address that. So government is to control us, not otherwise. We are not to behave normally.
Let me give you an
Madam
example.
Sister, conclude your
Let me
Go
conclude
on.
and go back. You see, when I came in here, I made mention of
No, Madam
consequences.
Sister, I'm not hurrying you. Oh. Take your time. Oh. I'm not hurrying you. Yeah.
I
Go on.
made mention of consequences. I will share one little brief story. When in my company, while I was in Nigeria, this national health care, because the staff of the company, we already have a hospital. And because of the, in normal word, we call it racism. In Nigeria, we call it tribalism. In the office, I don't know what we're going to call it. So for those who are on contract staff and all the other people cannot go to that hospital. So we said, okay, we pay money into their account for them to be able to have, in their salary, there is a column for, medical. We had a lot of fatality among them for just very simple medical issues. Do you know what we did? We decided to raise it. I'm talking about what Ola said, government taking consequences. We decided to get hospitals, this national health care something. Hospitals that are registered with the national health care. So we paid the money into that national health care so that we now send the names of those hospitals to them. So if you're sick, you can go to any of those hospitals to treat yourself and 3 of your family members. Do you know that most of them objected to that? That they didn't need the money, they never get sick. You see, when I talk about consequences, people will say, this woman, you are very wicked. Nigerians, according to some people, need koboko. It's not all about the government. There are a lot of things going on in Nigeria. They need reorientation. By the time you start owning what the government put in your community as you people's own, not the government own, the country will start getting better. So it's not all about it's so bad, it's so this, it's so that. Maintainability is a problem. Continuity has been a problem. There is only one state in Nigeria that practices continuity, right from the military regime. And I think that state is doing very well. Most other states are trying. Huh?
But Madam Zita, the koboko that they need, and who is going to put the koboko? I think that's our last point.
That is what I'm saying. Is the government. That's why they said.
So at the end of the day, it comes back to the government.
Yeah, it goes.
They are
to
running
the
like
government,
anywhere
but most times when they want to put that koboko, most Nigerians see it as being very harsh, as being mean. Because when you are a police officer,
Zita, we see it as being mean said to whenever government is taking decision. I can give an example. There was a time that the government of Abata province, when it comes to ticket, before you go to court to fight, it got to a state that even for you to go and fight ticket in court become very difficult. You have to do everything online. Do you know what happened? Incident of, so people started, people have a different thinking and start behaving. It's just like here now, everybody, whenever there's no radar on the road, you speed anyhow. Some can even go like 150 where you are supposed to go 100. But immediately they know that police is on the road, you understand, radar, everybody slow down. Radar will not pull you over, but they will take your, the photograph of your plate number, and they will send the ticket to you. You dare not pay. If you don't pay, it increases by 20%. For example, if you don't pay on time, they send to credit bureau and they make life difficult for people. That's consequences. That's what government should do. So if you put radar in Lagos now, if government put structure and you keep later of Lagosians, all those downfall that drive anyhow, if you start sending them tickets, the one that will not pay ticket, you will pay their vehicle. I guarantee you, within a year, everybody will start thinking. Even if you buy downfall for someone and that person now misbehave with that downfall, you will owe someone to do that. So that is where you can start having some clan control. But
why did they want to vote away the sitting incumbent governor in Lagos? They call it being harassed.
They do it everywhere. We do it here too.
I think there should be more of orientation.
No, Madam Mayor, what we are saying is this: human being naturally, okay, we are talking of Western nation. Go and share people tonight now. For example, they will be overspeeding. And these are the people that they are supposed to have education. They are supposed to have the right to education. You understand? But once there's nobody to enforce that control, everybody behave anyhow. But just send a signal that, oh, there's a government agent somewhere there. Everybody now become gentle because you know that this thing you are going to do, you can never escape it. That's exactly what I'm saying. So
let me close by saying how I wish the new government, just like Bishop said, how I wish the new government will do more of administration and will not participate in the business of the nation. I hope you guys understand what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Everything in Nigeria should be privatized. They should hands off in totality.
Madam, everything
in totality, so that this spending money, budgeting, not executing the budget, and everything will be gone. There should be administrators. Let those people pay tax to the government. And so, anyway, they're getting there.
Madam Sita, that is the proposal for, that is article proposal. I think that is the article proposal. You want to sell everything.
No, that is actually the restructuring you people are asking for. You generate fund, you use your fund. Maybe people don't know the decree and the depth of restructuring. You think when you restructure, you come for government budget?
It work abroad. I don't know why we can do that. I'm just citing an example. Here in Australia, there is nothing government owned here. They just give them the environment and the rules. Even our train, our buses is not owned by government.
They pay tax.
Yes, everything is privatized, and they pay maybe the commission to the government. Everything, buses, train, tram, just name it. Just name everything. That's why I think there is no business in government doing business. They don't have hand in doing business because Nigerian, no one can handle business in Nigeria. That is how they run Nigerian airlines till today.
But what about
people will be writing tickets for their families?
Can I say one more thing before I go? Thomas.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
I want to say this thing in this platform. When Bishop Oyedepo, his church members contributed the money to pay for Covenant University, to build that university. I never knew.
Yes, Daddy.
Let me finish. I never knew when he put that price, the school fees that high. I was thinking he will only get 4 students or worse, 1,000 students. I never knew that he will have that great number of students in that school. And he is not the only private university in Nigeria. Government of Nigeria should please hands off.
Sorry, Madam
Madam
Zita.
Heya, do you know he has
Sorry,
two?
Madam Zita.
He has two
Do you know?
universities.
Sorry, Madam Zita. If you think Covenant University is expensive, which I agree, people are paying, do you know there are more than 15 universities, secondary schools in Lagos, that their annual school fees is more than 2.5 million? Secondary schools.
Mm-hmm.
And their school fees more than 2.5
You
million.
don't call one bear. This is the teacher for there. No
Go and
baby.
find out. Go and find out.
No,
I'm saying I'm not
Babaji,
now.
it's even more than
Now,
what Bishop is saying.
now, the same people we want to send their children to University of Lagos and be paying 45,000 naira. The same people that can afford to pay 2.5. Yeah, you have children from there going to those universities, going to federal university.
Bishop, I disagree with you on that anyway. That's not necessarily correct.
If you can
I would not.
people paying
Hold on. In this year that is going on, admission that is going on now, I have two children. I won't mention their names for their privacy.
No,
One is going to Futa. One is going to Futa. One is going to UI. They are from Green Springs, Lekki. If you know what they charge in Green Springs, one is going to Futa.
You are generalizing it. That's what we're saying. You are generalizing it. See, anybody that can pay 2.5 million per term for his child in secondary school, you'll be able to pay less than 1 million
per time or per section. Hold on.
Thomas, Farabale. There are some schools that pay as high as 2 million per term. I know exactly what I'm saying. As high as 2 million, 2 million per term. Yes, Thomas.
Or per section.
Per term.
And the killer call one bet.
No, Babaji.
What are they teaching them?
Wait now, Babaji. Look at the facility in those schools and you see how much they spend to maintain. These are the schools that run diesel. These are the schools that pay that pay regular wages. Normally, you would think it's high, Abby. Just look at the expenses alone. You will understand why they charge up to that amount. So, and look at just enter those schools, you will appreciate how school is supposed to run. What we have in a public school is a joke compared to all those schools. So that you think 2.2 million is much per term, I laugh. See, even when I was working, even those people that were my junior, they were paying as high as 300,000 just for daycare alone at Obalende daycare. So every month, that means in a year they were paying 3.6 million for daycare of the child. It happens, Thomas. Life and direct.
That happening is a symptom of government failure. If I remember, when I was going to secondary school, of my term, there were few private schools springing up at that time. There were just maybe two. You had Lawson and you had Montes, all those few schools that were there. But what happened was there was this decline of funding because remember back then we had what we call SPEB in the 80s. If you do know what SPEB is, SPEB was local government control of schools. They were the one controlling the schools back then. So they were getting all the funding. So every funding from federal state goes to the local level. They're the one that control the books, the teachers, they did everything by themselves. But once the state government took the power away from them, the decline began in the early 90s. So you saw the decline. So I think the more you see primary universities coming up, that is a symptom of a failure of the government itself, because that is telling you that they failed in that responsibility.
Yeah, they fail, but Babati, I just want you to know too that there are several private primary basic education institutions in this environment too. Maybe you are not aware.
I know
they are damn expensive. They are damn expensive.
They do, but I'm saying that that should take you above all. But government should provide at least the basic. That's the government
that should be able to compete. I understand what you're saying.
Basic, not
all those local authorities. A person like me now that started from local authority, right? And all those people that Awolowo used to give us book.
exercise book, and
Right.
So at least I enjoy Awolowo education small now. So
in fact, Ola, let me tell you that because my own school, Thomas wait. My own school is different. It was a legacy school, even though it was public. They had better stuff than most private schools. Back then, if you went to private school back then, it was your study was messed up because it was no fun. It was too structured. So
We
people
went to Army Children's School.
they miss secondary school for public school because it was more fun in public school, secondary schools back then than going to private schools. So they would beg their parents.
Babati, all these private school we are talking about, just imagine your child start learning Python at a very early stage when even some people cannot even write English language or TSS3 in public school.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but what I'm saying is this. Those Python or no Pythons, is even few private schools that are doing it. Some so-called private schools cannot even compete with some secondary schools that are public, and they're called private schools for the name. I'm telling you.
That's true.
No. I know some are.
That's true. It's not all of them.
No, there are some private schools that don't pay more than 30,000 per term, and all
and
so you don't expect them to.
Let's not put them in the same bracket.
Thank you, everyone. I just want to make some remark. Ajali Koko, I apologize for my hard boss earlier on about UCH. I'm very sorry. That comment on UCH it's very wrong. I can't even say in Uluyoro Kiofa or in Adeoyo in Ring Grove, they don't have oxygen. I can't say that, but of UCH.
Go and kneel down, did you okay? That would be the best way to go.
We will find him.
I think
Thomas, I know one thing about you and Bishop and Patrick. To me, I say over patriotism make you believe so much in Nigeria. I don't blame you; it's a good thing. But some of us over time. Yeah, that's why I see. Oga Patrick that was talking the other time. I can see Oga Patrick because we work in the same organization. In salary every month, that time when we work together, we can pay up to 5 medical doctors comfortably, and we still have change. So a person like that, when you are comparing, we are saying something about public workers. We have to be fair. For example, I know you see, senior registrar cannot compete with an ET in the banking sector. A senior registrar in the medical. And do you know how much you are going to put in for you to become a senior registrar in the public hospital, and you are earning less than an entry point level person in the banking industry, and you are supposed to see, you know what you are doing? You are dealing with life.
But public sector is different from private sector, though.
Oga Adewale, I clearly understand what you are talking about.
But it does not make it right, though. It doesn't make it right.
So just look at look at police here. If you hire police here in my city now, I don't think any police will earn less than 75,000 a year here. Maybe the staff of corporal or what you understand, and they you can afford whatever. How much is police earning in Nigeria? Then you see teachers here too. You see what they earn. So even you that you are saying you are in IT, except you are in some kind of a big company, you say with all your professionalism, you see you don't earn up to some teachers here. But in Nigeria, reverse is the case.
Babati, before you come in, I just want to hold on, please. I don't want to buttress on that UCH. I'm happy we have medical practitioner. I'm not a medical practitioner, but I'm closer to many doctors, nurses. My auntie is the lecturer in School of Nursing. My mom had colonoscopy and endoscopy in UCH back then. Come on, UCH.
So, Thomas, let me tell you the story of UCH. When Obasanjo came to power in 1919, UCH was in total mess. So the one you are saying something is not possible in UCH, I just want to put that correction. Obasanjo went on reform. I think it was 2003 that he started doing some upgrades on university. I think he worked on university or on UCH and
hospitals.
You understand all those things, so that you believe that they cannot run all those hospitals down. Thomas, now wake up, now Nigeria with the talk.
Thomas they use our old glory.
Yes, what you learned yesterday. Yesterday is a very long distance in Nigeria.
Ola, I want to quickly interject, please, if you may allow me. If you allow me.
All right, sir.
My mother was sick in 2020.
You will greet us now, Remy. If you don't greet me, I'm not happy.
Sorry, we are in the morning here. Good morning, everybody.
How are you? I'm just joking. Good morning. How are you? No problem. Baba Jalo ti dáríjì mi. Baba ti dáríjì mi.
Okay, can I continue, please? My mother was
yes, continue.
My mother was ill in 2020, and we first took her to 2 private hospitals in which they rejected her. So we have to take her to the one at the Olu. This was not very far from it's in Ibadan. It's not very far from Gialen.
Oluyori Okofa. Oluyoro.
We took her to Oluyoro because she was complaining of a very bad stomach ache and she cannot sleep. She continued to cry, and you cannot 80-year-old woman. So we took her to that Oluyoro, and after 2 days they could not find solution. So they refer us to UCH. What I want to say is that she spent 3 weeks in UCH, and for that 3 weeks, I was supposed to have a vacation in Nigeria, but I was going to hospital nearly every day. For that 3 weeks in UCH, NEPA, if I say NEPA, I don't know, they never took light. For 3 weeks. And the doctors doctors that they were able to treat her, and everything was well, and everything was fine. And I've also been to several wards there that they use oxygen. Everything was okay. So I was surprised that in where I live, we are using generator to power, and in UCH, every time there was power.
UCH is off national grid now. They are on their own private MIPP.
Just to buttress your point that at the end of the day, Nigeria is improving. Maybe not improving in a fast speed that everybody wants or compared to diaspora. And when you talk about diaspora too, where I live here, health, we also pay money for health facilities. But I'm telling you the truth. Have you ever, if you are sick here, for the first thing they will ask you is that do you want to consult a doctor online? Or you go to the hospital. If you consult a doctor online, you have to pay a fee. If you go to the hospital, you have to pay also a small fee. So the bottom line.
Where do you live? It depends on where you live.
I'm living in Finland. I'm living in Finland.
Okay, because it's free for us here anyway.
I'm not saying it's not. Medication is free. Medication is free, but you still have to pay money for doctor's fee.
How is my brother?
So what I'm trying to say is that
where are you going?
I'm just sending my greetings to him.
What I'm trying to say is that you always think that everything is cheap, is organized. I think that everything there is a business angle to it. So when you talk about Nigeria to me, sometimes I would really practice in capitalism or mixed economy. It's like a confusion. Today we want to go communism. Tomorrow we want to go to capitalism. And everybody say, okay, let's government hand off, give it to private something. What happened to one that they have privatized? What happened to them? Nigerian people sometimes, we also, to me personally, I think we need a little bit of iron hand. And I also believe that the democracy we are practicing, copied totally from America, does not fit that country. It's too expensive for us to practice. What do we need? Almost 300 something else of a rep or 109 Senate. What are they doing there? There's a lot of people, and the recurrent expedition is killing that country. When you people talk, Nigeria is not, to me, I see Nigeria is moving because you cannot compare Nigeria of 20 years ago to Nigeria of today. Things are improving, but not in a fast note. So
no, Remy, I generally agree with you. But what I'm saying is this: before I'm just telling the Thomas that just check before you don't just say because of what you know yesterday that it remained the same today, because what you know yesterday is a very long thing compared to today. You may know something to be normal in Nigeria today, and by tomorrow the gap may be like a year, 2 years, because it depends. Yeah, you may be okay on UCH, but what Adichie was saying the other time, it may not be UCH in particular, but there are some publication of where someone died
because of lack of oxygen in Nigeria.
Yeah, I totally agree. I totally agree. We cannot generalize it. Some hospitals might be doing fine, while some are not doing fine. You are right. And then there's another thing: the Nigerian mindset. And an average Nigerian always think, where I'm working, I must eat from there. It's always about what I'm going to get first. Nobody is patriotic enough to think about that country. Even the so-called our big elders that they have ruled that country. It's all about their mindset. I was in China several years ago, and I was in the university where some of the professors were being sent to Nigeria to help in our agricultural establishment in Nigeria. It was during Obasanjo era. But behold it, when those professors, I knew them, they were like 20 in number. We were talking every day. By the time they went to Nigeria, they end up being in Obasanjo farm, Danjuma farm, all these big people farm. They are not helping the average Nigerian. So well, hypocrisy is just too much. So we need what I think should happen to that country, that we need a new orientation entirely from the basic. The youth, in fact, just forget that. I'm so sorry about this, my language, because the orientation has been broken totally. I went to Bolaigi school, which is free, and they gave us books. I was in the primary school during the time of that. Sometimes I was, I think, in my secondary school, they give us books, they give us dictionary, and my school, to be frank with you, I'm the second set of that school. So
Thomas, this is how we know old people. When people talk like this, you can easily know the generation they belong to.
It was a makeshift school. And the quality we got is wonderful.
So Remy, do you support that we should return power back to local government councils the way it was in the 80s for primary health care?
I totally support it. And Buhari have tried, but what are your governors doing? What are the people in the House of Assembly doing? They are voting against it.
Because they are getting that money now. That money is what they want. They are getting that money.
Remy Koka, do you know why things are like this? Because the federal government corner all the resources. When you look at the environment you are, in the environment now, federal government has no business with education here. It's the province matter. It used to be like that those days. Federal government of Nigeria should not have much business with education.
They have spent.
Ola, if you say federal government should not have nothing to do with education, that means all those federal controlled higher institutions will die.
They will die.
I'm coming. Yeah, I gotta go. I'm going to somewhere. If you see a structure during the First Republic, you will see that it was the region that built UI, that built Obafemi Awolowo University, then UNN, and all those Ahmadu Bello University. What happened when this group, when they took over power, they started federalizing everything? That's where the problem is. And what's the purpose of federalizing everything? They were snatching the resources that belong to the region. So now, what the federal government should do is that release resources to all those people and let them, because now you want, okay, if you return school now to local government, for example, how are they going to fund that thing when even the gold in your even the produce from your farm, the federal government want to be collecting VAT on those?
Then you are calling for restructuring. That is what you are
exactly. That's what I'm saying. So let us go back to how it used to be.
Not easy. It's not easy to get, because every section, every region of Nigeria have different mind about restructuring. I think
no, it's not as if it's difficult. It's only we are not ready. We are doing restructuring gradually, though.
That is the point. That is the point I'm trying to say.
Abacha, Absalam Abubakar constitution killed that country by cornering so much in that ridiculous exclusive list. Those exclusive lists is what we should trim down. Okay, from 68 items now, I think it comes down to 64. Those exclusive lists should not be more than 10 at most. Federal government, so that's why, okay, what is the business of the federal government with agriculture? Under the First Republic, even Second Republic, First Republic, agriculture was the matter for the province. Education was the matter for the province. So many things that provinces were doing that, the region were doing that time, the federal government just corner it in the name of federal. So they can corner your oil, they can corner your coal, they can corner your gold. So that's the excuse. But if you take those things away from them, then the government will have no business with electricity. they will have no business with the education. All those in the corner, they will have no business. So is it not surprising? Is it not okay? Now, when last, I don't know, when last, okay, those people in Canada and in America, when last did you have a minister, agriculture minister at the federal level in America or Canada? It's a matter for the province or the region or the state. The same thing you find education is a matter for the state and for the region. You see, okay, the city I live, because when people are saying, oh, Lagos, we make what are they doing with the fund? The fund, I just laugh. Lagos, for example, they have 20 million people there, and they don't even generate up to $2 billion a year. But the city I live here alone generates over $4 billion a year. So that's why they can build their own airport, they can generate the electricity, they run the train system, because nobody is stealing their resources from them. You know, we have education. They can manage their own school, they can manage everything. So the problem is federal government hijack Obafemi Awolowo University. They hijack all those universities built by the region in the name of unitary system, in the unitary system tag federal system in Nigeria, so that when you corner all the resources, you start dictating. No, release those resources and find a way that people will be paying taxes, and let the regions go and do whatever they want to do with their money.
I think I agree with you a lot.
I quickly want to
But
interject. Sorry,
go ahead.
Bishop. Sorry, Bishop.
Go ahead.
The problem we are having now is this. If you restructure now, say all the resources back to some of these states are not viable enough to pay.
Good. God bless you.
Then collapse them. Then back
they
to
will collapse immediately, and that would be the problem.
Remi Koka, that's false narrative, and I will tell you why it is false narrative.
I did conscious. You don't want. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying we should do it gradually.
Remi Koka, wait. That's false narrative. Okay. See, if Tinubu was to think like this when he came to power, he won't have enough money to run Lagos. They believe Tinubu will crash. They believe Tinubu will not sustain himself. Obasanjo believes so much that Tinubu will not survive. Lagos is viable.
You cannot compare some of those states to Lagos.
Let me even make my case before you say we cannot continue. Look at it this way. When we are saying, oh, they cannot survive, they cannot do this, how did you arrive at that? How did you arrive at that?
Okay,
illegal gold mining. Illegal gold mining.
Remi, can you give us one example of a state that we can use for your example, so we can discuss that state?
If you use Ekiti for example,
Okay, Remi, Ekiti.
What about Ekiti? What is wrong with Ekiti? I heard Ekiti.
I will tell you.
I kind of lower the volume, but I heard Ekiti. I was like, "What is it? What is it?"
You cannot financially sustain your economy of Ekiti without federal government.
In the bottle, in the bottle state. Yeah, in the bottle.
I would have loved to.
When you look at the Southwest, only 2 states can automatically stay stable.
You know the funny thing.
That's false narrative.
That is the line now.
Hold on, guys.
Ogun can survive. Lagos
let me make a.
Or can survive by themselves.
It will take time, not just an outright
Babati. Let me make a positive contributions this morning. I've been listening to you guys.
Hold on, please. I want to hear from Adewale. We haven't heard from Adewale.
Yes.
Fatah, Remi, and Babati. Hold on. I'll be shutting down in the next 45 minutes.
That's a lie. Why is it that every time I come online, you always want to shut down in the next 10 minutes? You will stay 10 hours more, extra 10 hours.
I have submitted the catch-up weight. Yeah, we can do 9 hours.
Our fight will be
That's all right. Adewale, go on.
All right. Speaking of
go on.
You see, I would have replied you guys by saying but it doesn't. What you guys said is the reality. I don't even know why that state was created in the first place. Anoshu State. For crying out loud, these are very smaller states. Don't get me wrong. That state has a huge deposit natural resources that could sustain that state. I mean, transform it completely. But because of Nigerian factor now, that states remain moribund. But then if you look at it, to be honest, in all honesty, that state doesn't need to be created in the first place. Ekiti State and Osho State. You guys were right, but at the same time, don't go and be gloating because I said so. I still love my state anyway. So I want to speak to you guys should not go and sleep on me. If you go to sleep on me, man, there will be fight tomorrow. When I come online tomorrow, I'll make sure nobody listen to anybody. So by the way,
Adewale, hold on. I've been in church all the way, but I didn't even know the topic of today. I'm very sorry.
I will help you.
Have you
I'm
guys
looking at
spoken
the
on?
headline. The Charlie Boy.
Have you guys spoken on what they call it?
Why are you
Soyinka?
pretending say like a Christian? Why are you pretending you are a Christian?
Who?
I just came back from church. I'm a
And so what?
Christian.
And so what?
Thomas
now.
is
Soji
Christian.
I'm a Christian. Oh, I'm a Christian. I'm a jazzy. I'm Soji Christian. Oh.
You see.
The pastor is still taking his money anyway. So.
Yes. We have to. Adewale, forget about that. Don't go to that side. Don't go to that side. Continue.
Anyway, speaking of my uncle Charlie Boy and Wole Soyinka's attack online, I was responding to one of my co-worker, Tom friend. We're talking about Twitter Space. Man, that place is the temple of the bullies. Not just in Nigeria, or anywhere in the world. If you see what people say online, it's just terrible, terrible. All this local yampion that could not even face, they're now up to half of what the Wole Soyinka has achieved in his life, but they come online to say all sort of things. The man wasn't lying, and I disagree with the woman earlier saying that Wole Soyinka showed some sort of similarity during the interview with Arise. I disagree with him. This is the same person that did the interview with Ladia Kredolu of Channels Television, and you could see the interaction. It was smooth because it was one-on-one. No technology per se was involved. But when it comes to because he was doing the interview remotely, so sometimes you could see sometimes the audio wasn't that great. So. And they knew that. The anchors knew that. And that's the reason why they didn't, but they allowed the man to just free flow and spoke his mind. But it's unfortunate. What that man said was right. I was on one man, Dr. Damage's show. I was listening, watching.
Adewale, hold on. Always sleep when you are talking.
Who sleeps?
You said people are sleeping.
No, they better not sleep. They better be awake.
And because you don't let people interrogate you or interject you. I think that is why.
Interjection is welcome.
Yes, I'm even interjecting you now.
Okay.
How long the obedience? Who are they going to spare with their rods of abused, cause their father, cause their mother? Who are they going to spare? Because in this cycle of election, I've never seen anybody they spare. Even their own Soludo, they throw him under the bus in Melbourne. So I don't know.
They show you the kind of movement. They show you the kind of movement with no direction, no purpose. A followership that have no sense of their own. That's what it shows you. That's what it tells you. And the man was right by calling them, that they're fascist.
Fascist. Is that what that triggered them?
Yes,
fascist.
Yes. And it was a true definition because you're a person, a human being who doesn't listen to other people's advice or other people's view or opinion. Then what are you learning? You are not learning. You remain stagnant. This is a man that fought in the 60s when their own grandfather
went to prison for Biafra. Went to
prison for their own cause. I'm not even talking about obedient, whether you are Igbo, Yoruba, or whichever tribe you come from. Your great grandfather was still in diaper when this man was fighting on their behalf. So tell me, in this situation, the man spoke about what happened. They said, what about that? What about when Oluomo? What about what this was done? Yes, what happens in Lagos was unfortunate, but you cannot generalize what happened in Lagos with every part of the country, especially in the southwest. There were incidents in Ogun State, right, during the election. But how come what happens in Lagos now becloud everything that was done on that day in the entire Southwest? So that tells you the myopic mindset of these people. And look, the advent of social media brings all these, enabled all these elements, call themselves followers. You know, people who doesn't listen to, and the likes of Charlie Boy. Let me speak about this guy. The guy left Lagos State because his music career was stale, and he can never attain, the height of his father, because his father was never was a very upright jurist, and he served the country till he died. So that tells you, and this is a man, this Charlie Boy of a person, to the point that he now became a beggar to all these politicians. It was a known fact in the street of Lagos in all those days. He left Lagos and went to Abuja because he knew if he stayed in Lagos, he would die of hunger. I mean, his music career was stale and moribund, and then he moved close to the corridor. Now he's the same person. Now turn around and say, Wole Soyinka doesn't know what he's talking about. Give me a break. You're comparing Wole Soyinka and Shina Ashebe.
Dewale, can I ask you a question? Remember, there was a person in this platform, I won't mention his name. I think you were there when we were talking, and he said we should be, omoluabis with the obedient.
No, sometimes the gloves need to come off.
Thank you, Daddy. And I'm like,
there's some lines you don't cross.
Exactly.
I'm not Baptist and I'm not articulated, but there's some lines you don't cross. I was in the comment section today at the what do you call it? Dr. Damage's show. I was in the comment section. I know if I joined that show, I probably would have lost all my credibility.
You had it right. You had it.
Adewale, I saw you. I saw you there.
I was livid.
Omoluabi what?
Look, I am a proper Omoluabi, but there's some lines you don't cross. We always point fingers. One accuse fingers, and we're remaining ones.
Adewale, do you know what bothers me? They said, why the Soyinka don't talk on MC Oluomo?
The man was not even in Nigeria.
Look, he's not in Nigeria. He has a prostate cancer. Okay. He went for medical treatment.
The funniest thing, apart from that, this is an 88 years old man. He can't be putting Nigerian issue on his head now that he's almost close to his grave. This man has a life. The grandchildren needs him more than anyone. So now you expect him to be like the so-called what is this man called Shivayo Adebanjo, who at his age supposed to be sitting down and playing with his grandchildren, still going about saying this. Look, leave the fight for the generations that feel maltreated or marginalized. Go and sleep. Because you're not adding any value. There's no political value you are adding. So when I was listening to all this jargon, I said, look, on the day of death of an elephant, you see so many knives. Someone like it. What is it?
Shiva Adewale, please just give me a second. You see, do you really think Shivayo Adebanjo was fighting for obedience, or he was fighting Tinubu, or he's fighting Tinubu?
That man is Oshonu.
Yeah,
you know what they call Oshonu?
It's Oshonu.
Yes. Let me say for those who doesn't speak Yoruba, somebody who you offend.
You are wrong.
He is Baba.
Oshonu ni Baba yẹn.
Oshonu I will never forget. You will never forget.
Oshonu ni Baba yẹn.
What has
Ẹni máa sọ nǹkan tó wù yín, kò ń ṣe Oshonu. Nǹkan tó stand fún, principle tó stand fún láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ tó fi gbé ẹgbẹ́ yẹn kalẹ̀. ò lọ stand fún
when
náà
was the
deviate but
Babajale Koko?
nítorí wípé wọn
Afenifere has
play
never
along
fought for any other
pẹ̀lú
tribe.
corrupt and nǹkan tẹ̀yìn fẹ́ lẹ ṣe ń sọ
Ẹgbẹ́
nǹkan
ọmọ
tẹ̀ ń sọ.
Odùduwà was one that transformed to Afenifere. The Afenifere never fought for other tribe. It's simple as it's ABC.
Who told you that? Who told you that Afenifere never fought for other right?
Baba,
Afenifere ò limit
Afenifere is a political platform.
activities Afenifere.
Please, any surrender. But
Eh?
you know that we disagree with them, but we don't then start rolling curses on them. That is the Omonluabi way. We don't start cursing and saying, they are mad.
Yes, because that is what I
Baba,
detest from when you see Thomas or one man and some others, and they want to rain some kind of dirty languages on them. It is not fair. It is not fair. What they are doing
I agree, but I think Baba may be hiding under justice.
We never insult them.
If you guys
we can't hear you. So
Yes.
I think Baba is getting at Tinubu more than it's the principle, but you see at a particular point.
No, it is not Tinubu. It is not Tinubu. They are not getting at Tinubu. They are getting
Tinubu, Ajale Koko. It is Tinubu. Ajale Koko, come on now.
Báwo lẹ ṣe máa ń sọ̀rọ̀
No, Ajale Koko. See, Ajale Koko.
So báwo lẹ ṣe máa sọ pé is getting. Hold on. Let me make this point.
Ajale Koko, we are Yoruba people. We know.
Hold on.
Ajale Koko, if you sneeze, I know the meaning. I know.
Now, now is this your tribal sentiment that is killing everybody in Nigeria? Is what you guys are displaying here now?
Tonight, Baba, I'm not about
1 minute
sentiment.
Okay. I want to expatiate. Let me say this. Afenifere supported Atiku 2019
because they were looking for what to eat.
Not okay. This is what we are talking about now because Baba Adebanjo,
you know how long they've been
looking for what to eat.
Yes,
this is so disgusting when we talk like this and we talk to our leaders, our elders like this. What disgusting!
I
Look,
disagree.
They supported Atiku on the basis that look, Buhari is a failure, right?
But what happened when Buhari won? They didn't continue afterwards.
They pivoted.
What happened? What happened when Tinubu won? They still continue, right? No, when Atiku won. No, when Buhari won Atiku, right? They stopped their support, right?
No, they were supporting him till Supreme Court.
Okay.
I mean, came out with a judgment that Buhari is the winner.
But Afenifere were divided on Tinubu this time around, right?
They supported Atiku because of what is it called?
Okay.
Tinubu was behind Buhari. It's as simple as that.
Okay. In 2015, to support Jonathan Ko.
Can we move away from that space, please?
Jonathan and Tinubu were not in the same
okay, but if you say we should move agree, okay, I move away. So
speaking of, I think our time will come. People will go on the Twitter page and started using Betu and all those. If you see,
I don't do.
I don't think I can join politics because there's some line you can't cross. I'm a very tolerant person. I have a very thick skin because what you say, it's not really. I mean, my mom used to tell me when I was younger. And I'll be like, huffing and puffing something because somebody said something. I said, look, what he said, did it attach to your skin? So why are you, worrying yourself about what somebody said? And that word stick with me. But there's some lines you cannot cross, even not when you have global icons. The likes of Achebe was a very respectful literally giants. And both of them are different lane, different. But for this so-called, what is it called, Charlie Boy to start, dragging Achebe and Soyinka and start saying that what he said online. To me, it was just most disrespectful. Well, I never have any respect for him anyway because everybody knows, except if you're not operating in that space, it's because of that energy. Look, I'm not a tribal or ethnic bigot. I say the way it is. When I listen to folks saying one thing is to disagree with but not to like him. But there's nothing they've never said about this man today. They said it was Tinubu's friend.
But they were a few months ago. It was their darling, no. Like
Look,
it was their darling. A few weeks ago, it was their darling,
the
no.
reason why this man even came out to do that interview with Larry Akredolo was simply because his name was dragged into this during the election. You remember he was absent. People didn't hear from him. And all of a sudden, it surfaced online that he has been supporting Tinubu, that he support, people were issuing statements on his behalf. And they were trying to, even newspapers were confirming that it was
He
by
said no, no.
spokesman.
He said that the elections was the worst in Nigeria's history. That was what.
I mean,
So it was pretty much an obedient. But
I
because
thought
he made one line and that is it.
in
No,
that
Soyinka did not say
interview,
that.
he
No,
condemned,
no, he did. He
he
did. Let
condemned,
me get you.
he
Bishop.
condemned
Let me get
Festus
the link.
Keyamo, even though he didn't mention his name. He condemned
Bishop. Wait,
Keyamo.
Yes.
wait. He said, let me find that link. He said this election is the worst in Nigeria's history. That's the headline
No.
of the Sun
When
newspaper.
Soyinka said that,
Yes. Let me get to that link from the Sun newspaper. This is the
no.
worst. That
He
was
granted two
Let me quote. Let me
interviews.
quote what he
that
said.
was
Let
before
me quote what he said in the two interviews.
wait. That was before the fascist stuff came up. Before that,
No,
Sun
the two
newspaper.
interviews. Let me quote what he said in the two interviews, because they asked him to pass a comment like a judgment, and he said he had not had a full what do you call it
Report.
report of what happened. I remember. I don't know whether it was on Arise or Ladi. As I think it was the Ruben, and he did not pass a comment on.
So, where were you when he talked about snatching of ballot in Lagos?
Now,
Disenfranchisement in Lagos.
I'm
Were you
coming.
listening to that part?
He
Yeah.
condemned it now. He
Hold on.
So, what are
condemned
you
that.
talking about?
No, hold on. Can I respond, please? If he said that there was an incident reporter, you said he condemned the election. I said the worst election. That's what I said. Did not say that there are incidences of
No,
skirmishes.
look at the comment. No, wait. Look at the comment section. That is premium times. That was March 18th, before the interview, when they asked him premium times sons. He said it was the worst in the history of Nigeria. That's the link right there. You can go look it up. He said that. So he's been obedient for that period of time. That he now did this one interview after. Now he now said what he said about fascism. So I'm like, wait a minute. He's been supporting your movement for so long because he sees himself in these guys. Because remember, Soyinka was like an obedient in the 60s like this before. He was a radical as well.
Remember during the interview, he said he was in touch with.
What happened to Bishop?
No. He was talking about him being in touch with one person, and they brought Mogalu. You remember? And they Mogalu, and they drafted him, and they supported him, and all that. Who would have thought that he was behind all those moves there where Mogalu contested? Was Mogalu wasn't accepted? Not until Mogalu supported, him during this attack that everybody started attacking Mogalu as well. That shows the kind of people that look. You can disagree with somebody on the fundamental issue, but when you start stooping low and acting, in such a manner that you can't even address your own grandparent, that's what I detest the most. And they cross that line. This man doesn't need to support anyone. But during the interview, not just condemn what happens in Lagos to the point that he was losing hope about this project called Nigeria. He said, look, all these rabid, what do you call them, supporters, not just, he said he was listening to a lawyer. The way he was talking, attacking on the national television, that sometimes it felt like this is not Nigeria that, because things are degenerating simply because you have this tool called social media that can deploy. Look, we can say all what we want, but as a matter of fact, when Chief Gani Fayemi was alive, he was attacked, not just several times because he disagreed with the public opinion. You say the way it is, and you stand with your opinion. But the thing is, this man has not said anything wrong. If you look at, I watched the video today. They brought Oshibajo out where he made similar statement when he would before the election about forming a parallel election. It was wrong then, and it's still wrong to today. But because of the popular acceptance and the popular or general view at that time, people didn't pay attention to that. But I can assure you that PDP would have, pointed that out in the media. But people didn't listen because of this same one-way ticket, the myopic view that they had there.
Do you know what bothers me the most? I was engaging somebody clubhouse today. They invited me to. We were having our medical stuff and post that they brought the issue up. These guys, the passion that they have in their delusion is concerning. They can actually kill people. I'm telling you, the way they reason. They were arguing that no, Abuja is, according to their own lawyers, you must win Abuja. That even if you lose everywhere, if you don't win Abuja, then you don't win. I say, what part of the law that says that? And they were defending this ridiculous argument.
They can do that. That's our view. The one to Babati, they can do that. But when it started begins to degenerate to this delusional stage,
but the abuse that
when you can't tolerate other people's view.
No.
I can disagree with you on some issue. Based on that,
the abuse I was getting that today, it was crazy. I was getting abused, my family, my kid, everything, because I don't agree with their position. I hate Nigerians.
Before the election, Babati, and everyone listening, before the election, as a matter of fact, it was a very known statement then that it is during the election that they would know people that are moron, that have no brain, that will vote for Tinubu. But at the end of the day, you are saying all those things, and also those who have voted for other candidates are being seen as enemy of the country. Why? I mean, you can disagree with other people, but not when this man. I heard people say, well, you should have come out when people are being attacked in Lagos and all that. For crying out loud, and I keep saying it, is Lagos entire Nigeria? Is Lagos the entire Southwest? You can isolate what happens in Lagos. Nobody said what happened in Lagos, is the right thing or the best thing that will ever happen in an election. It's condemnable and it should be condemned, and people that perpetrate those evils should be arrested.
Right.
But for crying out loud, because there's nowhere, even not the Soyinka will agree with what happens in Lagos where people are being, attacked unnecessarily.
Right.
But when you start flogging issue and every single one that have contrary view is being seen as the enemy of the state or someone that's a stumbling block, that is where I draw the line. Look, the kind of Charlie boy we know who they are. You know why? They always go to the next.
But they are milking that space. People that they have their career dwindling. Nobody's paying attention. So that's a way of milking. Look at that Peter Okoye too. They are exploiting that space to generate their dead career or whatever they got going on. So they are just joining. I won't mention his name. He's very popular online. He's a Yoruba guy. I used to watch him online, but I stopped watching him because he started to exploit that space as well. So I didn't watch him anymore. You know what I'm talking about.
I know him.
Because he lies too much, right? I know. I mentioned the name now.
Yes,
I
don't watch him anymore because yes,
okay.
Because he's
Thank
now
you.
exploiting them for his own financial gains as well. He's making a lot of money with them. So
okay, please.
Yeah, I noticed him too.
Please, sorry, let me quickly respond to what he said. Now, in the course of the Wole Soyinka interview, he did say that interview, that statement that was attributed to him on the 18th was not his. That he has not said anything. And he actually said there is a 1,000 prize that he's trying to trace those people that brought that statement out. He denied everything that was attributed to him in the course of the election. And he was very, very angry about it. So, coming to say he was the one that said that the election was a total failure or something, I can't remember what you said, your exact words. I don't think it's correct. You can go back and fact check. You can go back and look at that interview again. He said he had not said anything to the press about the election up until these two interviews that he granted back to back. But having said that, I think we're beginning to, not on the platform, going to the space of Papa Adebanjo. I think there is a saying in Yoruba that says, yeah. And I'm sorry, I'm not being disrespectful, but Yoruba also says, Aki Bagbalagba ni di kilo baiwa. Adebanjo had paid his dues so much such that he's beginning to lose credence in so many quarters. I've heard statements from very elderly people around his peers, and I would ask Menla, look, he thinks he's still a young person. I'm talking of people that are probably his age or, and I think he should let go. If you want to go back in history, he has been jumping from one party to another. The way he fought in the days of AD, and they had divisions among themselves before they went to ACN, and he was aligning with other people after ACN, even until when, what's his name? Our late brother, what's his name? Yinka Odumaki. When Yinka Odumaki went to join Buhari, and this same man had sympathy for Buhari then. So, in a nutshell, Pa Adebanjo had romanced with probably every politician alive. Go and check the records. Whether it is Buhari, whether it is Jonathan, whether it is Tinubu, whether it is... So, when you are an elder, there must
Bishop,
be a point
are you
whereby...
kidding me?
Yeah, go and check. Odumaki was a chief, a spokesperson to Buhari now.
For CPC now, I remember, for CPC. Yeah.
Adebanjo was sympathetic to his cause then now, and he was fighting Obasanjo that time. After Obasanjo Foju Wogbule, during the issue of Tinubu, I met somebody that was in the room where they had that meeting, that they agreed to support Obasanjo, all the AD governors. Now Tinubu was the only person that stood out. I met somebody in Monotone, but I told me the story. And the man came out and he said no. And a lot of people, including Papa Lam Adichie, were really angry with him. But the man stood his guns because probably he saw what they were going to do. So for me, I don't mean any disrespect, but I think it's time for him to measure his words. Don't be talking with so much bitterness and anger. When you listen to him on TV, in fact, his own bitterness and anger is worse than Bode George. You see that it's deep-seated animosity between himself and Tinubu. And Tinubu had done something consistently. He had never responded to him once.
So it's beyond politics.
So the bitterness and anger,
yes,
is against what?
I don't know. You see, I will say that.
No, answer. You are saying bitterness. Hold on now. The bitterness and anger is directed at what?
That's what I'm saying. It's palpable. You need to see him talk. If you are not seeing bitterness and hatred and anger in him,
against what is happening,
against
what he has been doing.
No, it's against individuals. It's against individuals. I won't say more than that.
The bitterness and anger is against what?
Against individuals. I've said that.
Baba Jalekoko, can I interject real quick?
You see. Let me tell you this. When you see the state of Nigerian state being run down and in a wrong direction by this criminal that we have in power, and you say people like that should not talk, or anybody that is a patriot that really loves his country should not talk, then I don't know what you guys are talking about. It's like because the way you are saying, tagba badagba, you are just, specifically saying that man should just keep quiet and not say anything concerning Nigerian state.
After he talked,
Guys,
it was a
That is what you are
So
suggesting.
the man is speaking on behalf of a group now, not just himself.
Even when you see,
is Baba Jale talking about what's her name?
Adebanjo.
No, he can talk now, but
he can talk, but as long as what he's saying does not fit into the politics of you Yoruba people that want to support Tinubu,
Adebanjo,
yes,
I mean, Mr. Ajale Koko. Mr. Ajale Koko. If Mr. Ajale Koko, if my father had stood and say, if Peter Obi did not win an election, that would be the end of Nigeria. I will remain what my answer. I will just ordinarily, I would have told you here, I would have said here what I would say to him. I won't use any disrespect. I won't disparage him. What I said is Yoruba. There are certain things he would have left to other people. He has run his race. What every word of Ayo Adebanjo, go back and watch his interviews. Can you wait? Can you wait? In what context
did he
he
make
said
that
it
statement?
openly?
No, Bishop.
He said it openly. No, there is no contest in saying that.
In what context did he make that statement?
Oh my God.
In what context?
Because
you guys are very good at spinning someone's statement.
Spinning.
You are spinning it.
What did I spin?
In what context did he say it? It was at the campaign.
Thomas, can we move on from
And
this?
it was not at the campaign. He even said it in an interview. He even said it in an interview. He said it in an interview.
Hold on. Babati, what did you say?
I'm saying, like, can we move away from this Afenifere thing? We've discussed this thing over. There's no.
Because at length.
Professor Wallace,
I understand. But I think Bishop wasn't with us when we discussed that matter. That's why I just kept quiet, just for him to make. Yes, it's as all of us here we discussed on it thousands of times. But I think Bishop just joined us and he's been curious to speak on that space. Yes, please.
It's still my time. I haven't used it.
Yes.
You know,
of our time.
You can imagine what will happen that will break me out of my shell, listening.
I know. But Adewale, before you go on, is it not the right time for this? I forget that English woman normally use. Setidonary, I don't even know. Make my tick no come out. These two respected Baba, as you can see, the handwritings on the wall. They are not shivering sword for each other. Is there not elders, like the committee of elders in the Yoruba land, that can call these two Baba into order? They are not setting any good precedent on an example for us. For like me now, if I'm willing, I want to join Afenifere tomorrow, I will not, because they are not setting good example. Both of them. Baba, yeah.
But Thomas, there's a parallel, there's a distinct difference between Baba Adebanjo and the Soyinka of this world. Baba Adebanjo.
No, I'm talking of Fashion and Adebanjo.
See, Baba Adebanjo was saying something there when I said, what they will heed is what they are looking for. Afenifere lost its relevance. Sir? Okay, no, I said it means okay. I said that during our discussion. Afenifere lost its relevance, its political relevance in 2003. That was when PDP took over the entire Southwest. This was their entire clave or conclave or whatever you want to call it. And this is the source of where funding is coming to that platform, apart from the individual contribution that they were making. And it was because of these affaires. And Tinubu chose his own path and followed it. And at the end of the day, was the only last man standing. He has his flaws too.
Adewale, let me correct you there. Because you are painting a wrong narrative right here now. Afenifere did not participate in support for what do you call it? PDP or Obasanjo.
OBGO3, yes.
Who has the
They did not. Hold
who
on.
has the AD to support Obasanjo second
Hold
term?
on. They did not.
That was Oshoba now. That was
Oshoba.
It wasn't Afenifere.
Oshoba. Tinubu. Baba Akonde. All of them were the one behind it. And Adefarati that let us do this. Hold on now. Let me complete. Let me finish my statement. Hold on now. All of them gang up that let us do this unknown to Afenifere because they are the governors. Hold on. So they met that let us do this in support of what do you call it? Obasanjo that is doing well. Let us support him for presidency and people will vote for us for governorship. Unknown to Adebanjo.
I can't hear anybody.
We can hear you. Baba, are you there? Your line is breaking up.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. So what I was saying is that Tinubu, Oshoba, Baba Konde, Baba Ibadan, what was the name?
We know him.
You know that one?
Lam.
Yes.
Lam.
Yeah, Lamadeshino, Baba Adefarati.
And the
Lord meet. We pay, okay, let us support this guy for presidency. Because all of them were the governor. They were doing all these things without the knowledge of the Afenifere, the Ayo Adebanjo and those Afenifere leaders. So at the end of the day, Tinubu later turned against their plan. Tinubu said, I'm not participating in this. They started together, but he said, I'm not going to involve in this. So Tinubu bolted out, leaving the rest of them thinking that when people vote for Obasanjo in the presidency, by then they were doing that governorship and presidency the same day.
It was all the same day back then. No?
Yes. So they thought people will vote for Tinubu on presidency and vote for this thing in AD. So, but somehow it didn't work out like that. People just voted PDP.
Top to bottom was just PDP.
Top to bottom. Thank you. So, and that was what swept them away. But Tinubu in Lagos did not even Tinubu Jade completely out against PDP in totality, and that was what. But I want Chele, it went again. So Afenifere Baba Yabande was not part of it.
Just to add to what you were saying, remember Dewale, before you continue, remember in 1999 they had a deal. Once they won the elections, they were supposed to shun Abuja as AD governors to force for review of the constitution to get regional government. That's what they were planning. That was the plan with Afenifere. Once we will not go to Abuja, we will demand that we want that that we must get our regional whatever. They were trying to force that narrative. Guess who broke that deal? Oshoba. Started going to Abuja.
Yeah, but Babati, hold on.
So they were having issues already.
Babati,
with those governments.
We've forgotten that Olufala was the one that came from the platform of Afenifere.
I'm saying
Afenifere launched all the South.
They were once he lost.
Hold on. It was the Afenifere that launched the all the southwestern governors that became governor in 1999. They used that platform, right? Their own was did not win the election. I'm talking about Olufalai, right? Now, 2003, when it was apparent that Olusegun Obasanjo would lose that election if care wasn't taken, where he was begging around, even begged his own deputy. And then the likes of this Baba Adebanjo and the other and the rest of the Afenifere, including Abraham Adesanya and Chief Dekunle Ajashi, were the one that rallied around and said, "Look, this is a Yoruba man." I'm so let me use woman's word. I'm aghast hearing that Afenifere, the governors were in support of Afenifere, who did not have idea. The governor did not depart that platform. As a matter of fact, as of 2003, that platform was still controlling the government of the entire Southwest region. The only person that defied every order given to them was this man called Tinubu, because he knew the game they are going to play will sweep every single one of them, not just in Lagos only. And he defied that instruction. And he was able to amass a lot of money to fight the force in the Ferry platform. And that was the reason why the Akereles and the rest of them decided to depart when he metamorphosed into ACN. Now, after the PDP took over the Southwest region, then the lines were drawn. As at that time, PDP was in Ekiti State. Olagusoyi Olinyola was still in Osun State. And just like that. But what I want to say is this: since that time, you remember even Afenifere itself, apart from all these regional districts, they were also having division, the renewal group and the rest of it. And after that, the ACN started growing again. Then started branching to other states. Since that time, Baba Ayo Adebanjo has not branched, has not reconciled with the faction that Tinubu was romancing. That's what I want us to understand till today. And it was so known that this man would never align with whatever is about Tinubu. I mean, Tinubu has gone to his house. He told Tinubu that he should not bother himself because the Northern, and discouraged him that the Northerners will not vote for him. They will not put him there. I get the politics is playing. At 90s, I don't expect him to be involved in partisan politics. Yes, you may have a burning issue that should be the turn of the Southeast. But look, there is a level to play the game, not when you are moving around. Yes, we want to convince the Yoruba man, but they're not listening to you because the era of Afenifere has gone. It has gone. Tinubu took that platform and changed it from them. And today, that's why I said, look, these people, when it comes to funding, they were relying on what comes from the government from the Southwest, but because they have no access to the government in the Southwest, their funding was reduced. They relied on just individual contribution. So what am I saying is this? Yes, he may dislike Tinubu. He may, the bottom line is that there's still some faction of Afenifere that supported Tinubu. And because of that, this man, because of what Tinubu did there, by leaving them dry, chose not to support him. People that are saying that they supported Atiku is because they were looking for relevance. They were looking for where that money is going to come from. It's as simple as that. Because they have a mandate. They have to pursue and accomplish. Now, let's come back home a little bit. You may like Obi, you may like Tinubu, you may like Atiku, but there's still some level that, to the point that you will start losing relevance. Leave it for the younger ones, for crying out loud. Yes, you make your statement. Back off. Back off. You don't have to be gallivanting around, moving from, making speeches and saying, yeah, everybody knows. I mean, if it is your turn, it's your turn. let the bigger man, wins the election. But what happens that happen. But not to the point that you start. Anyway, I don't want to go into that space.
They made it too personal beyond.
It was so obvious that it was a personal
more than just politics itself.
issue
So that's
between him and Tinubu.
I get what you're saying, but moving forward now,
that is the space Soyinka did not want to find himself, because he doesn't want to sound partisan, but be objective by criticizing what needed to be criticized.
But do you know the issue now? Let's say the Supreme Court declares Tinubu the president, and Padebayo says, "Well, Supreme Court says he is now the leader now. I guess we should just move on." They'll start abusing him. I can bet you. If he just says, "Well, the Supreme Court says he's now the winner," what can I say? They will say, but see, they'll start abusing the same man again. So that's
if you can't forgive your own child, because I see Tinubu as his child, of what purpose?
But Tinubu has never openly condemned the man.
No, he won't do that. He will never do that. He will never do that.
But Tinubu also has a fault. He was responsible for dividing the Afenifere.
That platform has been fractured.
No, you had a new Afenifere. That is Tinubu's doing.
But not now, not today.
Afenifere has been fractured before. He was not responsible. He just disagreed with what they wanted to do.
Or let's say he exploited the fractured Afenifere to his own advantage. Let me put it that way.
Okay.
Afenifere has always been fractured. You remember when the renewal group emerged, they were fighting each other. Because it's about kudi, it's about money.
Yeah, but I'm saying that Baba does not know that when you're the leader, you are speaking on behalf of a group. It's not just your own opinion.
Well, whatever happens between that, their group or leadership stuff and all that, that's their own. But I'm talking about, at least sometimes you have to respect yourself. Yes, you wanted somebody from Southeast to become president. No big deal. But there's
I even heard Baba Adebayo didn't consult the other Baba.
Because he was already been given the.
Can I interject?
No. Wait.
Given
no. But you still have to consult your elders. You can't
interject.
I say let's move on from this topic.
Let me interject. You see, when we are painting wrong narrative, it is not good. Ibn Bafasanoti was among Afenifere when they make decision that the power must shift to the east. It wasn't retired by that time, that it is the time for the east. Obi has not even, a year before Obi even declared, they have reached that decision. A year, even two years before then, that it is time.
Him and who?
The Afenifere, including Baba Fasanroti as a leader before he retired. That the power must go to the east. Obi was not in consideration. They didn't know who it will be, but they were basing it on principle that if the power have to come to the south, it is the time for the east to produce the next president. So look, when you don't follow the event well, then you won't know what Adebanjo or the Afenifere stand for, because you people have not been following them well, because your Tinubu is your man, and you want to support him all the way. You don't want to see anything wrong in what the bad politics he had played too. You don't want to see anything. And Thomas is saying it categorically that, we heard that they did not even consult. It just made that it was a unilateral decision. by Baba Ayo Adebanjo sitting in his bedroom, just say, "Oh,
But that is what we heard, Baba Jali Koko. That is what we heard.
You
That is
don't.
what we heard.
What do you have? That is not true.
Baba Fasolati said he didn't consult him.
What do you mean that they didn't consult him when it was part of them? When they make an earlier decision that the power must come to the east, it was
But
part
why
of them.
Obi? Why Obi? Obi is not the only
No,
one on
forget
the
about no.
18
Hold on. Obi is not the issue. The issue is the principle that power must go to the east. That was the basis of their principle. That
even their decision is nonsense too. To me, it's nonsense. Why do you have to go to the east? Are they social cultural group for the east?
You see, sometimes I don't want to engage in this kind of this thing. When you don't want to see reason, you just want to be sectional, everything tribal. I hate it.
And so why did
I hate it.
why did they support Obi?
So why did
Ohanese support Obi?
you don't I hate this kind
Ajale
of
Koko, answer this question.
conversation.
Can we move on?
You don't want to understand the basis. You don't want to
Ajale
understand the
Koko,
basis.
Ajale Koko, any suru.
Hold on now.
Ohanese, why did they
Forget
support
about
their home?
Ohanese. We are not talking about Ohanese.
That is it. There
Why
you
is
go.
it this time that you Yoruba people are waking up and saying that why not Yoruba? Whereas in the past, they've supported Buhari, they've supported Jonathan, they've supported Atiku. Is it because, yes, you have your Tinubu that you are supporting? That is now you are questioning them. I mean, this is just
anyway. He has
it's
his,
not the best way to.
He has his right to converse with whoever he chooses.
Yeah.
But the thing is this.
So it is not Baba. It is the decision of this Afenifere long ago, before this time, that for
But Ajale Koko,
as
where is
Nigeria.
Baba Fashionati? Why is Baba Fashionati pulling back on their decision?
You know the funniest thing, Thomas, a lot of those who disagree with Baba Debanjo have stopped attending meetings for a very long time. Very, very long time. Those people that you see in Akure in the videos, those people, even including Oshoba, they've stopped attending because they disagreed with the direction that he was taking them.
There you go. There you go.
But you know,
there you go.
It is not direction. What happened to them? They are the coup planner, Oshoba and the rest, and Akonde. They are the coup planner against this thing with Tinubu.
You know, Babajani Koko. You know, those guys. I guess he was still alive then. Abraham Adesanya was still alive. What is this man? This man in Lagos, I forgot his name. He's a lawyer as well. What is this name? These are the big week of Afenifere at that time. They were strong. During the 2003 we're talking about, they were strong. And all these things didn't start happening until 2007 when that division came. And since that time, Haiti or Afenifere has not been able to regain their stronghold they had in the southwest. And Tinubu was thriving politically. And that was what brought this, what you can call, hatred. But nevertheless, the man has his own right to choose whoever he wants to choose. But my own thing is that as a Yoruba man, him being a Yoruba, leader of Yoruba social cultural group, at 90 something, just like what this Soyinka was trying to do, trying to step back a little bit, take a break. If you are approached to give interview, yes, but when you are now hugging the camera, you are the one in the forefront as if you are still finding a cause. Let the other people fight their own cause. You've run your race. This time around, Sit back, relax. When you have to give advice. Look, Edwin Clark in the Niger Delta. Of course, this is a man that is always never shy away from camera, but not as the level or the volume in which Abraham Adis, I mean, I keep saying Abraham Adis, Adebanjo was constantly given press, sometimes being bombastic on the Rise TV. He has never gone to TBC. He has never gone to any other local channel, but Arise TV because they know this is, a purported, perceived opposition media to the incumbent. So all this thing is said about politics at its best, but sometimes you want once an income. Now, speaking of Soyinka, he has done that deliberately. He was invited. They went to his house. He didn't call for a camera and audio equipment to come, action, go. No, they went to him because they want to seek his wisdom. They want to pick his brain. Arise contacted him and set up an invitation. And this man, look, this man fought for this democracy that we have today to the point that he had to leave the country. He left Nigeria. He didn't just go and boarded a plane. He went through the bush part. For someone to be so reckless on the national television talking about the democracy will be dead, this man heard this and went to town. You don't expect him to keep quiet because we've had this freedom since 1999, over almost 30 years, right? And someone, only God knows where he was 30 years ago, now come now because he believes that, okay, yeah, everything is fine. But having a dog whistle to people that put us in what we had before now, you can't just expect him to sit back and just allow somebody saying some reckless stuff. I can assure you then, even when Oshibaja was talking about having a parallel government, Soyinka will have said the same thing.
Adewale, sorry, let me just add. Is it true that Obi was a Abasha boy?
See, I listened to that conversation keenly. I will say this: I was never privy to his closeness to the power, but it showed that there was when I was reading through the history online, he had a public position given to him one time during that time. But I also had Kulata make a reference to, no, not Kulata, it was on the Dr. Bamidi's show when we're talking about, it was after the show, talking about uh, the Fidelity Bank, getting the license during 1991, 92 era. But to get license at that time, even get license to import, you must know somebody from the corridor of power, right? So, and that time frame, it could be, I don't know, but of course, he has always been a businessman, right? But I mean, for the fact that he had a public appointment at that time shows that he probably benefited from that administration or that government of that era, because he was relatively young too at that time, probably in his studies. But I won't sit here and confirm that categorically that he benefited from Abacha or it was once Abacha era. But of course, there was part of the history that shows that it was he had one public appointment at that time. And the fact that it also, but these are just side talk, and I can't confirm it because he got a license. Of course, you must know somebody who will help you, not just financial banking license. You have oil block license, even importation licenses. It's been digital, even some concubines and Olusho at that time also gained from that administration. Okay, that's why you have the likes of this GTB and the Zenith and Access Bank and all that, because those banks are where they warehouse the looted money. I keep saying it. They warehouse those money, including the Standard Trust Bank and the rest of them. They warehouse those government money. Some bank could not even survive, not because of those government money coming in. To a point that some banks became the official banker of some state government. Anyway, I can't confirm it, my brother, but just the only thing I can deduce from that space. But nevertheless, and speaking of, is everyone still listening to me? Am I the only person
I'm listening with all my
Okay,
ears.
we are here. Adewale, what of
Yeah.
this
Today is
lady?
Easter Sunday, so fire on.
Oh, I spoke about
Uh,
that issue yesterday. Is it okay?
Adewale, what about this lady, this mischievous lady, Chimamanda? What do you
I,
think
wo-
about her? What is your take?
I won't call her mischievous.
It's
She's a,
mischievous to me.
well,
To me.
she's a Nigerian, and she has the right to say whatever she wants to say. Her being in Nigeria. Now, the purported letter she wrote to America and UK is where I have issue with. You know, if you want to report people, don't go and report me to the person who put me in the situation I found myself. Because whether we like it or not, America may not colonize Nigeria, but they were one of the enabler of the people that put us in this situation we found ourselves. And America itself cannot absolve himself of of all what they've been doing before to destabilize Africa. Having said all this, Chimamanda has a right, but we still can't put Chimamanda and the likes of Shino Achebe and the Soyinka on the same pedestal. These are Chimamanda is just trying. What these two giants went through in the course of this project called Nigeria, Chimamanda is just scratching the surface. She has never been imprisoned, but both of them have been in the prison not just one time. And I don't think I've ever heard both of them reporting their country to their their slavery masters. A system may not be what we expect, or the process may be crooked and, you know, with a lot of questions. But sometimes we can find solution to our own issue without projecting ourselves negatively to the entire world. Because how you project yourself is how the entire world is going to take you. They said, showed me, and then they will take you, and the foreign media will help you propagate that view because that's what you want people to see you. Having said all this, do you think she may be bro romancing the likes of Michelle Obama's and the Clintons of this world? I don't think she has that political clout to make any difference or any. I doubt it, and I bet you that letter would not even make it on the table of Biden.
But Adewale, do you feel like she's also exploiting that space for because if you think about it, the platform that she stands on in America is of that liberalism space where she's also treading that line carefully. Where even though she's a traditional Nigerian, but she's also seen as a feminist in America. So she's being two-faced at the same time, where to the Nigerian audience, she's seen that it's one of it's our girl, she's our one, but to the American space, she's more of a feminist to the American audience. So the way they see her in America is completely different from the way they see her in Nigeria. It's just two different individuals. So
Yeah.
yeah. So that's why I think she's kind of treading the line carefully, where she's making from both sides. But at some point, she has to choose a side. She's gonna have to pick a side at some point.
Our little pet project, the feminism, is just a project that, just like when you have the alphabet people, LBGTQRSTUV,
Yes.
there's no difference between them.
But most Nigerians that follow her, they still see her in that traditional sense. She's a two.
Um,
Yeah.
the funniest thing, it depends on what she terms as feminism. I could describe myself as a feminist as well because I support women cause.
I'm saying the forthwith form of
I,
feminism.
I I understand, but when it comes to politics, when it comes to intergovernmental relationship, the diplomacy, this is a big league stuff. And look, Chimamanda hasn't gained that clout enough to make a difference in how two countries relate. That's what I want to bring out. She doesn't have it. Look, that is a high capacity that pedestal that you operate at, that you will be able to change opinion. But she was just a writer and being celebrated. All those literary stuff, and those are different. It doesn't matter if your name appears on the Times magazine 1,000 times as the most influential person. Look, you aren't making any difference when it comes to political gameplay. That's just a fact. But you are right to some extent that whoever can knows is our audience. But
because it's somebody that I've during my earlier time in grad school, somebody when she was upcoming, that when I used to debate feminists, I used to be a man. I used to debate feminists. Trust me, I was into that crap when I was in college, in grad school. So that's why her name came up for me first, and I first heard of her. And she's completely not what she's in Nigerian spaces. The way they see her is not really what she is over here. That's the reason why I'm like, what game is she playing? This is like a two-faced
I don't
individual.
even, Babati. I don't even, go against her
Adewale,
for what she
Adewale,
did. Yeah.
should they rendition her back to Nigeria like Nnamdi Kanu?
Almost. Why you don't say now? What is all?
What you say? What did you say?
Say what's the rendition in like Nnamdi Kanu? Rendition Hake.
No, those are two different personalities. Look,
No.
somebody said because she's an Igbo woman, and she's supporting Obi. Look, except if we are going to lie to ourselves, ethnic tribalism is a big component that define who we are as Nigerian. You first of all identify as a certain ethnic or certain tribe before you say I'm a Nigerian. It depends on the platform you found yourself. If we that were in diaspora, if they see us, what do you call yourself first? Do you say you are Yoruba, you are Hausa or Igbo? You say I'm a Nigerian, right?
OBJ says it's a Nigerian first before it's a Yoruba one. That's according
Who?
to OBJ.
And it's because he was talking as a Nigerian.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, it says it's a Nigerian first before it's a Yoruba. That's
Yeah, but the funny thing, Babati, if it's abroad and they ask him that kind of question, of course you will answer that you're a Nigerian. But when you are home, you are in your village, and you are being asked, you say, "Oh, I'm an Egbama to the core." Why do people take pride in identify with their tribe? Why? No matter how we try to make this thing look as if we are living in, Western world, we are still a distinct human people. We are different because that was who we were before we been merged together and meshed, and with the hope that we will be able to integrate. But we are finding it difficult since the beginning of that country to integrate fully because the component as like a tribe and ethnic is still with us because that's who we are as an individual or as a group. So until we're able to merge and integrate this, and we can't face that because we're an African. We can't. It will continue to define who we are. Now, is it possible to overlook our differences and comes together and have what do you call this? Even ground. It's possible.
So can I ask you, what is the future of the obedient movement in the Tinubu administration? How do you see them starting out? Because that is the next question. Once Tinubu gets into office, how do you see them in that line?
They won't go into oblivion. I can assure you that. But you know what I perceive is going to happen, or I foresee, is that over the years, some people will have a change of heart. Nigerians, or people generally can easily be bamboozled. If I give you what you want, aren't you going to back down? Right? So that is socially, that's who we are. We change. We tend to change when we, having good time. Once your needs are met, every agitation will be dropped. Look at the groups that will be fighting over the years. The Boko Harams, at the point the Niger Delta insurgency. You remember Babati, right?
Right.
And then what happens? They were called to the table and things were addressed and money exchanged hands. They squash it and everyone is fine.
But do you know this is what I'm noticing is that obedience that are non-Igbos are starting to break ranks.
Even the one that are from southeast,
You
after
are
some time, they will still change their mind.
you are seeing that crack in that spirit. They're like, guys, come on.
You know why I said they will still change their mind? Because if the Supreme Court or the Tribunal Court make their pronouncement and affirm Tinubu's winning, guess what will happen? The grumbling and everything will continue. But after that, you will start saying, because Obi is the one now that is boarding to keep the momentum. Because you have to stay relevant in politics, or else you will be
But
seen as a person of yesteryear.
Adewale, how did you see the response of the Tinubu's camp?
Concerning the letter or concerning Soyinka.
Ola, wake up.
Concerning, concerning Chimamanda.
You say I should wake up my day.
Bishop, wake up, Prince.
It concerns them more than it concerns everyone, because they're now the legitimate. Don't let me. The legitimate of their winning, and it's more or less adding injury to this insult. So this time around, you don't expect them to come with olive oil and anointing oil.
Don't be a good luck. Don't be a good luck. Jonathan, no. You must
Just look,
yes.
because I'm not announcing a lot already, because sometimes
that's the reason why I love
Thomas,
OBJ. I love OBJ.
Thomas, when the fire burn and get to that knocked area in the wood, you know what happens? It started. The smoke is always different. So whoever want to feel that smoke, we started feeling it. So to judo cocoa now. So you can't come and start abusing me, and I get it. The Baptist or Tinubu's has to find a way to methodically manage that space. And you don't want to be seen to be overly aggressive, because everything.
But why can't they ignore? Why can't they ignore?
No. Look, there's one thing you can't do. You cannot let your opponent occupy the space. You can't in politics. You can't. You have to have a voice that continually responding and continually managing that space, or else you will lose the momentum. And that was what happened to Jonathan. You will lose that. Because once you let one rumor spread unchallenged, unchallenged, you will lose it, because another lies will be thrown out there. Before you know it, you're trying to catch up with one after the other, and you will not be able to meet up. And before you know it, it poison people's mind, and you won't be able to regain that trust in the public. So, these things are being taught in public management, public administrations classes and all that, because you have to gain the trust of people you are administering their resources or whatever you're managing. Politics number 101. You can't let that happen. You have to occupy, you have to be grounded, you have to be there. So, and I know, is Tinubu going to change the people managing his information strategy? I doubt if he's going to. But I think after the election, they will try to relax, but at the same time put younger people down. Younger people that will be able to manage that space.
Should you release Nnamdi Kanu?
Yes, I support that.
How soon? How soon?
Immediately. First thing to do.
With no restrictions to Nigeria?
No restriction. No restriction.
Wow.
No condition. Release him straight up. I tell you one thing. You bring your enemy closer to you. You try to find glory in making sure that you're taking care of your enemies. Because if you projecting that, yes, this is my enemy, I've identified this enemy, I will make sure I see this enemy to the grave, you will become the villain. So you don't want to look that way. Release him on condition. The court already said, because you have to earn the trust of the public, number one. So release him. That will put a stop to the agitation in the Southeast, at least temporarily. Now, if he choose to fly out and started running his mouth, that's a different ball game, because he knows now this time around the court has granted you, but you are still inciting from afar. And anybody towing that line in the domestic arena will be dealt with and arrested. But you've released this man. I mean, it's about rule of law, for crying out loud. That is one basic fundamental of democracy, isn't it? So you have to leave it out. Buhari is not a Democrat. He's a khaki man. You see what I'm talking about now?
And the first subsidy, because I think that comes up in June, right? That comes up in June or July.
Yeah.
That will be 2 months into 3 months into his administration.
Yeah.
Babati, forget it. Still will deceiving you.
They
can't remove the subsidy straight. Forget it.
The Wali Wala, 700 per bar.
He will not. He will
It's
not.
not going to be immediately. It will be, gradual removal.
Yeah,
So
maybe 6 months or 1 year.
Yeah, because you go and bear, just take it or leave it in it. Because there's no gradual removal.
This is what I think will happen.
No. Are you saying subsidy is not good, to remove it is not good? Because I can't.
No. We are talking of the timing.
I'm saying that would be that would be 3 months into his administration.
The funniest thing, Babati, may we not take over from someone who will put us in danger. That's what the Buhari put
Adewale, see, there's no danger. Subsidy can put us to more than what we have now. Now, see, no, wait now, Adewale, I see what I'm saying. You see, one thing is this: when you remove subsidy, this thing is not in isolation compared to the activities. If you like, remove subsidy where people have
continue
no money
talking.
to
Let
spend.
me use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay. If you like, remove subsidy where people have no money to spend. If there's no money to spend, you cannot drain the people. Forget it. Because the worst thing that can happen is this: whatever you are producing, you still want the thing to be within what people can spend. So I think over time, you'll be looking at creating some kind of way to recirculate the money within the economy. For example, now, if you take off subsidy now, you just have 10,000 naira within the economy. There's nothing you cannot inflate anything. You are just the people that are producing are just wasting their time. What people will do is that they find alternative. As we are talking of this subsidy, we are talking about today. Who are those enjoying the subsidy? Probably the middle class, and all these our legislators and those people, big men that are buying petrol. To the best of my knowledge, there's no subsidy on kerosene or kerosene. Even when you have gasoline, people even sell gasoline in the black market, especially in the northern part of the country. That's to the best of my knowledge. Now, and some of the petroleum products we are even subsidizing, to the best of my knowledge, to what I think I know, are smuggled out. So, see, if you have subsidy of the diesel for how long now? For more than 10 years, maybe probably like almost 20 or 15 to almost 20 years. Then you have subsidy gone on kerosene. We don't even know the time that they even removed that, because kerosene is supposed to be the closest thing to the poor people, to the masses. So if subsidy on kerosene have been taken off for a very long time. So what are we talking? So the only thing is that motorists, the bankers, the oil and gas workers, the committed, they will feel that, but see, they can still sustain themselves. They can still survive. See, there'll be crisis. No, there will be crisis in the short term, right? But over time.
But what I'm saying is this: if you do that, like you just said, there will be crisis. Remember, we are coming from post-elections, people are still angry. They are going to exploit that to farm
No,
this.
no, 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 no. But
Get
Babati,
another
what you
year.
are what you are not checking is this. See, Obasanjo did something that is almost equivalent to removing subsidy. Because like I said the other time, it depends on the way we approach it. What did Obasanjo do that time? Increased the pump price, but at the same time increased worker salary. Even when it was increasing the worker salary, the only way it could increase the worker salary was to increase the fuel price,
Are
the
we all
pump
government
price.
workers? Are we all government workers? Bemuaremu was not for everybody now. I remember they call it
No,
Bemuaremu.
no. When you say government workers, the people, the people in the private sectors, they are, I think they are better off than the government workers, even if we talk about that.
Back then,
Now,
it was not comparable.
the money you increase, no, the way it works is this: if you increase the government workers' money, they have more money to spend too. So the money circulates. That you increase the workers' money, it will stay with them. So even the person that is a meat seller, once he knows that okay, you have demand, you have competition for his product, he's going to raise it up too because the person we want to pay school fees, we want to do other things. So as we are paying the government workers too, the economy will adjust. The people that are doing the normal small scale business, they want to buy, they want to measure up to, they want to increase their own income. They will increase their products. So to me, it depends on how the savings. Just imagine saving 3 trillion. I don't know how much trillion they spend on this, but let me just assume 3 trillion. Imagine saving that, from importation of fuel or gasoline. And if we have situation where people start investing in the economy, in the long term, you create job for people. You create job for people. To me, this subsidy, we've protected this subsidy. Whenever we protect this subsidy regime, is we are protecting the like of. I think Dangote is one of those people that import fuel. Maybe $10. I know $10 is diesel. And all these guys, Tinubu or Ando guys. So those are the people you are enriching. This subsidy we are talking has no benefit in the life of average Nigerians. So the money we are supposed to use to develop our education, to develop trade, and to do some other things, so social infrastructure, we are keeping this money with few people. We are making some people to become richer overnight. Those people that are supposed to, see the way subsidy regime runs in Nigeria. Anybody, any dollar can put an infrastructure in place that oil importer, and the next thing is they will be assessing subsidy. Look at what was happening when they did not concentrate this cement. I made that example sometimes ago. People will go and import cement from China, like they are doing in the Republic of Benin now. When Dangote was saying, no, between Republic of Benin and Nigeria, that is just like less than 100 kilometers. And yet, the government of Republic of Benin will not allow cement there, and they will go as far as China to import. That was exactly what Nigeria was doing before. So now assuming you bring cement at a landing cost of around 200 and you rebag and you sell for 4,000. Who is that favoring? No, it was not favoring anybody, but Dangote cement today, you have distributors, you have his truck driver, you have those people that are benefiting from all those things. So this idea of importing and the same the same dollar you earn from exporting crude oil, you use the same now to import finished products. It's not good for us. The earlier we remove this thing, the earlier we make our environment better. We see, I don't know how to explain this thing better.
But the cost
Because
of importing this product, who is going to bear the is it the end users? Because
see,
this crude will be imported with foreign currency, not with naira.
no, see, Adewale, the way it is, look now, if you are going to import, let me tell you what this importation of fuel we do when they start. You see, all those smuggling business, they are likely to die down because look at it this way: you bring something, so you subsidize. So you've created room for smuggling because there is a price gap between what you have here and the neighboring country. So it is very easy for someone to bring, let's say, 1,000 metric volume and government subsidize, and all of a sudden 500 metric volume disappear out of those products. So, but if you are importing, you are using the remarket price now. So what will happen? The first thing you want to say is that smuggling will die down because you don't need to access any free money again, and you will all of a sudden discover that, oh, the amount of fuel we think we consume in Nigeria, we don't even consume up to that amount now. So when that happens, the government will save money. So what are they going to do? What they do with that money they save will be whether the masses will suffer or not. That's exactly what I'm saying.
But
Now,
the area that they could, plow that money back, that will cushion the effect of the removal of the subsidies, is what I'm trying to identify. I heard people talking about education earlier. Okay.
No, not early education. I make an example here, like, okay, when Tinubu was talking of Agbado, cassava again, I've participated, or maybe I've read through an argument when people are saying, no, farmer cannot become rich, because it depends on the perspective. It depends on how people see this thing. Okay, how did Awolowo and Co make cocoa farming? How did they make it lucrative? You raise the price floor, or you guarantee a particular price floor, to bring people in. If today, if farmers are making just 50,000 from cassava, but the government decide to raise the price floor in such a way that someone that was making 50,000 will make 500,000. Oh, people will quickly say, oh, if I do this cassava farming, I can become rich. Before you know what is happening, you see people going to the farm and they produce. The same thing can happen in the area of other farm produce. So now we are saying food will be expensive, the story, blah, blah, blah. See, if you produce enough, yeah, it may seem expensive initially just because maybe the government raised the price floor and people want to buy, you want to go and buy at that rate. Or maybe the government may even decide to say, okay, I will raise the price floor, but I will subsidize food. I will subsidize food for the citizen. But the major thing behind that subsidy is production. You are producing, and the excess, the excess you have, you may want to warehouse all those, or you store them, or you find a way to convert them to something else. You make me more money. Even if you like, you can import, you can build some value chain around all those stuff, at least to make something reasonable. So if you take subsidy away and you divert the money to agricultural and security, or you channel the money to some other, like technical education. Technical education simply means that all this, because when I was thinking about this Republic of Benin that won't allow our cement, I responded within that is this not Republic of Benin that their people, they come to Nigeria to come and compete with our people? There's a way you can deal with those people too. You may not want to deal with them in Donald Trump way. So what you do, maybe you use part of those money, you rebuild a technical school for people to learn trade and tilers. And so if people from Republic of Benin will no longer come here to do tiling for us, to do artwork for us, to do masonry job for us, to do carpentry for us, now people can make money to access the market. That is, but when you don't have that money, that all those money is on just fuel consumption, you don't have money to even put all this infrastructure in place. So to me, this subsidy, we are only afraid. We've seen a situation where the government took both steps in the past, and in the long run, we were better for it. So to me, that subsidy should have gone like 20 years earlier. So yes, will people feel that effect? Yeah, the situation Nigeria is now is that I would say the most effect that we even be fed now will be forced effect, because the money that is not within the society, there's nothing you can do. You cannot extract it out. So the government will have to reinvest part of what they save on subsidy back before people will even have money to access the market. Otherwise, it's all about demand and supply. You understand? You can't raise your price when people will have no money to buy.
Yeah, but
that's the situation we find ourselves.
Okay, now the fallout after the removal of the subsidy. Do you think the Nigerians will be able to understand? Because when you started seeing the price of petroleum going to 700 at the pump, uh, it will raise. That's why I was even wondering, why can't this outgoing government administration do it before they, because they have nothing to lose. Why can't they do that now before they hand it over?
To help Tinubu and say, okay, CEO, they removed we showed up, but now you are just kicking the can down the road. That's what
now on that. You know, this government sometimes ago they told us that they've removed this subsidy, right? You know
how many times?
You know,
3 times, about 3 times we've removed it. I'm like, I keep removing and removing.
You see what they were doing. They were just raising the fuel price, because when you remove they were raising the pump price, right? That's what they were doing. Exactly what Obasanjo was doing. But their own situation was that they were not raising salary minimum wage like Obasanjo. But this subsidy they want to remove by June is total one that just like based on my understanding, if the pump price goes up, then the price will fluctuate along. We fluctuate up. If it comes down, then we drive down. So that's my understanding about the situation. So this one will be the actual remover. The one they were doing before was just raising the pump price. That's what I believe they were doing in the past. But this one is total remover. It simply means that if the Russian situation is causing the crude oil price to go to, like, say, $100, then you expect the gas the pump price to go up. And I want to think this might even make Nigerians to be prudent. Maybe people will start do some kind of carpooling, and people may start using more mass transit, and that alone can even create another industry entirely. Once they discover that people, or maybe can expand even the existing industry, once they know that people no longer use the car. So to me, even right from onset, even if Nigeria were supposed to even be subsidizing anything, they were supposed to be subsidizing diesel for the companies that are manufacturing, not for car owners. Subsidy is luxury to bankers, is luxury to oil and gas workers, is luxury to telecommunication workers. Yeah, so to me, you will see that these are the people that are even loud when we are saying this thing. If I happen to be in Nigeria today, that means I will be in the category of people we are talking about. Even right from Nigeria, there, I wasn't sure I'm not sure that I was even against subsidy for one day, removal of subsidy for one day. So to me, I would rather remove the subsidy, because Nigerians are already suffering now. What level of suffering are we going to?
So another thing I wonder, because I spoke with someone, I have a family members who was an NNPC official but retired now. He was already got to the level of, was already at the managerial level. And I asked the question why, I asked question specifically about subsidy itself. How did it come about and all that? Now, if the federal government removed the subsidy, the likes of Dangote, the private refinery that we have, will the presence of Dangote refinery affect, or help cushion that effect of, number one, the shortages and the price, or augment the price in Nigeria? Would Dangote refinery will be able to produce at the capacity that will be able to fulfill the local consumption first before we're thinking about export? You know what his reply was that Dangote was building a refinery not only for local consumption, that it's now building it to service domestic demands, but at international uh, level. So his selling point is going to be at international rate, not that it's going to give Nigeria.
No.
No, Adewale, hold on. I thought in the contract.
Thomas, let me reply him. Remember, the government gave him $2.3 billion. As they bought about 70% of his shares for his company, and the deal was that it was going to sell refined products to Nigeria in naira. So part of the 600 million whatever that is producing, part of it will be for local consumption.
Got it.
And it has to sell to us. It has to be in naira. I was hoping that they could do the international one in naira, but they said no. That would still be in dollars. So what he's doing is going to corner all those markets in Africa that are going to Europe to go and refine. They will come to Nigeria and to refine. So it corners that market. But there's part of the money they gave to him as part of buying some shares in his company, because government owns two seats on his board now for that refinery. They own 2 seats there. But that came because the money they gave him kind of pushed the value of the refinery up a little bit. So he has to then give part of his refined product to local consumption, and it has to be sold in naira. That was the deal they made.
No. That the fact that they'll be selling in naira doesn't mean that it's not going to be the equivalent of the dollar value. Okay, I will give an example.
It will be cheaper than refined. It will be cheaper than refined.
No, it may not necessarily be cheaper. Okay, diesel today is sold. No, I think the deal that the federal government serve is just like is a form of source. It's a form of a source of a supply of crude. Because what Dangote is now is Dangote to they decide to say, okay, I want to be buying my crude oil from Cameroon, or I want to be buying from somewhere else. But the type of agreement that I think the federal government have is this. Now it may be buying the crude at naira instead of buying in dollars.
It's not, Ola, please, you are wrong. It's not buying and selling. It's refining for others. They'll bring that crude oil to refine. So they're pretty much paying for his own. So he's only getting paid for refining other people's. He's not buying himself. He's not buying and selling crude oil. No, he has a refinery. He's going to be refining for other countries coming to
other people.
That is where his money is made.
So Nigeria will be exporting the refined.
No. I understand what you are saying, and I agree with you.
I'm saying that the cost of shipping that crude to other countries to go, and that one is removed already. The shipping cost for taking crude to other countries.
Is the receiver of that product that will be paying for those?
Right, not him. He's not doing that. Yeah, it's only that product.
He can make forex too. Through
so
that,
when I was asking those questions, then what I was made to understand is that even with that he didn't know that kind of contract was already in place. That the product will be sold in naira, not in dollars. But nevertheless, I wish we could have more than that refinery, at least have multiple of it across because Nigeria is a big country, it's a big.
No. Adewale, see, the problem is this. For it now, look, when Obasanjo gave cement a license to many investors, the agreement was to eventually have some kind of a backward integration, that they should put in factory here and in Nigeria and build things there. But people were enjoying all those importations. They didn't put anything in place except for Lafarge and the Dangote. And when they were doing when they were importing, they were not even helping the like of Lafarge and Dangote to expand their factory until good old Jonathan came, and Dangote happened to be in the economic committee. So they used that opportunity to just those people that failed to put infrastructure in place, they just took their license away. Or they refused to renew for them, and from there, Dangote just expanded. If I don't know the capacity, I think the capacity was to be the largest cement manufacturers, maybe not in even the entire sub-Saharan Africa, but in the entire Africa.
In Africa is number one. Dangote.
So just between 2013 and today and 2018, just Dangote just move up. Because how did it happen? Because all those guys that were coming on like, oh, they were monopolizing. You see, when they mention Dangote, there's one thing I do. I defend Dangote to the core, because I know that if you like, say it's monopolizing. The question I will ask you is this: when those guys that are shouting when they give them license, let them show us their factory. They refused to build, they were importing. It's like you say, is this Jimon? What's the name of this guy that we buy asset and strip it?
Like
Jimon Ibrahim.
Is the same way they were behaving with NEPA, where you just get lessons without having the capacity to even fund what you are buying.
Exactly.
But it was different. He actually went through with the whole process. They would just buy something without having the funding for what they are buying.
Exactly. You know, when some people buy assets, their intention is to make as much as possible, because they'll be thinking that the next government will take the thing over from there. And we've been so terrible as a country for that thing. The reversal of the Port Harcourt and the petrochemical refinery they did that Yadua reverse. Honestly, that was a very terrible thing to do, because people will come out and shout, "Oh, they are taking our asset. Oh, this asset was built for 2 billion and
they made money back. They made money from selling it back."
You see, those people that will be fighting you against, it's just like some people were behind United before, right? You wanted to take United away from them. Those people that were assessing allocation from the federal government, that they were sharing billions, they will see these people. They will pull some good orators, and they will do some kind of analysis that will convince you, oh, why should we sell these things so cheap?
No. They give that would even give them extra cash. You know, remember they had their own called MTEL.
Exactly.
That MTEL, but they now combine it with Econet and they sold it for double of what they were on, and they just cashed out easy and they left. So they've been doing that thing for so long, where they will buy an asset from government and they will find somebody to buy it for more, and they'll just leave without even investing any money.
Exactly. So you see now that, because if they've given that refinery to Otedola and Dangote, and if Yadua did not reverse those things, maybe Nigeria would have been so better for it by now, because to the best of my knowledge, Otedola and Dangote will have turned the fortune. Now go and watch that Port Harcourt and Warri refinery. They may go the way of Nitel eventually. But where's Nitel today?
They have one in the north, right? Is it Kaduna refinery?
Kaduna, that's part of NNPC. Is it even refinery or depot? I don't even know.
They are spending more money to maintain what does not work. Billions of naira every year, and it's not working. And they have staff there. Somebody went there from Tennis TV to that refinery, and they actually have staff. They have staff, but they're not working, and they have staff, they're getting paid. I mean, what is your job here? Just sit down all day, nothing, and they're getting paid.
But they just, so that's why they will fight you to finish, because allocation is what they depend upon. Allocation is what these people want to share, not that they want to produce. So the best way is to deregulate, license Dangote and anybody that want to, like Otedola now, I think he import fuel, he import diesel. I'm not sure whether he has a refinery for diesel, but today a liter of diesel is almost $850, you know. And how many people are shouting? And when was the last time you heard about scarcity of a diesel? Because nobody is assessing one unholy subsidy, and we now divert it to Republic of Benin. Because if you want to take diesel to Republic of Benin, it's still going to be the same thing, or it might even more expensive. So that is exactly.
Ola, do you know what I don't understand? Nigerians have proven that if you just liberate a space in the economy, that space blows up within 5 to 10 years. Look at what happened to the telecommunications. Look at where we are now, over 100 million lines. Look at TV. We used to watch NTA 12 and OGTV and Ogo Radio. Now you have all this plethora, these thousands of channels creating jobs.
You are even talking about that TV alone, but we look at something that even came up, that even come along with those things. Now, when Ray Power got his license, there was a time too that I was fooling myself that I wanted to be doing some kind of show promotion there.
Right.
But I came to realize what happened. When Babangida deregulate broadcasting, I think by decree 72, 1992.
It was
whatever about
MITV and Clapperbird.
Oh yeah, DBN, Clapperbird, Minaj.
Clapperbird was before Minaj though.
So when those TV came up, when Kenny, when they started promoting all these artists, all this Idris Abdulkarim,
Prime Time Africa.
Exactly. Yeah. The next thing, the Tetula, all these Plantation Boys, although they hijack Plantation Boys from Dove Entertainment, they split Plantation Boys rather. So now look at that. Even all those guys, they were making money there. They started bringing some kind of foreign artists to promote our music industry. Now look at what we are talking today now. Now look at this Kid Baker. Look at this, the like of Brother Shaggy, the like of this Macaroni. Those guys are richer than people that went to university although they attended school anyway. That's a good thing. They make money than you, that maybe someone is calling himself IT expert and you are celebrating what you are earning from Amazon. Those guys, those local skit makers, some of them, they make far more because of I know that YouTube and Twitter, they've given them more leverage too. But then before that, you will see the like of all those plantation board I mentioned. Then all this guy that sings Busybody, P Square, they came up. Then Style Plus. You see people coming, and as we're growing, those guys, they were just now today. How many Nigerians now want to listen to American music? Meanwhile, those days we will be listening to DMX, we'll be listening to 50 Cent.
Back then we used to go to Benson and Edith concert. Now forget our
exactly. But today you'll be talking of a Davido, you'll be talking, and even there's a University of Calgary here. You see all those kids that they even know Nigerian music more than myself. Can you imagine when the Chinese person?
I just finished watching Gang of Lagos on Amazon Prime. They now have Nigerian movies on Amazon Prime now. Top quality. Because they see what Netflix is doing in Nigeria. They are really blowing up in Nigeria now. Guess what? Amazon now wants to join. Disney by next week they will be launching their first African cartoon.
All these subscribing companies, are they not milking us? I told my wife yesterday. Let me finish. I said we have Foxtel here, we have Amazon, we have Netflix. How many do you want to watch? I don't even. I think tonight I'm going to block some of them.
Thomas, wait. Let me tell you the truth. Everybody just in America, in a family, one person will subscribe to each service. Then you just share password amongst yourself. Nobody pays for everything at once now. You pay for one thing, I pay for one thing. We share. Ola, that's the way we do it here.
That you are very correct. Even my password is even shared up to London.
Nobody. No. You can't pay for everything. No.
You understand? I have my Netflix here that my family makes use of, and even my wife's sister.
Yeah, we share.
We don't pay for everything. So no. You can have many people share this, but see, Thomas, those people you think they are exploiting, they are at the same time they are creating jobs. Just imagine
doing movies on Netflix now. They are making money.
Do you know how many artists we have today? And do you know all this Netflix you are talking about? They've even solved the problem, like the problem of piracy. Some people that we call they say I'm a businessman, and that they will be doing piracy. Some people will spend like maybe almost 30 million to make movie. The next thing, before they even sell 10 copies.
I want developers.
And so when you see that, in just the simple liberation of the simple deregulation of that broadcasting sector alone, look at how the thing expanded. The same thing telecom. As people were saying, oh, if they didn't deregulate that that telephone would have come to Nigeria after all. See, that is where we deceive ourselves sometimes. Now, the electricity we didn't deregulate. How come the electricity is not even in Nigeria today? That's why we say restructuring policy really matters. Now, the telecom we are talking about, it's not only about phone alone. We know that, okay, part of it is to those people that are repairing phone in computer village. Part of it is those people that when you can lay fiber optic cable now down to businesses. It's not staying there alone. It has some kind of implication when you talk of fintech, when you talk of some other things that particular telecommunication enabled. So it is the same thing if you totally deregulate or you remove subsidy from this oil, because before you know, the like of Dangote now, they may want to be looking at
Guys,
other byproducts.
check the private part. Everyone, check the private part. The private chat.
You can shut it down, and anybody that want to stay behind, maybe they can
Yes,
stay behind
I
that
want
one.
to have it 10 hours. We are almost 10 hours now. Yeah. Let me just give everybody two minutes. Then
Ola, can
we
you
hand it.
speak to the price gouging? How is the federal government going to control that? Because it seems every time there's something wrong with our, petroleum.
It's free market. Nobody, the same way you pay more in California and New York compared to Arkansas or
Yeah, but
Florida.
we have some unscrupulous elements in our society that exploit, all that simply because they could do that without any reproach, and we are known for that.
Nigeria has no price control.
Who is controlling telecommunication price in Nigeria? Initially, Econet and MTN lied to us that per minute billing was not possible, right?
Then Glo showed up and just said, "Man, fuck this."
Exactly. Initially, they tried to frustrate Glo that you can call Glo like 30 times before you could connect, but over time, everything just normalized. So, to me, price control, there will be. So, the extreme.
What ti gbá wa Nigeria gan? What ti gbá wa MTN has made billions of dollars.
Thomas, they brought their money in. Now, when you bring your money in, you want to quickly make your money before Yawa gas.
If you go, it might go left. Me, I make my money quick.
So exactly.
Oh my! Glo started the second charging.
Yes, now.
Glo. Yes.
When they were lying that time that it was not possible, but people in
you remember if we flash them, if they pick your call 1 second, 1 minute till on here.
MTN was charging 50 naira. 50 is it 50 naira per minute?
50 naira, yes, 50 naira per minute. Yeah.
Why Econet that was receiving all that the song was cheaper, 48 if I remember. So to me.
Oh, Akola, let me just funny. My mom got the first phone in our family, Sony Ericsson, Econet Live. Oh my! I still remember that day. Like we didn't sleep overnight that day. Everybody.
Is this Sony Ericsson you got, or you want to talk of Sergeant? Sony Ericsson didn't come very early now.
Do you know what's funny? My dad used to have, one of those big boys. He had his own cellular before all this phone came up. He used his own cell phone. Suraya. Big boy. So when I had all these cell phone, people now, the way they were behaving. Hello. And phone. So
Baba T, when I got my 3310, Shakara deal, Shakara too much. Baba T, one máa fẹ́ fi Toyota Crown gba girlfriend lọ́wọ́ mi nígbà kan náà nígbà tí mi ò lọ́wọ́ Toyota Crown wọ́n press mi gan o. Ìta àkàwé fún wa láti Germany tá a gbé mọ́tò gbé kí
Guys, let me shut down. Then we come to our private talk. Thank Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody. Easter, thank you, everyone. It's been a nice session. I've been out for almost 2 days now. I think one man didn't come out yesterday. I was out the day before yesterday, but I think I'm back. I'm back now. Yeah, I'm busy making dollars. Yeah, I'm back now. Thank you, everyone. God bless you all. Happy Easter.
Almost the engineer.
Happy Easter. I know. Happy Easter to everyone across the whole world. I'm a Christian. That's why I'm greeting you guys. Yeah, happy Easter to you all.
Okay. I will
The
soon
blessings.
know if you're a Christian now. Don't worry.
Thomas,
the blessings. The blessings that the blessings that guys, let me finish. The blessings that the season brought to us will be ours in Jesus' name. That is my short prayer. To our Muslim brothers as well, happy Eid Kabir. Thank you. Where is going on? The fasting is going on. Everybody, congratulate everybody. That is what we stand for on this platform. We are acknowledging everyone.
Thomas, wait now. We are here now. I want to say
I'm doing the and we acknowledge our third party as well. The anyway,
third party.
Relegation
leader for delegate was third we came here first now.
Our third force. That's our third force. Our third force. That's Peter Obi for you. Our third force. Yeah. So thank you, everyone. May God bless everyone. Everyone that has super chats. Everyone. Thank you so much. May God bless you all. I think one man would be. Why are you laughing?
No, I'm looking at something here, and it was so funny.
I thought you are not. You are laughing at me. Thank you, everyone.
Thomas, I want to learn how you make dollars. So because me, I need dollars. So all this one you are.
You need dollars.
So when we are more than this, let us talk offline.
Let you sing. I was for let you sing. Thank you, everyone. May God bless you all. Thank you. See you guys.
Brother,